I plugged my webcam back in. Sheem's balls not gonna sabotage me to. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? This is your song, thank you. What?
Good morning, Kirsche. I've broken containment, and orderlies can't catch me. This marks 9 months since I started watching you. Even though I am neither sub nor member, I humbly request a placenta to consume.
This man's like, yeah, I don't sub to you, I don't member to you, I just throw things at your head until you drown. Leo the unwell. I pray the orderlies never catch you, man. keep being on the run. Make your own underground railroad, man. Thank you. Thank you for the 9 month $900. You fucking crazy man. Someone's gonna find him in the fucking user list and snipe him. He doesn't type in chat, so I can't see him. I can't see him to snipe him myself. That's a lot of schmeat. Leo's got the biggest schmeat in chat. He can't be beat, man.
Spicy cat raid.
He can't be beat. Thank you, Leo, for the massive fucking 900, dude. Actually living up to your name. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Put him in witness protection. I'm a little coffee this morning. I apologize.
Oh my god.
Leo's got a whole lot of fuck you money. He's gonna be the one that helps me get into witness protection after the glowies come for me. Never told him he could get a placenta or not. That's true. He can have. I'll grow a placenta just for him. He wasn't birthed, but he needs one. He needs the strength to keep running from the orderlies. Oh my god, they'll never put me in the hug jacket. I'll be the hug jacket. How'd you lose track of time? Missed the beginning of stream? Welcome. Welcome, my guy. I was opening a package while setting everything up because I was really excited. Alright, I fucking love Brazil. There's a company that makes like fucking booty products called Sol de Janeiro, and I've been using their bum cream for years now. I showed it off on stream because people didn't believe that bum cream was real when I first bought it, and I was like, no, chat, the bum cream is real, and I really liked it. I really liked the smell, and they fucking came out with some sort of limited edition scent, and chat, it's supposed to be some kind of cocoa, I think. Hold on, where's the bottle? Hold on, where's the bottle? There we go. It's Cheirosa 71. And I don't know what it's supposed to smell like. Wrap yourself in cozy cashmere with decadent notes of caramelized vanilla, toasted macadamia, and tonka bean. I've never even heard of tonka bean. I don't know what the fuck that is. I have absolutely no idea what a tonka bean is. I know what macadamia is, and caramelized vanilla, but like, it smells kind of like cocoa gingerbready, and I fucking love gingerbread, chat. I am a huge gingerbread slut. I am a whore for gingerbread. So this thing smells amazing, and it's like a limited scent according to the website. I don't know if it's really limited or if that's some sort of like FOMO to get people to buy it, but it worked on me, and I bought it, and I love it. Coconut cream for the bum. Kirsche thinks with her behind. I do. Ginger butt noted. Yeah, so they had, instead of like, the bum cream is literally what like their first lotion ever was called, and they've made a whole bunch of scents since then. But this is like the first one that I've bought that's not the bum cream specifically. You and the redheads make foxy gingerbread pancakes. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Your friend has it. She loves it too. It smells so fucking good. You heard tonka beans like a vanilla, but with a hint of spice? I could see it. Ginger cream for the sweet ginger ass. Yeah, true. Tonka beans alone aren't legal in the US, as far as the beans themselves aren't legal as food. Wait, why? Why are tonka bean illegal in the US? And Cheirosa is nice smelling. And with the Cheirosa lotion, they gave me a free full-size lip balm thing. And this thing is pretty big, all right? Like, it's a thick fucking lip balm. It's like at least the average dick size, you know? And it has a bunch of stuff written on it. It's just called Brazilian Kiss. Kupa Sao Lip Butter. I think the C with, like, the little penis on it is pronounced, like, Shao, maybe? I can't speak Portuguese. The FDA banned them in 1954 because they contain coumarin, a chemical compound that can damage the liver. However, it's unlikely that someone would consume enough tonka beans to reach toxic levels. Why don't we just ban assault apples then, alright? If they wanted to ban tonka bean because of the weird chemical inside of them, but you couldn't consume enough bean to actually poison yourself, what about apples? They have that thing in the seeds. The thing that I can't remember. Assault apples, yeah. 4-inch bottles. Can't be that expensive, right? Yeah, cyanide, that shit. Cyanide. Was it cyanide or arsenic in the apples? I don't know. One person said arsenic, but most people are saying cyanide. I just remember that, like, there's something in apples that theoretically could kill you, but you'll never eat enough of it. No, Kirsche, don't give them ideas. It's still daylight. I'm already this horny. What do you mean? So every time I use this lip balm, I'm kissing a Brazilian, apparently. And then on the bottom of it, it says, Manteiga de cupacial para labios baume levres al bier de cupacial dulce de leite. Is that like dulce de leche, but in Portuguese? Labios? Yeah, you know, the thing that women have? Manteiga is butter. Oh, I like butter. I'm putting the butter on the dog. She's summoning demons. Am I ready for the Trump-Zelensky drama? I have a couple of tabs on that, because I was still somewhat asleep when that was happening. Leche. Hola, ¿cómo estás? You love the nuts? They have a weird shape, though. I've never seen a Tonka nut, because I've never heard of it until now. Peach pits have more cyanide in them than apple seeds, apparently? Well, I don't like peaches. Wait, what lips do it go on? It goes on your mouth lips, like on your face. The Brazilian butter dog. Dulce de leche milk is sweet? Yeah, I make it all the time in Cook Serve Delicious, not in real life. Hey girl, want to see my Tonka nuts? They're illegal in the US. True. Cocoa beans are also toxic, but our immune system is stronger. I love how toxic cocoa beans are. Brazil nuts, not Tonka. You don't know what those are. Doesn't like peaches. That's a crime in Georgia. Good thing I don't give a shit about Georgia. We should have burned it to the ground again. Sherman didn't finish the job. Cook Serve Delicious is real life? I mean, it might as well be. Tonka nuts look like long raisins, just extra black. Well, it checks out. They are from Brazil. You have cocoa butter lip balm, guaranteed victory if you can kiss a girl with it. Women love the idea of kisses that taste like chocolate. I'd be very confused if I kissed a man and he tasted like chocolate. I'd be like, what the fuck is going on with that? Tonka nut cream pie. I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Butter dog, but sung in Portuguese. Speaking of, Mr. T-Roth A. Mr. T-Roth A, my guy. Fucking 50 gift members on the YouTubes. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, guy? Thank you. Actual psychopath running from the orderlies too over there. Thank you. Thank you, T-Roth, my guy. Maybe my man is gay and using a chocolate lipstick. Maybe he stole my Brazilian kisses for himself. Grapes are grotesquely obese raisins and you shouldn't eat them. Fuck you, buddy! I like the obese raisins because the skinny raisins are disgusting and wrinkly. They're gross. They should be thrown in the trash because that's where they belong. Give me the obese grapes any day, as long as they're red. I'm racist against green grapes. I think those are disgusting. Actual Findom shit. Never mind Audi. This guy's fucking insane. What is he talking about? What is he talking? This bitch-ass streamer thanks people who give her gift members. What a Findom. Fucking, I'm out of here. How dare she thank people who give her shit? Green grapes are shit. They are. Whoever invented the green grapes, go back in time and shoot him. Prevent him from doing that. Ever had cotton candy grapes? I don't like the cotton candy grapes either. They're like long finger shaped and they have a weird texture. Very strange. Very gross. Notice how Trump dressed down Zelensky, gave him a new one? I have not heard any of it yet. I have some tabs open for it. I wanted to go through the Epstein shit first, because, like, Man, I made a joke post before it came out, and I was like, imagine if the Epstein drop happens and it's all just 70 pages of blacked out, redacted names. Wow, imagine that. It was the blanked out, redacted names that we had unredacted like 4 fucking years ago. Lindsey Graham just signed Z's death warrant. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Purple grape supremacy. Purple grapes are the only real grapes. At least green apples have a purpose. You use them in baking. But green grapes, they're fucking worthless. Green grapes are for white wine. Yeah, and white wine's disgusting! I did the 1970s woman white wine diet, and that's the only time in my life I've ever had to drink white wine, and I never want to drink it again. That shit is grotesque. Blasphemy. I like red wines, alright, okay? Like a Sauvignon. That's pretty good. That's some pretty good wine. All gapes are delicious. Rare fox woman? Alright, okay. Well, we're not talking about licking gaped ass, so I mean, you too, you, buddy. How could you? Did you forget that jokes become reality? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call it. Stop bringing your cuck shit here. Yeah, Trump and Zelensky was embarrassing for both parties. I wouldn't know. I haven't heard what they said yet. Used to love red. Became allergic. How did you become allergic to wine? White ice wines are pretty good, but otherwise red is better. Red is just decisively better. Like, I think a white wine is the only thing I've ever drank that makes my mouth feel dry afterwards. Help. It was a red wine you had once called Naked Redhead. Embarrassing for both parties, quoted by person who hates Trump. Hello, Fox Lady. Hello, Daka. Wine is mid. I can agree with that take. Wine is absolutely mid, except for cooking. I love using both white and red wine in cooking. My risotto, that bitch has like a cup of white wine in it, dude. my risotto definitely made with white wine. All of my beef stews made with red wine. My steaks, after I fucking pan fry them, I deglaze with a red wine and then I let them rest in the red wine reduction, man. Like, it's great. Great for pasta. It's pretty good for pasta. Get in contact with something often enough, you have a small chance of developing an allergy to it. If I ever develop an allergy to the things I enjoy eating, I'll just die, like, on the spot, honestly. Honestly. Also, unfortunate news. Apparently, my Crime Boss affiliate link has been internally disabled for, like, basically the last month. And I wasn't told about it. It was still, like, in my dashboard, it was still registering people that were buying the game. But since my link has been public, I have a bunch of registered sales in the link, but I have not been getting the 20% split, which is weird. And then I guess 505 decided that they were going to end the program without telling anyone. And then they were just like, oh, just kidding, we're not going to end the program, so we'll get that set up again. So I don't know what's going on exactly, but don't use the link for now because I don't know what's going on. I definitely asked for clarity. I was like, please provide information from 505 when you can. I don't know what's happening. They need to pay you for the sales. Well, I mean, they have all of the data for how many sales happened, so in theory, they should be able to pay what the dashboard did not. So, Foxu robbed. I hope I get my share. It's messed up. I mean, it's like, I've never used the Xsola platform, and I think this was 505's first time doing, like, a partner link. So that's why I'm not, like, too stressed about it, but I wanted to make sure people weren't still using the link at this current time. Like, it is still tracking sales, even though they said they disabled it, which makes no sense. So, like, just don't use the link for now, because I don't know what's going on. I got crime bossed! A swiggity swooty. Nah, there's no need to lawyer up. Like, I've had nothing but good conversations with the in-game devs. I am not sweating this at all. I'm not worried in any way, shape, or form. I'm just like, I just want information, you know? Like, I know it's hard. I know there's a lot of back and forth because you get to talk to a bunch of different people. robbed by the government because they know you refused to pay them last year. Don't do that. Don't do that. Subscribe, buy her gamer sub streams, that'll help. Yeah, the gamer sub sale just ended, actually, an hour ago. Let me go unpin my tweet since it's not 21% off anymore. Today's the 28th. Let's unpin this tweet. No more 21% off at gamersubs.com. It is back to its regular 10%. Back to the regular numby. We are on the cusp of March. I have a date for my drop in March. It will be a Friday. I just cannot give you the date as of yet because I still need to sign some shit, but we will be having fucking exciting announcements soon, TM. Soon, TM. Should be stressed about being used to sell something with an agreement of payment only to have the payment withheld. Well, I mean, like, yeah, it's not like I'm not, you know, a little upset about it, right? But it's not something I'm stressing because I don't think they're trying to screw me over. Especially, like, the in-game people. I do not think they would do that. I think 505 is just really, really bad at communication. So, like, I'm not sweating it because I know it's going to get fixed, is basically what I'm saying, you know? You'll figure it out. Yeah, like, it's gonna get figured out. That's why I'm not, like, worried. Like, yeah, I'm upset that it happened, but I'm not worried because I trust the people I've been talking to for the past, like, year and a half, you know? Converted so many people to Quine Bobs using the link you hope they get it fixed. I hope so, too.
Twitter and was immediately flooded with artists. Within that first hour I received tons of DMs, comments and notifications. Didn't know artists were starving out here. What should I look out for?
Every single one of those DMs is from a scammer. Like, I don't even have to look at them, and I can tell you with about 99.9% accuracy, every single DM you received is from a scammer. Mr. Pickman, thank you for the $25 doodles. Unironically, if you want to find an artist for something, instead of going through, like, X and Twitter like I do, and probably getting scammed by 50% of the artists you reach out to anyways, even if they're not bots, go use VGen. VGen is a really good website. Where is my browser that comes up on screen here? VGen. I'm opening it for you. I open it for you. Shwimps and Prime Web. Yep! Help! So this is VGen. It's just the letter V, GEN.com. Or, sorry, .co. There's no M. VGen.co. And you can look for pretty much anything here that you want. Illustrations, 2D avatars, 3D models, emotes, stream assets, graphics, animation, music. Just anything you could think of. And these artists, they all have, like, reviews. And I think on a website like this, it's probably pretty important to do reviews for the artists because these are all, like, you know, little indie stores of people being self-employed, as it were. I typically am really fucking autistic about leaving reviews, but when it comes to, like, small things like this, I try to push through the anxiety and do it. But VGen is what I would recommend. It's like Skeb, but you can actually communicate with the artist, which is why I think it's better than Skeb. I think Skeb is basically a waste of money and a scam. Like, I love Japanese artists, and, like, absolutely no shade to people who use it. Gadraji uses it, and Gadraji is an artist that I found through Twitter, and I absolutely adore Gadraji. But I don't like using an art service where you pay money, and it's against TOS to communicate with the artist. And the one time I used Skeb to get something, the artist didn't deliver all of the files I needed, and since I can't contact them under TOS, I was just fucked. So it was like, well, I spent my money and they didn't give me the one file I needed, so now this is worthless and was a waste of money. Can you get a crusade to reclaim the Holy Land? You're just looking for artists for a project and no idea VGen existed. This is great. Yeah, I think VGen is great because it weeds out the people who will basically fuck around with your time and take like 3 years to finish something.
Can confirm got my concept art for my model from VGen and Kirsche's suggestion, and while my model and rig were not through them, they got me started. Thanks again for hyping them up, Kirsche. Work time now. Happy stream.
Solvani, thank you for the 25, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. How is it acceptable to have TOS that prevents you from contacting the person you're buying from? That's just how it is. It's a Japanese website. I don't know Japanese law, so I'm just assuming that's a normal thing for them. Keep records, keep receipts, yeah. I have a rigger as well that will be working with Gidraji, so I'll be very happy to hopefully have a 2D model finished later this year. It'll be really funny if Gidraji finishes this model before the one I commissioned in 2022 that was supposed to be my main model that is now years behind schedule because there were a lot of delays and now the rigger is just dead silent and I don't know what's happening. And keep this place in mind, it'll be good for taking commissions. Yeah, if you are an artist, it would be good to get on VGen if you can. Kirsche got her very own hard art! Jesus Christ. Isn't that the point? You're supposed to be able to tell the artist what you'd like? What timeline is this? I mean, like, when you order something off of Skeb, you give the artist, like, a brief of what you would like, but they don't have to follow it. So, like, they like, if you ask for, like, a pineapple with cherries on top, they could give you, like, a pineapple with oranges on top, and that's just what you get. You know? So, I'm like, hello there. How do you even explain it to the guy thinking the fox girl is real? What do you mean? The 21% code still works. It will still work, but it isn't 21% anymore. It's only 10% off at GamerSupps. It was always the same code. It's always going to be code Kirsche, but it's no longer 21%. That sale is over. It is only 10% right now. Skeb is actually technically a gacha. And then again, you have a few artists that you follow religiously since you like their art and you commission arts for personal consumption. Yeah, like if it's just for personal consumption and you don't really care about it taking forever to get done, possibly, or not being completely accurate, or not getting all of your files, like, Skeb would be fine for someone like that. But if you're, like, a VTuber and you're buying art as, like, a business expense, or you're buying art for, like, commercial purposes, I would just not fuck around with it. And, like, if I find artists on Skeb that I like, I see if they take commissions outside of Skeb. And some of them do. And those are the ones that I'll typically commission. Man, you missed out on the 21%. I tried talking about it frequently while the sale was going on, because it was up for about a week. It was a week-long sale. Week-long sale. Any fruit you want, so long as it's oranges. If you want a VTuber model and your modeler wants something fixed, you're shit out of luck. Yeah, that's why I wanted to, like, have my artist and a rigger, like, in a group chat together, because then it's not like the rigger is handed a completely finished art file and then they're like, oh, I need some more layers here, I need some fixes here, I need this over there, these layers need to be separated, right? Like, if they're talking through the whole process, I just feel like that would make it easier, right? Told yourself you'd get something Friday, scoffed cry. Oh no, yeah, you had until 2 p.m. Eastern. Now, the site sounds like RuneScape Support Center. I feel like it's illegal for the company to provide customer support. Speaking of being illegal, I attended the bridge meeting yesterday. Hold on, I'm trying to find a put-off here. I had a put-off on the newest bridge thing because I sent out something that wasn't a smart brief. Here we go. Here we go. You snagged some blowhole blast. Where's the Foxu merch? It'll be in March. It'll be in March. How did they let a fox in? It was actually a really interesting meeting. It was a really interesting meeting. They had some new people there that I hadn't seen before. They had, like an HR manager guy from McCormick, like the spice company. And a lot of the people there were basically talking about how their companies are changing the language so they can stay committed to the DEI work without having to fear what's going on legally. So they're basically just talking about how they're continuing to do, you know, what we've known they've been doing for ages. And they were talking about how they would like to have a meeting to discuss how to reassure people that that is what's happening, so they don't feel as much anxiety around the media cycle that's trying to tell people companies are getting rid of DEI when that's not what's happening. So, like, the next meeting is going to be them giving advice and counseling to industry insiders on how to reassure people that DEI is actually not going away. Never cared for that dude, literally all my spices are from McCormick. Like, I'm fucking shit out of luck, dude. Just about every job I'm on Indeed is still doing DEI. I can't remember, like, some of the verbiage they use, but they did mention, like, how some of the titles have been changed, how, like, companies have dissolved the DEI departments and then dispersed the DEI employees elsewhere to continue doing the work, but under, like, regular job titles. Not McCormick. That's one of your favorite spice companies. I know, me too! I guess you're a Lowry's girl now. I don't even know the names of any other spice companies besides McCormick, man. That's how bad it is in my house. The infiltration, Foxu. Very, very infiltrative. I'm going to need to respond because they haven't reached back out to me yet. I was waiting because the political company people who had reached out to me, they said that they were workshopping some questions so that they could have a, like, fleshed out interview with me about all the bridge stuff. But I didn't reply to them. I was just waiting. But I'm gonna make a reply, and I'm gonna talk about the current meeting and then ask them, like, if they want to set a date for that. Remember, chat, always lie about your race and sexual orientation and disability when applying to a job. Yeah, I think I told YouTube because they did like some sort of identity survey, and I wasn't able to skip out of it to get back to my creator dashboard. So I was like, yeah, I'm a fucking Polynesian, black, transgendered, non-binary. Like, I just like picked everything. I was like, yeah, I'm all of this shit. Fuck it, YouTube. If you're gonna force me to respond. McCormick used to be made in Hunt Valley, Maryland. It's literally the only brand except the super expensive organic free trade certified spices. Did anyone from Bridge know who I am? No. Obviously not, dude. People, like, in the regular YouTube sphere still don't know who I am. There's zero chance that, like, industry powerhouses are gonna know who the fuck I am. Should try to record the meetings? Oh, I have all of them recorded. This is one of the big questions that I plan on, like, needing an answer from the political people who reached out to me, because it's like, I want to play these meetings. They're all an hour long, but they're an hour long of, like, the CEOs, COOs, HR heads, Cheryl Dijer herself saying everything they're going to be doing. And it's like, it's frustrating and it's incredibly informative. And so it's like, these are things I want to play on stream. These are things I want to get out to the general public, but I need to make sure that I am safe in doing so. You're awake for Foxu News. One day I'll join a meeting and their first words will be, we gotta do something about that Fox girl. That'll be really funny. Oh my god. Did I see the Trump-Zelensky meeting? I haven't. I do have tabs on that though. I do have tabs. This shit's spooky behind enemy lines. I would love to go to their retreat in May, but I'm not part of a company, so I don't have thousands of dollars to just drop on going to a fucking DEI retreat as a fake undercover journalist. I have no journalistic training. I have no wire to wear inside of my booba. I'm pretty sure California is a two-party consent state, so I'm pretty sure that's also illegal to do there. Like, I don't have journalistic training, so I would be very much out of my depth if I spent thousands of dollars to go there. They will assassinate you. Bro, I could fit in so well, you have no idea. I am a white woman. I am the perfect infiltrator. It's wild. Grima got thrown out. I don't know what a Grima is. James O'Keefe, you think, has courses to train people for that? Yeah, people mentioned that, and I reached out to James O'Keefe, but he never responded. I don't really expect any of the people I reach out to really respond to this shit, because they are all, like, far more important and well-known people than I am. And, like, I know how busy I am, so I can only imagine how busy those people are. Except Robbie Starbuck. He was messaging me for a bit, and then I gave him all my bridge information. And I don't know if he even read it. Ask Legal Mindset, he might be able to give insight if it's legal. To play on stream? I don't think so, because that's not like the kind of legality shit that he deals with. California's a two-person consent state for what it's worth. Did I say one person? I think I meant two-person, yeah? If it was one person, I wouldn't have to worry about it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a two-person consent state, which means, like, I can't record people unless I tell them I'm recording. So, like, I don't know how undercover journalists can do that shit, right? Like, I don't know what that means. I mean, I would legitimately do the honeypot trap for undercover journo. Yeah, I said to. Okay, good. Okay, good. I don't remember what I say after I say it, so if I read something in chat that sounds like it was, you know, contradictory to what I said, I'm like, oh shit, did I say the wrong thing? Could record them and then just transcribe it later. Pull a harmful opinion, say you can't stop. Oh yeah, sorry, I came to this DEI retreat, but also I'm a registered sex offender, so I'm legally not allowed to stop recording. Do the harmful opinion strategy, man. I'm pretty sure they would kick me out for making it an unsafe space, because they are really dedicated to making it a safe space by having absolutely no recordings whatsoever. It's true, you saw what she did to Kronk. Unpopular Onions just keeps winning. I hope someone sent him that clip from my last stream when I talked about the fucking POCD shit. I want to see him get one of those like meetings with a POCD fucking psychologist. I need to see that, dude. They'll say you're among friends. Am I sure Robbie Starbuck isn't some sort of controlled opposition? At this point, I'm not sure anymore, man. Like, he's been given so much information from, like, myself replying to him, myself in DMs, you guys replying to his tweets, like... There's no way he's, like, lacking in brain cells. Like, I just don't believe that. So, I don't know what's going on, man. I thought I was gonna send him the clip, that's why you clipped it and sent me the clip? Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to send it to him. I mean, I guess I could send it to the Onions, man. You watch a stream of someone talking about harmful opinions video, and he was in the comments spurging out when he couldn't answer questions, just fucked off? What are you talking about? What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Like, harmful Onions was spurging, or like the fucking person you were watching? He's a TERF! I gave you PTSD with the POCD shit. It's pretty bad, and it's pretty bad whenever I see people, like, defending it. It's very fucking strange. Starbucks rise is so inorganic, you're more prone to believe he's a plant. The fact that every single article calls him out as, like, spearheading the anti-DEI shit, and that he takes credit for every company, quote-unquote, getting rid of DEI, even though they had it, like, in the works for months, if not years in the case of Amazon, is just like, Richard Spencer's certainly controlled opposition. True. You got here late? What is POCD? TLDR, POCD is pedophilia obsessive compulsive disorder. And in theory, it would be a thing that's like, oh, if you were traumatized as a child, if you were exposed to, like, pedophilic things as a child, you now are terrified and have, like, an obsessive compulsion disorder over not wanting to become a pedophile, like what you had to go through or what you had to witness when you were younger. In theory, that's what it would be used as. Unfortunately, when we were reading through a lot of the documents on this shit, it was basically like, well, if you're having thoughts of pedophilia, but you're disgusted with yourself, that doesn't make you a pedophile. Maybe you should watch some child pornography to really make sure. Like, the way that they described it was just absolutely fucking disgusting. Like, literal glowy dance tear disgust at what POCD is. Ew, and they claim to need to be exposed to CP for therapy and molest the kids. Yeah, it's so weird. Rancid, thank you, Base Foxy. Yeah, it's fucking awful. I thought the sounding stuff was traumatizing until you heard the POCD shit. I was like, I know that shit's kind of heavy for, like, a fucking anime clown woman on the internet, but when pedos are trying to change language and hide behind new acronyms and use that as a defense, I feel like it's pertinent for everyone to know what that language is, in my opinion. Can't wait for my cup to drop next month, baby! Literally the kind of arguments that people that get caught with CP make. It's literally just the minor attracted person, or like the map language rebranded. That is literally all it is. Watching that VOD from yesterday was upsetting, to say the least. Yeah, it got a little heavy. Tomorrow is next month already. I know, I can't give you a date yet, though. I can't give date. That's what POCD means. It is. There was, unfortunately, a lot of people defending it in the comments when Rev had said that, like, he looked it up and was gonna throw up. And a lot of people were like, oh, he just doesn't know what it means. It's a real disorder where people aren't really pedophiles and you guys just don't understand. You're misconstruing it. And so I was like, all right, okay, no misconstruing. I'm gonna pull up all of the fucking sources on my stream, all right? So everybody knows without question what this shit is. It's not my fault, officer. I have a disorder. Yeah, where have we seen the tactics of rebranding and redefining things before? If map didn't work, so they moved to this. Yeah, they've moved on from it's a sexuality, you bigot, to I have a disorder. That means I need pity, not shame. This is the worst has to be the stories of those kinds of individuals. Oh yeah, they had a fucking comment section on one of the websites where like people with POCD could explain like their fucking disorder, and one of them was a father who had like a 6-month-old daughter, and he was like rubbing some sort of like medication or whatever into her chest to get her to go to sleep, and then he was like, oh, I felt a little button nub, I guess that's what he refers to the nipple as, and then he thought to himself, oh, this feels nice, and then kept doing it, and he was like, I don't know, maybe that's wrong, but it felt good. It's like, what, they were just a fucking pedophile, what do you mean? Nobody thinks that. That's not a normal thought! He doesn't know what it means, though. He knows exactly what it means, and he's violently disgusted by this newfound knowledge. They're just evil. Can we put them in a metal crusher? We need one at this point, dude. Here we go again. Tales from the pedo abyss, Brother Goose. We need the cleansing fire from the oats. The fucking button, yeah. So if you really want a huge recap of POCD, watch whatever stream I talked about it. I can't remember if it was Sunday's stream or if it was Saturday's. I know it was maybe Tuesdays. I don't know what days are anymore, chat. My whole timeline is just fucked up, dude. I will not say what I want to say. A non-consensual diddling of others is the only known treatment quoted by the medical establishment in 10 years. A vid should be going up on the channel soon about it. Oh, thank you. I didn't know you and Stray Wolf were working on that. You guys are fucking on point, dude. Thank you. God hates taxes. Thank you for the 2. Yo, Kirsche, my jugs jug has arrived. Yeah, usually they sell out of those fucking jugs super quick, but they
need to bend over so I can spank you.
Wait, what?
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
I'm not supposed to be doing the spanking. It's supposed to be Tucker Carlson, but apparently we're both gonna spank you, chat. I don't even know what Nim does to my alerts anymore. That's, I don't know what's happening. I just work here. One for each cheek. Yeah, Tucker Carlson and I are gonna double team your booty cheeks. You're not leaving until they're as red as the country's gonna be after Trump's term. You saw the Venom movie with the wood chipper aliens? Oh, we need an army of those things for the pedophiles. Oh my god. I need to give you a heads up next time. You weren't expecting I wasn't expecting my voice. Help. You're horrified that you have cursed knowledge from the Foxu. However, you're glad that you do so you can provide fight to the evil of the world. Yeah, exactly. Like, fucking exactly. A second spanking alert has hit the stream. Building 7 is no longer safe. Tracy, I'll thank you for the 5-month resub, my guy. You can see the light freedom. Chat, catch me. Catch that man. We can't let him escape. He's gonna do a Kirsche.
Please enjoy placenta ice cream.
Sorry, that was me. You were testing alerts. No problem, Nim. I got surprised. Seems to work fine. Thank you, Nimothy. Thank you, Nim. I think you turned the wrong anime on. This one is making no-no jokes. Well, I mean, if you're under 18, get the fuck out. Otherwise, welcome, first-time chatter. I'm sick. Help me. Cure me. I can't remember when, but there was an experiment by perverts that boiled down to them claiming children can consent because they could orgasm, but most of their claims were them crying and passing out from them doing shit to them. If you remember, they were socialists. I have, like, vague recollection of what you're talking about, but also that's what John Money did as well when he coined the term gender, and he is, like, the prime source that is quoted for, like, transgender ideology. That's just Kinsey! Morgan, thank you for the member, dude. You always learn the darndest things from your streams. Makes going to work entertaining. Yeah, anime foxes say the darndest things. Panicked Battle Droid, thank you for the 5. Alright, boys, I like the pits, the fox who mentioned POCD, and God, I hate having to edit chats. Eric Jimenez, thank you for the 3-month member. So have I seen the president and the vice president sodomizing Zelensky? He's about to get Gaddafi due to today's actions.
Vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
No, you chat.
Glacier Jake, thank you for the 690. You just want to hear it again? You wanted to hear Tucker Carlson give you a vigorous spanking? I still can't believe that's fucking real, man. I love that so much. You're still finishing editing the POCD clip, but maybe it'll be up on the channel tomorrow. Okay.
Because you've been a bad girl.
Spider God, thank you for the 690. Double audio spanking clip all the way across the chat. The chat deserves many spankings. I have not seen the Zelensky stuff yet. I have some of it pulled up in tabs, but I have not heard it yet. I've not heard it yet. Did I hear about the German government program that knowingly put orphans with convicted pedos? I have. And I think it is a tragedy that so many of the books got burned in Nazi Germany from the Weimar Institute, or Frankfurt Institute rather, sorry, from the Frankfurt Institute, because I feel like if we had a lot of that literature, we might have been able to prevent the likes of John Money and the shit that we're dealing with today. I understand why they burned those books, because they give normal humans feelings of inherent disgust, but I think it did humanity a disservice to get rid of them, because then we couldn't accurately prepare for it happening again. It deserved to be burned. Again, I understand why they burned it. They shouldn't have, because it left us open to it happening again. I do not think we would be in the same position we are in current year with all of the gender ideology stuff if those books had not been burned. Destroying the past means you can't learn from it. Absolutely. You have to preserve the bad things as well so that you can not repeat them, as it were. You don't want them earned like you don't want Confederate statues torn down. Yeah. Burned what? After the ball? I don't know what that means. Burning the past does not get rid of it. True. It just makes you more open to it happening again because you can't prepare yourself. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Burning evidence is not wise. Correct. Again, I understand why they did it, and it, like, I think any normal human would feel the need to do so out of pure disgust, but that makes it all the more important to not burn. Because if you're that disgusted by it, you don't want, like, your children or your children's children or your children's children's children to ever have to experience the stuff that was in those books, right? The world has held, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. The quote. They burned it because they thought they could go all the way. Hubris. I mean, yeah, we all suffer from that sometimes. Sometimes. Thankfully, the internet is archiving everything this time. Oh, sometimes. Sometimes you get there a bit late. Sometimes you're a bit late on archiving things. But speaking of archiving things, I had KB archive this in a putuf because I didn't want to have my email on stream. But Bridge is talking about, don't mind the size, it's a little squimped. Bridge has been talking about Project Forward. We already know that Bridge does the IMAX, which is their 72 axis, like the Axis powers, 72 axis principles that DEI should be ingrained in. And that's part of, like, the pricing equity, the equity of availability, blah, 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 blah. All that good stuff that they want to have happen. Project Forward is their new initiative. But first, some digs. I'm loving this. Kylan Last, thank you for the 5,000 biddies, my guy. Thank you. If you erase history, you are doomed to repeat it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Stuff like that's not even my history, like the Buddhist statues that get torn down in the Middle East because, you know, ISIS doesn't like them. I don't like seeing that shit either. I don't like seeing that shit either. I have no horse in that race, but it's like I don't want to see that. Malik Torihane, thank you for the 9 months of prune. Congrats on your birth. You lay dormant within the tangent-fueled womb of the Kamiyoshi Foxu. Now, my presence is known, my placenta served on a silver platter to grow in strength for the coming times. Happy 9 months! Glorious occasion was in the newspaper! Check Kirsche memes. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Is it gonna explode on me like the newspaper machine in motherfucking Song of Horror, dude? Thank you for the 9 months. I hope you enjoy some placenta-wrapped chimkins. But there's Bridge Forward here. They're going to be coming out with even more information on Project Forward, but this is the first and longest thing they've really done on it. They've mentioned Forward briefly in their meetings that I've gone to, and they've mentioned it briefly in, like, smart briefs and the monthly recap buzz letters, but this is like a big sort of explanation. About Project Forward. An attack on DEI is an attack on innovation and business growth. Led by Bridge, Project Forward is a cross-industry initiative designed to chart our collective path forward and meet the current moment head-on. In partnership with top experts in academia, law, and our board members, we are dedicated to equipping, educating, and empowering leaders in diversity, equity, and inclusion, marketing, and business to continue to drive inclusive innovation and sustainable growth. And in this last meeting where the McCormick HR guy came to speak as well, Cheryl Dijja was incredibly interested in having one-on-one talks with him on how to spearhead more of these initiatives as well. So I don't know if we're going to get, like we did with Cisco or like we did with Elf, any of the like information from when they talk privately. We'll have to see. Every Friday, we intend for Project Forward to provide critical updates on executive orders and legislative developments, featuring legal interpretations from Stacey Hawkins, Esquire, diversity and employment practices consultant and Rutgers professor of law, as well as Jessica Golden Cortez, partner labor and employment group, Davis and Gilbert, LLP. We'll also provide the bridge point of view and tangible actions to consider. Read on for the expert assessment that will help you navigate this evolving landscape. Asterisk, these Project Forward updates should not be construed as legal advice or counsel. They are for educational and instructive purposes only, to aid our understanding about how best to actively continue our mission in response to this moment. I like how you always have to put that whenever you talk, like, as a legal professional. I can't have people misconstrue it. How nice of her to list people who should be arrested. Absolutely. Absolutely. Executive Order 14151. On January 20th and 21st, 2025, Trump issued a series of executive orders that attempt to curtail workplace DEI efforts across the federal workforce. And this is the executive order ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. Legal interpretation. These executive orders directives dismantle the DEI efforts in the federal workforce, established under previous administrations by mandating the following actions. Eliminate all federal offices, positions, programs, policies, and practices that involve or in any way support DEI. Terminate all federal contracts for DEI-related services. Remove any considerations of race, sex, religion, or equity from federal recruitment, hiring, or performance management processes. The bridge point of view says, many confusing headlines insinuate incorrect conclusions that private employers' DEI practices are unlawful or have to be dismantled. That is not the case. This moment, calls for a thoughtful and pragmatic approach which should likely include a review of your current DEI practices, in consultation with legal counsel to ensure your DEI practices are within the confines of longstanding federal, state, and local anti-discrimination laws. And now, again, ooh, what the fuck? This is what I've been saying. Every time someone has come in and been like, Trump has signed the executive orders, DEI is over, DEI is completely gone, man, like, we've won. It's like, well, now hold your horses there, little Jimmy. It's amazing that Trump has signed these. It's great that him and Elon are going to be rooting out DEI in the federal sector. But that has nothing to do with the private sector. These companies like Bridge and these companies that we've talked about, unless they have contracts with the federal government, they're not beholden to anything in this executive order, right? This is all at the federal level. So again, like the Cisco guy here, he's playing with fucking fire because Cisco has contracts with the government. But places like Johnson & Johnson or Condé Nast or Sephora or any of these other companies, Campbell's Soup, any of these companies working with Bridge, they do not have to dismantle jack shit. They can just tell you they're dismantling things. They can tell you that they're stopping their public reporting, but they are not beholden to the executive orders, which is where we come in, and we still have work to do in the private sector and bringing these companies to the attention of DOJ and of the administration if they have federal contracts, again, like Cisco. Executive orders are not enacted laws. Also true. Also true. This moment calls for a thoughtful and pragmatic approach, which should likely include a review of your current DEI practices, in consultation with legal counsel to ensure your DEI practices are within the confines of the long-standing federal, state, and local anti-discrimination laws. Now, they say that you should consult with legal counsel. And if they have lawyers, like they set up here, if they have like Stacey Hawkins and Jessica Cortez here, if they have these lawyers that are going to help companies read this legal language from the lawsuits that have been pushed and from affirmative action being removed, If they're going to have this legal counsel help them word things to keep pushing DEI, even under different names, even as a way to like subvert it from being noticed, they're going to be in a decently powerful position to still do things that should be illegal, but they've loopholed themselves into a way where they're not going to get in trouble for it, which is again where we come in, talking about it, noticing it, bringing it to the attention of people who can tangibly go after these companies for it happening. Speaking of Doge, did I see Jon Stewart had a full-blown meltdown? I did not. I don't watch anything that man does. Cisco CEO Chuck Robbins put it best. DEI is being discussed like it's a single-issue discussion, and you either believe it or you don't. And in reality, it's made up of 150 different things. Maybe even... Sorry, I keep fucking my throat, dude. Maybe 7 of them got a little out of hand. I think those 6 or 7 things are going to get solved, and then the core reasons that you have a diverse workforce are still there from a business perspective. You what? I keep feeling like my diaphragm constricting, and it feels like I have to both, like, burp and also pterodactyl hiccup at the same time. And so, like, my throat just kind of, like, squeezes itself, and it hurts real bad, so that's what I meant. They find a DC lawyer and judge to contest anything that Trump does? Yeah, right. Executive Order 14168. The order is defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. Legal interpretation is this executive order is directed specifically towards efforts designed to recognize, respect, and protect the rights and dignities of LGBTQ+ persons. That's a very interesting way to phrase it from the legal people Bridge is talking to, right? That's a very interesting way to say that in order for trans people to have rights, women need to fuck off. It instructs federal agencies to recognize only 2 sexes, male and female, and to eliminate language, references, and practices across the federal government, both internal to the workforce and in external public services, functions that acknowledge or refer to gender identity, gender expression, the existence of transgender, gender nonconforming, or non-binary persons, mandating that sex-based accommodations and anti-discrimination laws be interpreted solely according to the immutable biological reality of sex, and in a manner that expressly rejects any internal, fluid, or subjective sense of self unmoored from biological facts. Which is great. I love that. I love that they're doing that. This is what I voted for. Although this executive order cannot eliminate the protections for LGBTQ+ persons recognized by the Supreme Court in 2020 as existing under Title VII and preventing employment discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity and expression, it may reduce other protections for LGBTQ+ individuals within the federal workforce, such as access to gender-neutral bathrooms, preferred pronouns, or gender-congruent identity markers, and in federal public services like forms requiring gender identification. All right, so first of all, I like how they're calling these protections now instead of rights because they realized no one has the right to fucking preferred pronouns or gender congruent identity markers. That's not a right, man. So now they're being called protections. And also I saw the army was basically like, yeah, all transgender people get the fuck out. If you've ever had hormones, if you've ever had surgeries, if you've ever had a dysphoria diagnosis, get the fuck out. Making the army a bit more reasonable again. Wish their parents had used protection. What the fuck is gender congruent? So it's like, if you want to change on your birth certificate, like you are a biological male, and you want to change on your birth certificate to that male to female, that is allowed in quite a few states. So that would be a gender congruent identity marker. Based army, getting my shit together so I can return to the army. You almost want to say we need to do some required reading of this stuff before streams so we can follow along, but it'd be weird to do homework assigned from a streamer. I mean, if you guys want to like read this after stream, right? Like KB posts absolutely everything I read in the articles read on stream channel. It's a thread underneath the stream suggestions channel. So like even if you don't read it before stream, if you feel like I didn't really quite understand everything as she was talking, it went a little too fast for me, all of this stuff is posted in Discord so you can read it at your own pace on your own time. You know, like you get everything. Tumblr should have never banned porn. True, it's all Tumblr's fault. Although this order will alter how the federal government enforces sex-based anti-discrimination law by significantly narrowing the accommodation and non-discrimination obligations under these laws for LGBTQ+ persons, the order does not require non-federal entities to abandon any policies or practices that provide these accommodations or require non-discrimination for the LGBTQ+ community. So once again, they're saying, you know, basically what I've been reading from the articles in the Smart Brief for the last several months anyways. They're just writing it in plain language from a lawyer, saying that yes, while these protections are going to be rolled back for federal employees, which is bad in these people's opinion, if you are a private entity, if you are not working with the federal government, you do not have to abide by this. You can keep offering the same protections that you always have to these people, and you don't have to change anything. And Tumblr was the containment site. It really was. Read the past streams articles as prep. The Bridge point of view, so how Bridge is telling people to interpret the executive order and the legal advice. Bridge contends that enforcing a narrow, biologically fixed view of gender is not only an attack on nuanced, equitable policy, but also a strategy to weaponize women's and children's rights under the guise of protection. Bro, nobody is attacking grown men with fetishes on the basis of trying to protect women. Women, like, no woman feels like their rights are being weaponized in order to protect them in their own sports and changing rooms and bathrooms. Like, this, that is an absolute wild statement to make, dude. These people are nuts. They say protections, but they really mean privileges. Oh yeah, we know what they mean by protections. They originally called them rights because that was an easy way to fool normies into believing that, oh, transgender people's rights are under attack, but it's like, you don't have the right to mutilate children. You don't have the right to force people to have sex with you. You don't have the right to force taxpayers to pay for your cosmetic surgeries, right? Like, those are not rights. Yes, you've weaponized these victims to pursue a legal case against this criminal type logic. No, it's like, if women have to pay out of pocket for their cosmetic boob jobs, then the fetishistic males also should. And they don't have the right to force us to indulge in their delusions. Absolutely. That people get arrested for misgendering is just simply insane, as it were. And we're gonna talk about the fucking Worcester freaks again as well, because Amaranth got in trouble for looking at the Worcester Freaks video. She was looking at my state. How dare she? When are we going to care about white hetero men? Well, you're in luck, because these crazy acolytes say that now is the time. They were too exclusionary towards white cis men for too long, and that got them too much pushback. So if they want to continue pushing their ideology, they have to make more cis hetero white men feel like they're included in the actual inclusion. Even if you think that they shouldn't be there or they don't belong there, you should still use language that helps them feel included so that they learn to accept your ideology and they help you perpetrate it. They're trying to make you part of your own demise. Do not fall for it. You're too used to hearing after now is the time, followed by ethical cannibalism. I have a tab for that today, actually. But first, Bridge. This approach is an orchestrated effort to roll back inclusion, erasing hard-fought protections for transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people. All right, well, first of all, transgender people, very small percentage of the population. Most people who are hard fighting for these hard protections are actually just fetishistic men and ideologues wanting privileges and a way to completely shut down their opposition without having to try. Non-binary people, that's not real. Non-binary is not a real thing. That is not a real sex. You cannot, like, that's not real. That is just like a teen girl who wants attention. And gender expansive is just like the new word for fat people. Like I don't identify as obese. I'm gender expansive, actually. Like, what does that even mean? Pop off, queen! Let's go. Finally, you get to see a stream. Welcome, my guy. Critical actions we can take in the workplace: reaffirm commitment to inclusive policies that explicitly protect employees of all gender identities. Review HR policies to ensure workplace protections for transgender employees remain intact and continue to educate employee population on these policies and practices. And third, support employee resource groups focused on LGBTQ+ inclusion and gender equity. And again, A lot of these employee resource groups have come under fire for being exclusive because by definition they are. So a lot of places are starting to say like, yeah, we have like a Black and Indigenous resource group, we have an LGBTQ plus resource group, but you can apply to be in these even if you're not Black and Indigenous or LGBTQ. Are they going to accept you into them? The answer is absolutely not. But because they say that they're going to include you, that's all that matters, because you can't prove that they're being exclusive just because they didn't let you in. Why does it sound like they just want segregation again? Because that's what they've been advocating for since like 2013, my guy. And that really kicked off when the Black Lives Matter founders were like, yeah, we're trained Marxists, and basically explained how they want separation, segregation, and reparation. Your employer does that, it's cringe. You're included if you aren't in the group, but it's not like it helps you at all. For more context, see Cheryl Dyge's commentary, weaponizing are being used to advance discriminatory practices. That's very strange English. I don't know what she means by this, but let's see what her little post here says. Oh, it's a LinkedIn post. Weaponizing protection, how women's rights and child safety are being used to advance discriminatory policies. Oh, this was on the 18th, so this was recently as well. This was a very recent post by Cheryl. Interesting. When protection is a pretext for exclusion. Across government policies, a disturbing pattern is unfolding. Diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are being dismantled, and in the latest unconstitutional overreach, discriminatory measures targeting gender identity are being rebranded as efforts to safeguard women's rights and child safety. Hold on a fucking second. Hold on, I gotta bring up a Sargon tweet for this. At Twitter, Sargon of Akkad. This one. Oh, perfect. It's like in the little fucking Google preview. Fucking beautiful. I don't even have to search for it. I don't know where he got this from, but he has like a little screenshot here of like an off-center text message. I have no idea where he found this. But it says, if you oppose DEI, you should have to use the full phrase instead of the letters. Be brave and say, I oppose diversity, equity, and inclusion. Bonus points if you admit which part of that you don't like. Making it an acronym transforms it into a thought-terminating cliche. From now on, be proud of your opinions, but be specific. Let everyone know if it's diversity you don't like, or if it's equity, or if it's being inclusive. And in the bridge meeting yesterday, this is exactly what Cheryl Dyge wanted people to do as well. She said using DEI as an acronym takes the seriousness out of it. If somebody says that they oppose DEI, your response should be, what are you actually opposing? You want to force them into saying that they oppose diversity, equity, and inclusion. And they do this, again, this is the same exact thing as when people say they oppose Black Lives Matter. They can be shut down by being called a racist because, again, it's subversive language. Black Lives Matter doesn't mean what they're using it as. It is a cudgel to advance Marxism. It doesn't actually care about Black lives. It doesn't actually care about Black people. It is a way to silence opposition to the Marxism they're trying to promote. And so when they force you to say out loud that you are against diversity, against equity, and against inclusion, they can point at you and say, this person is a racist, they hate women, they hate gay people, they hate transgender people. They're against all of these things that make up our society, and that's what makes them a terrible, hateful person. And if you're against inclusion even, like, what kind of a fascist are you, right? They're going to paint you as the worst person possible. Because, again, like, diversity and inclusion, as they are not terrible things. They are not terrible words. This is how they subvert them. Again, we've had Amazon come out. We've had the CAA agency in California for all the actors and content creators come out and literally say diversity means less white people and less men and less straight people. And if they are so mask off in saying that, but it's only a small group of us that are reading what these people are saying, most people can still be convinced that when these people use diversity, they mean real diversity, not the subversion that we know it to be. And since they don't know it as a subversion, when you say you're against diversity, you're going to look like an asshole to all of these people who have bought into the subversive language. And this is the hope between Cheryl Dyge and wherever Sargon got this from, right? And he responded, he said, I oppose diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't think an obsession with skin color is a useful way to run anything. I am against forced equal outcomes on the basis of race, and I am for exclusivity and not inclusivity, because boundaries are what make things worth having. And he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right with what he says, and there are going to be ways that you can explain these things without playing into the hand of the subversives that want to paint you as a terrible person. But first you have to convince people that they are subverting language in the first place. That when they talk about diversity, it doesn't really mean diversity. When they talk about inclusion, it's not actually inclusion. And when they talk about equity, equity is a poisonous word in and of itself. It does not mean equality. The same way anti-racist does not mean not racist. Anti-racist is just being racist to the correct people. Wait till he finds out about dishwasher salmon. I don't know what that means. They like to pull out the card of you must be racist if you're against these core principles, but it's not the actual principles we're against, it's the way they're being used to subvert. Yeah, exactly. Unity over diversity. Yeah, that's a better way of saying it. Some of these things were stretched hella far. It's mainly inclusiveness, though. Dishwasher salmon? Yeah, I don't know what dishwasher salmon is. People are dumb and lazy. 99% of them will never listen to you when you point out how it's subversive. At best, they'll call you a conspiracy theorist. You're incredibly right. You are incredibly right. There are not that many people, even at this point where Black Lives Matter has been around for ages. They've been outed as scam artists. They've been outed as, like, you know, laundering the money they were given. You watch, like, politicians and whatnot do fundraisers for getting them out of jail. There's still so many people that buy into Black Lives Matter and even do the thing where they're just like, I don't support the organization, but I support the message. And it's like, by supporting the message, you're supporting that subversive language because you don't know what you're talking about. And it's the same again with the anti-racism message. Like, this is par for the course. What would be the chances of being more Ruby Ridges if things went or go wrong with the left getting worse with this communist bullshit? I don't know, man. But I wanted to show off his tweet here because I think it's very relevant, because this is exactly what they were saying in their meeting yesterday. Get people to expressly say out loud that they are against diversity, equity, and inclusion, using those words and not the acronym, because you then, as the subversive agent, have a better fighting position. They didn't use subversive agent, but I'm explaining it for you guys. Fun fact, Vincent Price did the dishwasher fish thing on Johnny Carson. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. A very great book. Chapter 8 was fire. What's being framed, back to Cheryl Dyge's article, by the way. What's being framed as protection is, in reality, an orchestrated effort to roll back inclusion, erasing hard-fought protections for transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people. Let's be clear, this isn't about protection, it's about erasure. A clear pattern of discriminatory attacks. GLAAD has documented 227 plus policy and rhetorical attacks against LGBTQ plus Americans under the Trump administration. Brother, what? Statement and facts for reporters on latest discriminatory and inaccurate executive order targeting transgender Americans. Resources for accurate and inclusive coverage. A fact sheet for transgender participation in sports, gender justice, trans inclusion, terms to avoid gender ideology and transgenderism. These are made-up terms used by opponents of gender-diverse people in attempts to dehumanize them and justify discrimination and harassment. Are they serious? Are they fucking serious about this? Gender ideology is a made-up term used by opponents? If that's a made-up term, are you going to admit that your gender is also made up? Like, can we stop playing pretend here? Terms to avoid: biological male or biological female. Biological sex characteristics are complex and not binary, and characteristics like hormones, chromosomes, and anatomy vary from person to person.
I just want you to know I'm only here to hate watch you. I hate the info you give me, even if it is stuff I should be aware of but can't stop watching because of your cute personality and soothing yet acquired taste voice.
Don't lie to me! It's because of my jiggle physics! Slightly buff weeboo. Thank you for the 25, my guy. Thank you. I also hate this. Terms like biological male are inaccurate to describe transgender athletes and some intersex athletes. Brother, what's the name of that stupid swimming guy? The swimming one that was like one of the first like super viral in every media outlet, like fucking biological male in a woman's sport. I can't remember his name. Leah Thomas, thank you. Fucking Leah Thomas, they like paraded him around as like a true and pure transgender. And when we looked into him on stream and we went down like his Instagram and some of his Facebook stuff and whatever the fuck he's dating, I can't even remember what they are. Yeah, he's just an autogynephiliac. He's like, that's fucking just blatantly obvious, man. Fetish freak, pretty much. And Kirsche shaking 24/7 like Shamiko in the massage chair. Pretty horrifying days, true. Facts include, the Trump administration has amassed more than 227 attacks against LGBTQ Americans in policy and rhetoric, including recent inaccurate, graphic, inflammatory executive orders. What are these attacks? Executive orders have been blocked in court as unconstitutional and illegal. Multiple orders are being challenged in court. Transgender people have been playing sports for decades. The NCAA and International Olympic Committee have developed scientifically based guidelines to ensure fairness and inclusion for at least a decade. You see how they fucking framed this? It's fairness and inclusion when women receive a horrendous injury due to biological males. NCAA President Charlie Baker testified in December that he knew of less than 10 transgender college athletes out of 510,000 total. Well, good. If there's so few of them, then it doesn't really matter, right? IOC guidelines say there should be no presumed advantage based on sex assigned at birth or sex characteristics. Yeah, that's true. As you're going through male puberty and having excess amounts of testosterone, buffering your bone strength, your muscle density, and your reach and your height, none of that really matters. That's not an advantage against women. Women are exactly the same as men, and that's why if you as a man get yourself caught in a burning building, well, that's just your fault for being in the wrong place, ain't it? Sports bans are part of a systematic and expanding targeting of transgender people and youth that has surged to include their medically necessary and supported healthcare, book bans and curriculum bans, and access to the restroom. Research shows states that include transgender participation have more girls participating in sports than states with bans. Why does this matter? Why does this matter? Maybe they're just larger states? Maybe they have larger schools? Like, what is fucking so what, dude? It should only be biological females in girl sports, man. Women and girls face significant barriers in sports that have nothing to do with transgender inclusion. Inequitable facilities, pay, marketing, abusive coaches, and racist, sexist, and homophobic harassment. Women have to deal with all these other problems, so they should just let fetishistic males have access to them and beating them out of scholarships before they even get to college. The whataboutery. A 2024 NCAA study shows female players receive a barrage of social media harassment. 80% of abusive posts were directed at March Madness athletes, with female basketball players receiving about 3 times more abusive messages than their male counterparts. Ask critics of trans inclusion for their policy proposals to address these real-life harms. What the fuck does this have to do with getting biological men out of women's sports? People saying mean things on social media is not the same thing. Like, what? The 2024 NCAA women's basketball and WNBA seasons and championships saw their highest ratings. 2 new winter women's basketball leagues are drawing robust crowds. A new professional women's hockey league is in its first season and recognizing contributions from diverse players. The NFL is looking into a women's flag football team, or league. Women's sports are expanding. There's no evidence trans inclusion is harming any area of sport. Well, that's because more people watch men's sports than women's sports. And I mean, if you have a chance to watch a man in a dress beat the fuck out of a woman, wouldn't you be at least a little bit curious how that's gonna go? Like, either because you're concerned for the woman's safety, you're someone who wants to write an article about it, you might just like watching women get beat up because you're crazy, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of reasons that people are going to tune into this because it just shouldn't be happening, man. Any guy in a women's hockey game is going to end with a killing. Jesus Christ. There's so expanding that no one watches them. And again, that's where the like pay gap comes from. Like, women's fucking teams do not get as much watch time as men, so they have less pay, less marketing, because all of that depends on how many people are tuning in. We saw that when that one lesbian chick was, like, complaining about her pay in comparison to the men's soccer teams, but then you saw the disparity in how much viewership men's soccer got versus women's soccer, and how they were all paid based on viewership, and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense, actually. VTubing is my favorite women's sports. The one sport where the men are resoundingly the losers. VTubing. The LFL got deep-sized by feminists. Women's soccer team keeps losing to teenage boys. True and real. Sports bans endanger all women and girls by encouraging baseless, false allegations and discriminatory invasive screening. All women are affected by policies that scrutinize and police women's bodies. Saying if you have a penis, if you are a biological male, you cannot play in women's sports is not endangering women and girls. Like, what kind of logic is this? Is this just like one of your coaches might be a molester, and if he has to check if you have a penis, he might molest you, and that's a danger to women and girls? What the fuck? A physical is invasive screening? Yeah, there is no logic, man. As far as I know, when you get the physicals done, they're usually done by a woman. And since it's Friday, here's a funny one. You got a pet newt and you named him Tiny because he's your newt. I don't get it. Previous Trump orders inaccurately claiming there are only two sexes have failed to acknowledge the existence of intersex people and the impact of inaccurate orders on them. Do not confuse having an intersex trait with being transgender. Intersex people can have sex characteristics that fall outside strictly male and female bodies. I don't understand why they're trying so hard to push the, like, scientifically there are not two sexes, because does anybody remember how we got here? We got here by people saying, well, gender is different from sex, so you can be a biological male or a biological female, but your gender might be different from that. But now they're saying that you can't even talk about biological male and biological female. Those are no-no words, and it's actually just patently incorrect to even say that there are two sexes. They've been simultaneously trying to combine gender and sex for the longest time, while telling you, you're crazy, no one's doing that, gender and sex are two different things. Intersex is a deformity, people have to have corrective surgery. It is. And it's like, it sucks for those people, right? It sucks for the intersex people that they are both born with something they can't help and they can't change, and that now their condition is being used as a cudgel in this, like, deceptive ideology march in order to protect both ideologues pushing this shit as well as people with fetishes. It's the same as the actual very small percentage of genuine gender dysphoric people. That's an actual mental health condition, and I feel bad for the people that have to deal with that. That sucks to have as a lifelong condition, and I hope they can get the mental health care that they need. I hope these people like Buck Angel, like Blair White, can live as normally as they can. These are people who don't deny biological sex. They don't deny biological reality. They're just like, I feel more comfortable this way in my own brain. And I think that's perfectly fine for them to do so. They're not pushing it on kids. They're not forcing people to indulge them in anything. They're just like, I'm just fucking here, like you and everyone else. Fucking Phantom Tank Girl, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. And that also made my brain remember I got a raid when I was on my starting screen. Fernando01, thank you for the raid when I was on starting screen. And Helen Razor 978, thank you for the raid. Welcome all of those raiders from all of these sweet guys. Sorry if you guys raid me when I'm still on my starting screen. There's like a coin flip that I just will be brain damaged and forget. I even looked at it while I was setting up, and I was like, oh, I gotta remember to thank these guys, and then my brain just did not allow me. Sorry about that. Blair White, Sophia Narwitz aren't real trans because they aren't pushing it on their audience and children. Yeah, they've gotten attacked for it. And same with Buck Angel. People harass that dude all the fucking time. And it's like, I feel bad because, once again, these small percentage of actual dysphoric people have to deal with the ideologues especially attacking them, because if they talk about the truth and the reality of things, they're not advancing the desires of the ideologues and the fetishists, and they can't have that. It's in the best interest of the ideologues and the fetishists to keep conflating dysphoria with ideology and with fetish, because if they separate them, they lose their power. Head pats, head pats! Remember when gender used to be synonymous with biological sex, not what someone identifies as? It's another way for them to subvert the language to eventually phase out biological sex, so it doesn't mean anything anymore? Yeah. The way that we used gender and sex was interchangeable for forever. And then the ideologues came in and they were like, well, actually, gender and sex are two different things. And now it's come full circle where they're like, oh, biological sex is actually offensive. That's not, there's not only two sexes, that's offensive. Gender and sex, I'm a biological female because I say so, you know? And you don't mind gender and sex being different, but that's where you draw the line. It wasn't until John Money gender was purely a grammatical term. Yes, it was purely a grammatical term, but this was something that a lot of us in the 90s and the 2000s, when we were going through school, we learned about the terms gender and sex, and we used them to mean the same thing. So when we talked about gender, when we filled out forms that asked for your gender, we knew I was female, you're male, etc. And like putting that into our lexicon was the first part of subversion, right? Like we didn't need to use the word gender at any way, shape, or form. But introducing it to our lexicon, teaching it in the school systems, making us know that gender and sex are the same thing, primed us for when they took the next step to say, actually, now we know that gender and sex are different things, right? Because that was John Money's entire thing, was separating gender and sex. They weren't going to be able to convince people of this wholesale, especially if they looked into what John Money did, so they had to introduce that into our language slowly and as children. There, that's gender in English. You always thought sex was removed due to sensitivity and discomfort with sexuality around kids? No, it was a long con. It's always been a long con, baby. Today is National Girls and Women's in Sports Day, founded nearly 40 years ago to celebrate the accomplishments of women and girl athletes. The Women's Sports Foundation, which co-founded the Awareness Day, opposes bans on transgender participation in sports. I mean, good. They should. Changing the Game, now on Hulu, features transgender student athletes in their own words and lives. Here We Are and Southern Story Bank, GLAAD research shows fewer than 30% of non-LGBTQ Americans personally know a transgender person. These resources help introduce people to transgender families to combat demonization and dehumanization. Connect with GLAAD for interview opportunities with featured families. I was actually floored. People unironically like use this in argumentation, right? Like when someone's just like, why do you even talk about any of this transgender stuff? Like, it doesn't affect you, Kirsche. Like, you could just not talk about it. It's like, well, first of all, it does affect me. Not just online, but personally. Like, my gynecologist office, I can't go there anymore. I've been going to the same gynecologist for 10 fucking years. And now they're going to be focusing only on biological women with cancer and otherwise doing transgender treatments. And like I went there for like a decade for my yearly checkups. And now they're even telling women, oh, you don't need to come yearly, just come every 5 years. That's not safe. Don't listen to them. And I like when I pushed back on this, their response was, do you even know any transgender people? Are you even friends with any? And it's like, well, first of all, why does it fucking matter? But also, yes. But also, it doesn't matter if I know people who are transgender. It doesn't matter if I have trans friends. It doesn't matter that Tangerine's fiance is trans. It doesn't matter that I have trans people who watch my content or agree with me. Because they're just going to continue moving the goalposts. It's just like when someone was like, how can I be racist? I have a black friend. And they're like, oh, so you're defending your racism because you know a black person and you think that gives you an excuse. So, like, I was floored by, like, actually having this said to me in person. I was so fucking confused. You wish you can't count on one hand the amount of trans they-thems you've had to deal with, and you don't just saw someone from afar. Thankfully, I don't know any actual they-thems. Thankfully, the people that I have surrounded myself with are, for the most part, sane. They understand biological reality. They understand, like, oh, yeah, I have a bit of a mental health condition. It just, like, makes me feel more comfortable to be, you know, presenting as a man instead of a woman, blah, blah, blah. Like, they haven't gotten surgeries or anything. They're just like, I'm fucking struggling mentally. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I feel bad. I've had some of the crazies in my community before. I had some of them as moderators because they were people that I trusted, and then they unfortunately slowly fell down a propaganda hellhole and became more and more insane, to the point that one of my moderators, who was a guy, decided he was a woman, didn't have dysphoria, didn't have any of these actual issues, and started messaging people in the Discord and DMs asking how they felt about transgender people. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? How dare you go around to my community acting like some sort of fucking Gestapo, questioning them in DMs about how they feel about transgender people? That's fucking insane behavior. No longer a moderator, man. Obviously. The old Discord curse. It's the same thing. I had a lesbian friend. I was very close with her for many years, and she started going crazy as well. She had agreed with me for years. She was like, as a lesbian, I get targeted by these fetishistic males all the time. I have to deal with them in my spaces. I have to deal with them like trying to hit on me and trying to date me when I'm not interested in penis. It's like these people are incredibly pushy about it as well. And then she started, you know, going a bit psychotic. She also started spreading fake news about Pippa. She started, like, she knew me for years, and she knew me through, like, my first collabs with Pippa. And she started saying that Pippa had, like, the mentality of, like, a spoiled rich girl, that she, like, expected, you know, just starting VTubers to be able to accomplish what she could under a corporation. And she just didn't understand the struggle of being a small content creator. I was like, how fucking dare you, dude? Actually, unironically, how fucking dare you? I think Ozehara has an old clip of that scenario on his channel, because that was years ago. Envy? Yeah. And she unironically called Pippa, like, a hateful person spreading Nazi propaganda. And I was like, bro, you've been in my Discord for how fucking long? You've been my friend and a moderator for how fucking long? And you want to say Pippa's a hateful person? Dude, what? And this all culminated at, like, me getting rid of her for that. And then she sort of struggle sessioned me in DMs after I removed her as a mod, because you're not gonna fucking slander my friends like that, dude. You're not gonna fucking slander my friends and expect to stay on as a moderator. You had a bi friend who was somewhat liberal but drank the Kool-Aid, went full trans a few years ago. It's really fucking sad. That's unfortunate. And she ended up coming at me in DMs and being like, well, you're a hateful person and you're culminating this hateful audience, and they're going to turn on you one day. They're going to eat you alive like they always do, because people on the right, they hate women. You don't understand how much they hate you, but they're going to ruin you. Like, just making me, like, terrified, rather trying to terrify me of, like, the audience I'm cultivating. It's like the only person attacking me and the only person making threats is fucking you, lady. Like, I don't know what you're fucking saying here. She's not saying pee 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 pee. She's saying his Zeke 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 Zeke. You are quite the liberal until these people poisoned your friends and pushed you to become an evil centrist. Yeah, so I've like dealt with a couple of the crazies, but it's like this is also why I feel it very important to make the distinction between the people with dysphoria and the people who are ideologues or fetishists, or they're just either going along with the trend because they think it makes them a good person, or like they feel they can't break away from the trend because, oh, you gotta capitulate to the public opinion, or otherwise you're not gonna be able to make money off of streaming, you know? Thank God your gay acquaintances from high school managed to sidestep the Gruma propaganda. Oh my god. We kink shaming now? Kink shaming is my kink, baby! How dare we attack the Foxy? It's just like all the people that think that my audience revolted against me for that Real Game Awards thing, where I promoted the award to fucking Barrett from Final Fantasy VII. It's like, baby, that was no one in my audience. I know you are literally poisoned by ideology and you wish to see me crash and burn. Nobody in my audience gave a shit. Anthony, thank you for the 10. The only propaganda Pippa spreads is Pakistan propaganda. That's the correct propaganda that we should all follow, true and real. A glory to Pakistan, as it were. You revolted so hard you came all the way back to stream. Horseshoe theory is real! Bold of them to go after the leader of Pakistan. If they try that again, send them the moonshine animation. I suck at the pee-pee. Her name is Yoshikage Kirsche. I fucking love hands. Long live Korshovo! Korshovo and Pakistan have long-standing great allyship. Pippa raging on Azure Lane is always funny, true and real. I fucking love my boat women, dude. I fucking love my boat women. Oh, maybe I can put them up in the background if I do thank yous later. If I get to thank yous, because I've just, please restart the game. Fuck you, video game! Like a piece of shit Chinese gotcha garbage. Anyways, back to this article. back to this fucking article. Blah, 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 blah. These resources help introduce people to transgender families to combat demonization and dehumanization, connect with GLAAD for interview opportunities with featured families. Statement from GLAAD: this administration's latest inaccurate and incoherent piece of paper smears an entire group of Americans, but does not change the law or the facts. All women and girls, including transgender women and girls, should be welcome to play sports if they want. That's true, but transgender women and girls should not be playing in the Women's Sports League. Make decisions about their own bodies, be hired for jobs they are qualified for, and be free from lawless attacks by extremists in elected office. Are they really extremists if they got, like, elected normally? I mean, I guess that's a fucking straw man, isn't it? Because people vote for dumb shit all the time. Never mind, chat. I had a dumb woman moment. Anti-LGBTQ politicians with a record of abusing and silencing women and stripping their health care have zero credibility in any conversation about protecting women and girls. Shall we what? Shall we what? Diverse Stalin war drums. Jesus Christ. I love the fucking typies emotes so much. Like, a lot of my emotes are super fucking cute and I love them, but I think typies is just my absolute favorite. Every American should look to real heroes fighting for liberty, justice, and equality for all, and demand that public officials stop attacking Americans and start doing their jobs, solving actual problems. A Trump executive orders blocked in court, targeting birthright citizenship, indefinitely blocked, blatantly unconstitutional, 22 states in 5 lawsuits. Targeting trans inmates, twice blocked, including Tuesday's order barring prison officials from transferring 3 transgender women to men's facilities and terminating their access to medication. Targeting federal funding freeze, twice blocked, violates a 50-year-old impoundment law prohibiting executive branch from holding funding appropriated by Congress. I like how they're saying that because some things got blocked by people, that means that these are bad things. That's not necessarily what that means. That's not the right quote. The important question in this case is, do you value freedom of association? True and real. Lawsuits filed. The Transgender Military Service, GLAAD Law and National Center for Lesbian Rights, on behalf of 6 active duty transgender military personnel and 2 recruits, Lambda Legal successfully defeated Trump's previous attempt to ban open service 7 years ago. Yeah, but I mean, they were just told to get the fuck out yesterday, so, you know. Healthcare, the ACLU, PFLAG, I don't know what that is, GLAM, on behalf of transgender young adults and family. Lambda Legal via CBS News, substantial confidence that much of what this administration appears determined to do will not stand. It's blatantly defying settled law in a range of ways. I like how the law is settled once they change it, but, you know, it wasn't settled before they changed it. I don't know. It's interesting how that works. New York Attorney General Letitia James told hospitals they would be violating state law if they stop offering care for transgender people under age 19 in response to a Trump executive order. DEI higher education professors and university diversity officers in the city of Baltimore unlawfully vague and sowing chaos and confusion. There's a whole lot of fucking nothing in this article. A whole lot of just trust us, we're the good guys. Back to Cheryl Dijah here. This is where it says GLAAD has documented the 227 plus policy and rhetorical attacks, but this didn't list them. And then it linked us to here. Trump Accountability Tracker, 241 attacks on LGBTQ people. 2025. These are like paragraphs, man. This isn't like a fucking list. Are you kidding? Endorsed North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson for governor, despite Robinson's history of anti-LGBTQ disinformation and rhetoric, including calling gay people filth and maggots. Trump repeated his past claims that Robinson is better than Martin Luther King, and Martin Luther King on steroids. Is there like a source for this? But also there's that meme that says when a man watches 2 men kiss, he feels the same level of disgust as when he sees maggots. So, I mean, you know, he endorses this. Where does he say that they were filth? Repeating his past bizarre claims at a campaign event, promoting reading Adolf Hitler. What? Robinson, the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina, has repeatedly made headlines for his contentious remarks about LGBTQ plus community, as well as anti-Semitic comments, including Holocaust denial and promoting reading Adolf Hitler. I mean, is promoting reading Hitler saying you should read this to understand what happened? Because, like, that's true, and not an endorsement of what Hitler did. There's a difference between promoting reading what the man said to understand how bad things were and promoting the text therein. Is this a literal brown racist? Robinson has said that transgender women should be arrested for using women's bathroom. He also said that instead of using the women's bathroom, trans women should find a corner outside somewhere to go. Isn't that what men do? Isn't that unironically what men do? Republican has described straight couples as superior to gay couples, as well as equated LGBTQ people to maggots and flies, and referred to homosexuality as transgenderism as filth. But, like, where? Where has he said this? This man looks like he's made with AI. North Carolina governor said Christians must take control. Children are being abused and taught filth.
We have got to wrestle this away from those.
The fuck is going on down here?
Why? Because it is flat out child abuse. Take your children and tell them they have to attend school. Don't have a choice. And then some of them will tell them they don't want you to have a choice where they go to school. You have to send your children here to school. Then when they get there, what do they teach them? Teach them a bunch of stuff about how to hate America. Teach them a bunch of stuff about why they're racist. Teach them a bunch of stuff about transgenderism and homosexuality. I'm saying this now, and I've been saying it, and I don't care who likes it. Those issues have no place in a school.
True. Preach.
There's no reason anybody anywhere in America should be telling any child about transgenderism, homosexuality, any of that filth.
True.
And yes, I called it filth. And if you don't like it that I called it filth, come see me and I'll explain it to you.
And he's specifically referring to teaching it to children as well. So, like, where the fuck is he wrong? That means that all of these things where they're just like, oh, he's calling specifically this stuff filth, and it's like, well, you're taking him out of context, my guys. Angry governor, then he says, yes, I called it filth. There's no debate here. This is open discrimination. No, children should not be taught about this shit. What do you mean? What do you mean? This is not for children. And I yelled at the beginning of this article, what the fuck is going on down here? You guys can't see it because my big old dumb head's in the way. But let's see if I go back to the top, if it'll get replaced. No? It doesn't? Okay, this is what was going on in the corner. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on in the corner while this is happening? What is this video? Pride today?
I personally feel like a drag show is not nearly as entertaining as it could be if you are not part of the cast. And thankfully, there is a brand new show with a crop of girls. Spill the tea, Diva.
If you think you've seen Crazy in any other drag reality competition show,
What?
you have not. Because when you put this many queens together in one house, no matter how big it is, there's going to be chaos. And that's what I love about Drag House Rules. It's so chaotic. There's a lot of twists, and specifically mid-season, it goes off rails. And I find myself wanting to go home from the first moment I step into the house. And I don't know about you, but I say what's on my mind. And I think I literally say, I want to go home. I don't want to be here.
That's a really boring, like,
a contract.
advertisement for his show.
Can
Where's
I
the
say
hype,
something?
man?
I watched the first episode, and you did say that.
See? And you know what? I still want to go home. People get poisoned. Oh. People hook up.
Yeah, that happens on every reality show.
Mhm. People get violent. People break the rules.
Oh my god.
He's not really
it's
selling this
basically a
well.
Total circus, and everybody's a clown but me.
Because you're above it. You're above it all.
I'm just the bearded lady. I don't shave once. Also, I really, really am excited for the entire world to see Tammy Brown.
What?
Yes.
Tammy is such a star, and I've always known this about her. And she says the most poignant things that means.
All right, well, enough about what Nick Fuentes watches for TV. They're quoting this guy out of context. They're making it look worse than what he actually said. Let us continue. Let us continue. I gotta fucking find where the fuck I left off here. Oh yeah, it was this. This is like the list of like all of the anti-LGBT stuff that apparently Trump has done. A set of transgender athletes at a rally. Who would even think that you can allow this? Who would say that this is okay? These people are sick. They're deranged. It's astonishing how passionately people react to that. When you talk about tax cuts, they remain calm. But when you mention transgender issues, everyone goes wild. Who would have imagined 5 years ago that they wouldn't even know what it meant? I mean, he's not wrong. He's not fucking wrong. Invited activist Riley Gaines on stage at the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, as he baselessly claimed that left-wing lunatics encourage unfair competition in sports. Gaines has profited by spreading disinformation about transgender people and athletes after tying for 5th place with a transgender swimmer at the NCAA championships. Gaines went on to endorse Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for president over Trump. I don't think that matters, right? Like, he doesn't have to, like, hate someone because they endorsed someone else prior to him, especially because DeSantis is cracking the fuck down on this shit in schools in Florida. They screwed with the kids, unironically and literally. This is the whole list of fucking based things that have happened, I suppose. I fucking suppose. Back to Cheryl Dijah for real this time. GLAAD has documented 227 plus policy and rhetorical attacks against LGBTQ plus Americans under the Trump administration. One of the most alarming recent actions is the January 20th, 2025 executive order titled Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government. This order mandates federal agencies to interpret sex strictly as biological, effectively eliminating gender identity recognition in policy. Good, because that's the way that it should be. Removes all federal agency materials that promote gender inclusion or acknowledge non-binary identities. Good, because there's only 2 sexes. They already have legal protections, and non-binary shouldn't be acknowledged. Blocks federal funding for gender-affirming care, restricting access to essential medical treatment. Okay, also good, because this is specifically for children. While framed as a measure to protect women and children, these policies unequivocally deliver the opposite. They seek to eliminate protections for transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive individuals, making them more vulnerable to discrimination, healthcare restrictions, and workplace exclusions. The false narratives of protection. Redefining women's rights to exclude transgender people. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has aligned with this directive, making changes that eliminate workplace protections for transgender and non-binary employees, removing previous guidance on gender identity discrimination. Prioritizing biological sex over inclusive workplace policies, signaling that gender identity will no longer be a protected category. And it never should have been. People should not get privileges because they want to use it as a cudgel to beat people into accepting their ideology or their fetish. Roll back protections for employees who do not conform to binary gender norms, leaving them more vulnerable to workplace discrimination. I remember reading articles here where like funeral homes would have a male employee uniform and a female employee uniform. And then, like, a guy would decide that he's a woman because he wants to bring his fetish to a funeral fucking home. And he wants to wear the women's, like, skirted outfit in front of grieving families. And it's just like, bro, man, I get that you are coon-brained out of your fucking mind. And you could beat back any other Reddit tier gooner with just your one jack-off hand. But, you know, time and a place, right? And, like, these people get off on forcing it into the worst of places. Like, you can see with the White House lawn as well. The, like, transgender individuals that, like, took their tops off and jiggled their tits on the White House lawn. They do that because it will feed into their fetish. They know that people are going to get upset by it. They know that they're going to be shamed by it, and they crave that shit. Remarkably, still not the worst fetish to be in a funeral home. A funeral home, really? I don't remember how long ago we read that article, but I'm pretty sure it was a New York funeral home, and I'm pretty sure it was either last year or the year before. Rather than protecting women, these changes reduce protections for anyone who does not fit their definition, which recognizes two sexes. No, this does protect women. This does protect women, because regardless of whether you are just a regular woman or you're one of the small percentage of people like Buck Angel who has gender dysphoria, you are still a biological woman, and you will face all of the biological realities that come along with that. What's the worst one? And is it not necrophilia? No, it is necrophilia. But Kirsche, they need to be noticed. They just want to show they exist. How dare you deny their right to show off their fetish? Particular individual mental states are not biological reality. They can create more and more genders or thinking they have no gender. How do you make policies recognizing a fluid mental state that can change at any minute? That's, I mean, I made the joke about obesity earlier, but that's what gender expansive is. The gender expansive are like the fluid people who are like, oh, sometimes I'm male, sometimes I'm non-binary, sometimes I'm female, sometimes I'm one of the other 52 genders recognized by the state of New York, right? Like, I don't fucking remember all of the fake shit. All the terrible realities of being a woman. I just want to be a pudding. Framing anti-transgender policies as child protection. Several policies targeting transgender youth have been introduced under the pretense of safeguarding children, including cuts to federal funding for gender-affirming care for minors, making puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and gender-affirming procedures financially inaccessible. There should be no federal funding for any of this. All of it is either cosmetic or it's butchery. Like, people are being sold, whether they're cum-brained out of their mind, dedicated to their fetish like Romelia, or whether they're someone in a mental health crisis being taken advantage of by the medical health complex. Either way, this is either cosmetic or butchery. We should not be funding this federally. Tax dollars should not be going to this, especially for minors. They said for so long that, like, oh, puberty blockers are necessary because if they go through the regular puberty, they could never realize their trans identity later on because they'll go through the regular puberty for the wrong gender, and that just won't be okay. But, like, even if you wanted to consent to having your penis turned inside out and your colon being used for the walls of your neo-vagina, you need to go through male puberty to have enough product to craft this Frankenstein horror in the first place. And, like, Jazz Jennings was one of the first people who was told, since you started hormone blockers early, I'm pretty sure Jazz Jennings started hormone blockers at the age of 9 or 10. I could be misremembering because it was a very fucking long time ago, but I'm pretty sure he was like 9 or 10 when he started taking them. He could have been a little older. I can't remember off the top of my head. Regardless, he was very fucking young, and he was told by the doctor, because you were on blockers that gave you some advantages, right? Your voice didn't get deep, you didn't get as much body hair, you didn't develop as much, musculature that a male would have going through puberty. However, your penis also didn't grow in size during puberty, and so there's not enough material here to work with to do the traditional neovaginal surgeries. It's like, if you want to just look into a world of horror, I would suggest watching I Am Jazz. It is a terrifying clown world show. I, for one, welcome our greatest fictional creation in cinema, wood chipper aliens. What if they become normal after puberty, Kirsche? Did you think of that? They need to be trans. Imagine them becoming normal. Stop taking blockers. That sounds like a nightmare. The mother kept saying he wanted... Yeah, the mother is, like, definitionally Munchausen's by proxy. And, like, I have been saying for years, like, even before the clips came out of his mother being like, sometimes Jazz doesn't want to dilate and I have to go in there with the dilator and just be like, you put this inside of your vagina right now or I'll do it for you. Like, even before those fucking crazy clips came out, I was like, one day Jazz is gonna decide this was an entire fucking mistake and he is going to brutally murder his whole family. As, like, I'm calling that back in 2012. I'm calling it again now. Fucking what? Yeah, no, it is a horrifying show to watch. There was a clip that came out, like, either last year or in 2023. Again, I'm really bad at remembering timelines. But there was a clip of, like, Jazz on his bed being like, I don't really know who I am anymore. I don't know if I've made the right decisions. And the mother, like, absolutely being like, no, you wanted this. This was the right thing to do. And it's like, bitch, please. Jazz is currently a ticking time bomb. I feel incredibly fucking bad for them, unironically. You're saying if any male decides, hey, I'm gender fluid and lesbian, wouldn't that make domestic abuse much worse? That would just be increasing the lesbian domestic violence statistics, right? Because, I mean, as of right now, there are plenty of men who are adding to the women's crime statistics because for some reason they're being treated as women and not as men. Did this kid get therapy? Oh, of course he did, but the therapy obviously fast-tracked him into the, you're definitely trans, obviously, like, what else could you be? What a feel-good story. Pressure on hospitals to stop treating transgender youth, forcing some medical providers to discontinue care out of fear of losing federal funding. Good. Good, these children should not be put on blockers or hormones. Threats against schools that support transgender students, including legal action against teachers who allow students to socially transition. Also good. There have been too many cases already of parents losing their parental rights, both here and in Canada, because they don't want their children to transition. They understand that their children are just going along with things that they have seen and heard in school. It would be a bad parent to encourage this kind of shit.
Munya.
And just get him on a one-night stand. What? Good, keep removing the shit. Absolutely. The stories are infuriating. They are. They really are. By labeling gender-affirming healthcare and education policies as harmful, these measures remove vital support systems for transgender youth while creating fear and uncertainty for families, schools, and healthcare providers. Bridge, go forward. These reversals are not just political. They have significant implications for workplaces, communities, and public policy. Here are some ideas that we can collectively action on as business leaders, allies, and advocates. For business leaders and employees, reaffirm your commitment to inclusive policies that explicitly protect employees of all gender identities. Review HR policies to ensure workplace protections for transgender employees remain intact. Support employee resource groups focused on LGBTQ+ inclusion and gender equity. For advocates and allies, use clear, fact-based language when discussing these policies to counter misinformation. Amplify the work of advocacy organizations like GLAAD and the ACLU, which are actively challenging these reversals. For policymakers and community leaders, a push for state and local protections to counteract federal-level policy shifts. And educate stakeholders, not shareholders, stakeholders, from corporate leadership to local government on the real impact of these measures on vulnerable communities. Policies framed as protection should not be used as a pretext for exclusion. These reversals do not defend women or safeguard children. They restrict rights, limit protections, and create barriers. Thank you, Cheryl Dijah, for this insight. I really wish that, like, there were comments on this thing, because I would love to see... Oh, wait, there are. These are the comments. This is Welt Buiger, World Changer. I don't know what that is. Thank you, Cheryl, for shining a light on such a crucial issue. Your insights on the intersection of protection and inclusion are vital for driving meaningful change in our workplaces and society. Looking forward to engaging in this important conversation. And then they put a link to their little LinkedIn page. Cheryl responded, I appreciate your support. Within our workplaces, it's critical that companies safeguard inclusion in the face of these challenges, or otherwise, as you know, we risk progress being undone. Cloud Hire, I don't know what that is either, said, what a powerful and necessary discussion. Promoting equity for all is essential for building inclusive workplaces. Let's ensure every voice matters. #inclusion matters. And Cheryl replied, appreciate your thoughts. So you're totally right when policies disguise protection as exclusion. We all have a role to play in making every voice count. I look forward to continuing the conversation. Who liked this shit? Jason Ladder, Media Relations at ADP, Lou Pascalis, senior marketers and ad tech CEOs hone their narrative leadership skills. I don't know what the fuck he does as a job. Cecilia Shang Benting, a business and EB5 attorney. KJ Flores, get marketing help. Samantha Datrica, branding and social media strategist, production team lead at Technopunks, founder at the Baliam, marketing and social impact enthusiast. Technopunk sounds familiar. Technopunk sounds like something I briefly heard about while, like, going down the Sweet Baby sidestepped occultance rabbit hole. You like that name, Technopunks. Sadia Mauder-Bocus attended University of Mauritius. I don't know what that is. Erica DiLorenzo, she's someone who comes to the bridge meetings pretty often. She's a purpose-driven industry leader, people connector, partnership and business operations specialist, community builder and social entrepreneur. Abbas Sanda just says karma. Dan Golden, 9th NASA chief, ISS plus web plus 61 astronaut missions. Allison Daltroy, digital learning resource manager at Taylor and Francis Books. Jeff Edwards, Gale, RGA, CAA. Oh, CAA, the fucking artist agency, dude. David Kaplan, a B2B content strategist, all editorial for brands, platforms, publishers, and agencies. And then whatever the fuck Cloud Hire is. ADP, of course, it's a payroll company. What is a social entrepreneur? It's basically just another word for DEI acolyte. Anyone these days who says they're punks are just bootlickers, essentially. You paid more than your underlings, fuck equity, you're the journeyman that gets the government contracts. Look forward to the day we look at this shit the same way we look at lobotomies now. Same and true. Alright, back to the initial put-if from Bridge. For more context, is what we just read, the weaponizing protection thing. Executive Order 14173, ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity. The legal people who are working with Cheryl Daija interpreted this as a separate executive order directs federal agencies, including the Department of Justice, Labor, and Education, to use their administrative powers to undermine and attack DEI initiatives by non-federal public and private entities under the authority of the federal government, and asserts DEI and DEIA diminishes the importance of individual merit, aptitude, and hard work. There are two parts to this order. The first part of the order requires federal contracts and grants to eliminate any DEI requirements, revoking the long-standing Executive Order 11246 that provides the basis for affirmative action data collection and reporting mandates, and compels contractors and grantees to certify that they are not operating DEI programs that conflict with federal anti-discrimination laws. Importantly, while these changes affect federal contracting obligations, non-federal entities are not forced to abandon lawful DEI practices. Once again, the same thing as all of the other executive orders. They're just reassuring all of the corporations and the private sector that they do not have to abide by anything the executive orders say. Additionally, neither the Trump administration nor any federal agency operating under the control of the Trump administration has the authority to determine what DEI practices are unlawful under existing anti-discrimination law. Only federal courts are empowered to make that determination. Current federal case law is favorable towards a host of DEI practices. References from Stacey Hawkins, How Diversity Can Redeem the McDonnell-Douglas Standard, Mounting an Effective Title VII Defense of the Commitment to Diversity in the Legal Profession. It looks like it's 3 different links, but I guess it's just because it's lines, it's the same link. Does this... Oh no! No! I wanted to open it in a new tab, I'm sorry. How Diversity Can Redeem the McDonnell-Douglas Cookie Settings. I wanna... Always active? Fuck off. Fuck off, cookies. This article undertakes an analysis, both quantitative and qualitative, of the developing body of Title VII diversity law. The jurisprudence of diversity was first developed by the U.S. Supreme Court in equal protection cases, but it has not been confirmed to that context. In particular, lower federal courts have been adjudicating cases asserting an interest in diversity as a means of challenging or justifying race and ethnicity or gender-conscious policies and or practices under Title VII. These cases have given rise to a body of Title VII diversity law that has remained largely unexplored in the scholarly literature. Because these cases have gone largely unnoticed, they have not been mined for any guidance that might offer employers generally and legal employers specifically on how best to structure workplace diversity efforts to minimize the risk of legal liability under Title VII, and conversely, to maximize their Title VII defense. This article surveys these cases and offers an analysis that seeks to 1. Situate the developing body of diversity law within the existing Title VII landscape, and 2. Inform the development of legally defensible workplace diversity programs. They are gunning back. They are gunning back at all the people trying to dismantle the nonsense diversity laws. Can't wait for our warbirds to break up or fall out of the fucking sky. Sure, law firms are itching to see their malpractice insurance rates go up. The second part of the order targets non-federal entities that are subject to the enforcement power of the federal government under existing federal anti-discrimination laws, including Titles 6, 7, and 9, which regulate race and sex discrimination in education and employment. This part of the order directs those federal agencies with enforcement power under those laws, namely the Departments of Justice, Labor, and Education, to specifically target for investigation and possible litigation those entities who are or may be engaged in DEI efforts that involve race or sex-based preferences, or that are unlawful under anti-discrimination law. As with the first part of this order, the federal courts, not the Trump administration, are empowered to make the determination of what DEI practices, if any, are unlawful under existing anti-discrimination law. Before terminating or modifying any DEI efforts in response to this order, non-federal public and private sector entities subject to the order should confer with legal counsel to determine the need to terminate or modify their DEI programs, policies, or practices under applicable federal law. So here what this is saying is that basically the Trump administration doesn't really have the power to enact this executive order. That is to the courts. So as long as there is some challenge being brought to the courts around this executive order, you don't have to comply, but you should still seek legal counsel with someone who can help ensure that you have the best defense in case anyone comes knocking trying to say that you're running afoul of the executive order. And this is why we need to remain vigilant. The cult will not stop. Absolutely. Department of Education is gone, though, right? To my knowledge, yes. He has completely dismantled the Department of Education. Like ending the woke crap. You're welcome. The Bridge point of view of all of this legal jargon. Bridge regards this order as a deliberate attempt to dismantle critical DEI initiatives that have been instrumental in advancing, equitable outcomes and seeks to undermine progress. The misinterpretation of DEI as lacking in merit is a tactic our founder and CEO, Cheryl Dijja, examines in depth in The Hypocrisy of Meritocracy. I don't know if I've read this on stream before. I know I've read some of her LinkedIn posts, but I don't think I've read this one. This doesn't look recognizable to me. There's no comments here.
My tummy, chat. I'm dying. Dying tummy.
Meritocracy is defined as a social system, society, or organization in which people attain success or power because of their abilities, not because of wealth or social position. Critics of DEI have asserted this definition repeatedly as an attack against DEI, stating that women and brown and black people are hired based on race and gender rather than their qualifications, pejoratively labeling them DEI hires. Wait. See, this is where the bird hits the window. No one is asserting that all women, all black people, all brown people, every single one has only been hired because of their sex or their skin color. The fact is that since affirmative action has existed for so long, and since many of these activists have pushed in the public eye for so long, that women and black and brown people cannot compete on an even playing field without having something that gives them a distinct advantage over white men based on their sex or their skin color, there's a lot that's called into question. And again, because of how this is, public perception now becomes a bit wary whenever someone who is a black person or is a woman is put into a position of power or put into a noticeable position. Some people will be like, well, how did they get there? Do they deserve to be there? What's their background? These questions typically wouldn't be asked if everything was merit-based, but it exacerbates the issue of thinking that women or black people are unfit for a position if the entire basis is you need to pick them based on not their qualifications, but their immutable characteristics. Did they just reveal themselves as racist, misogynists, and homophobes in one sitting? Always have been. And even more egregious is the narrative that, therefore, these hirings lower the standards in products and services. Set by whom? And are the cause of dangerous situations, like bridge collapses and plane crashes. I mean, that's just, like, true, though. That's just the reality of how things are. When you lower standards to allow people to get jobs that they are otherwise unqualified for, the standards are going to drop all around. Like, you're not going to have the same product. And we see this in the tech industry, where they are very quickly running out of people who know how to use and maintain legacy systems. She said the thing. Maintaining the power status quo. This couldn't be further from the truth, and the hypocrisy of meritocracy is on full display, as cabinet members are being paraded through the confirmation hearings and appointed. So let's start calling it what it is. Maintaining the power status quo. To illustrate the point, Pete Hegseth, the nominee for Secretary of Defense, a political commentator for Fox News and former weekend co-host of Fox and Friends, was accused of his disregard for laws of war, financial mismanagement, racist and sexist remarks about men and women in uniform, alcohol abuse, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other troubling issues, as compared to Secretary of Defense Lloyd James Austin III. Secretary Austin holds the unique distinction of having commanded in combat in Iraq and Afghanistan at the 1, 2, 3, and 4-star levels, and was the first African American to command a division, corps, and field army in combat. He is a recipient of the Silver Star and 5 Defense Distinguished Service Medals. Alright, see, you can't just take two people and say only bad things about one person and only good things about the other person and expect to be able to compare them without bias. What are the good things that Pete Hegseth did? What are the bad things that Lloyd James Austin did? Did either of them do anything that might have pushed them in the forefront for the position? Did Lloyd James Austin get snubbed for a position that he rightfully deserves? I don't know. I don't know the lives intricately of these people. Are they both equally good at talking on TV? I mean, the Democrat media smeared someone the Democrats hate? Holy logic, Batman. Didn't you love how they always ignore Pete Hegseth's career in the military? It's like, if you want to compare them, then you should put the good and the bad for both, right? Like, it seems a little weird that they wouldn't do it for both. It's all about power, identity, Marxism, a power struggle between identity groups. Yeah. I love water. I love water, man. RFK Jr., the nominee for Secretary of Health and Human Services, is a politician and conspiracy theorist. He is an anti-vaccine activist and the chairman and founder of Children's Health Defense, a group advocating against vaccines and promoting misinformation regarding COVID-19 vaccines. In February 1984, literally, he pleaded guilty to a single felony charge of possession of heroin. Nominated in return for his endorsement of Trump, he was promised control of several public health agencies, including the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, if he wins the appointment. As compared to Xavier Becerra, the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Secretary Becerra was the Attorney General of California. Secretary Becerra also served in the House of Representatives from 1993 to 2017, becoming the first Latino to sit on the Ways and Means Committee. While in the House, Secretary Becerra led the Congressional Hispanic Caucus from 97 to 99 and was vice chairman of the House Democratic Caucus from 09 to 2013. When Becerra entered the job, just 5.8% of Latinos had been fully vaccinated. According to the CDC, estimates for recipients whose race and ethnicity are unknown. 1 year later, as a result of Becerra's advocacy, 52.3% of Latinos were fully vaccinated. Holy shit. Holy shit. How the fuck did he do that? How the fuck did he do that? Fuck Becerra. I don't know anything about, like, the backgrounds of these people. First of all, felony charge, possession of heroin, that's kind of fucking crazy. But also, it was 1984? Also, that's kind of fucking long ago, man. Literally making up of numbers. Already enough to disqualify. 3, Charles Kushner, appointed as ambassador to France, the father of Donald Trump's son-in-law, and a man the president-elect once pardoned for a felony conviction that the former Republican New Jersey governor, Chris Christie, an ex-federal prosecutor, called one of the most loathsome, disgusting crimes he ever prosecuted. I don't know anything about that either. Compared to Denise Campbell Bauer, ambassador to France, An experienced diplomat, nonprofit leader, and advocate for women's voices in policies and politics and policy. She served as the United States ambassador to the Kingdom of Belgium from August 2013 to January 2017, where she led one of the largest embassies in Europe and earned a reputation for her collaborative leadership style, high ethics standards, and crisis management skills. In that role, she focused on building transatlantic security partnerships and expanding international trade. I mean, I'm not a huge fan if he's like hiring family members, but also what are the credentials here? Does Mr. Kushner have credentials to be an ambassador to France? Because if he does, then he could compete for the position. Like maybe it's nepotism, but also you're giving a very biased view of these two people. You just don't believe Cheryl here. Why am I reading this? Because it's from Cheryl Dijja. This is from the CEO of Bridge. This is from the CEO of Bridge, and she is the one informing and guiding the private sector corporations on how to hide DEI. Knowing how your enemies think is very important. You can imagine Cheryl asking an AI to describe Trump's appointments in the worst light. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Notice the subversion. They're only pointing out the bad of one, but the good from the other. Yeah. It's like maybe she could be right that some are more qualified, but I wouldn't know because she's giving such a biased view here that I can't take it seriously. Dismantling the hypocrisy of meritocracy. DEI practitioners have never advocated for the hiring of unqualified individuals. The role of DEI is to break the systemic structures that have historically excluded qualified talent and expand opportunities to those who have been arbitrarily denied access. If meritocracy were truly the guiding principle, then why do unqualified, well-connected individuals continue to be appointed to critical roles, while experienced, proven leaders face scrutiny and dismissal under the guise of DEI hiring? Which of these is lowering standards? Well, I mean, again, nepotism can be a problem, but also, if you are good at networking in your field, you're going to become well-connected, not through nepotism, but through your own, like, networking ability. That's just, like, part of your job, especially if you're a public figure. I am very bad at networking, chat. It is one of my greatest weaknesses. People are terrifying, and I just get too overwhelmed and don't answer DMs. What hurts you the most about a meeting is that all three of them got caught up in emotions and let each other get egos in the way. This is in your mind a massive fuck up. I have no idea what you're talking about. Literally no idea what you are referring to. Back to the PDF. Back to the PDF. While the legal challenges continue to be sorted out in the courts, DEI practices remain legal as long as they comply, as always, with existing anti-discrimination laws, including diversity in employment practices, including hiring and promotion, diversity of opinion and opportunity in the workplace, sustained attempts to reach a diversity of populations in the marketplace. If they weren't using diversity in the subversive manner that they are, right? Like, just naturally, diversity would just exist, right? In some places, yeah, you might have a very homogenous corporation. It just very much depends. But, like, when we know how they're using diversity, and we know that they do not actually value diversity of opinion, it just kind of comes off as, what are you doing here? Working with a multitude of vendors and partners from different backgrounds and experience, promoting respect and inclusion in the workplace and business. An audit of current programs, policies, and practices is also encouraged to ensure legal compliance and risk in the current environment, so that companies are the best positioned to continue this important work without becoming a legal or PR target. And just to bring this up before we go on to the next, bullet point here. For people who haven't looked into Bridge yet, I just wanted to give a reminder that they have people from all kinds of companies here. Like, these are companies directly working together with Bridge. You don't have to, like, pay Bridge to become a partner, to, like, use their language, right? You can still abide by what they're pushing corporations to do. And especially if there's so many of these large corporations working together with Bridge, you might not think that your company needs to pay Bridge to become a partner. So just because they're not listed here doesn't mean they're not following the Bridge directives. But these are the very, very closely working with bridge companies, people who are advising bridge, people who are helping direct where the initiatives are going to be going. You have Nielsen, you have Milk Pep, you have Gap, Sonos, the Weather Company, Sephora, Discover, Saucony, iHeartMedia, Discover again, Michelin, H&M, the Index Exchange, Universal Music Group, Amazon Web Services, Ads Mobile, NBC Universal, another Ad Council, Nestle Health Science, Media Brands, Direct Digital Holding, Indeed, Publicis Group. You have like McKinsey and Company, where all those bunk studies fucking come from. Bridge staff and contributors. These are just people directly at Bridge here. And more strategic advisors. We have the Coca-Cola Company chair. We have, I don't even know what this guy is at. Executive Director, City Year, San Jose. We have another iHeartMedia person, Purpose Worldwide. An Indiana University person, Campbell's, the fucking soup people. Again, I hate them. Emory University. Like, these are companies that should absolutely be looked at with intense scrutiny, especially when someone claims if one of their companies are dropping DEI. Michelin, the fucking tire company? Yes. It's the soup lady! It's where this all began. Lawsuits filed, preliminary injunctions. Federal court pauses significant portion of Trump's executive orders, ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity. On February 3rd, 2025, a coalition of plaintiffs featuring the National Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education, the American Association of University Professors, Restaurant Opportunity Centers United, and the Mayor and City Council of Baltimore, Maryland, the plaintiffs' coalition, brought a lawsuit in Maryland federal court challenging the constitutionality of Trump's executive orders. On Friday, February 21st, a Maryland federal judge granted a nationwide preliminary injunction blocking enforcement of 3 key provisions of the new administration's executive orders, which directed 1. All federal agencies to terminate equity-related grants or contracts, 2. Federal agencies to require future grant award recipients and federal contractors to certify that they do not operate any programs promoting DEI, and 3. The Attorney General to take action to deter DEI in the private sector. A preliminary injunction is temporary relief to preserve the status quo, while the parties continue to litigate the case. The plaintiffs' coalition ultimately seeks a permanent injunction, striking down the challenge provisions of the executive orders. The government has already indicated its intent to appeal the preliminary injunction order to the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, filing a notice of appeal on February 24th, 2025. This is a rapidly developing situation, which we will continue to monitor closely. There's some additional resources here. DEI Executive Orders, Davis and Gilbert. This is probably just a list of what Trump has done. Federal court pauses a significant portion of President Trump's orders. Yeah, that looks like what this is. Just another list here. Navigating the new executive orders, impact on DEI and gender identity protections at work. Yeah, this is just another article reiterating stuff like this. Executive orders do not mean that companies need to cease practices intended to diversify their workforce and to promote inclusion and belonging. DEI initiatives remain legal as long as they comply with anti-discrimination laws. Employers should consult with legal counsel as they shape their continued DEI efforts moving forward. Bridge invites everyone to join monthly calls. Next one is March 27th. Bridge 25 Forward, that's their retreat in May. Our commitment is to deliver an experience that will be unapologetically indelible, determined, and audacious. Thank you, Bridge. Just a rich elite making sure the ladders they kick down stay down. Well, you need to have a nice, cute, compelling slave class underneath you. Trump would love if these get to the Supreme Court. They're falling for a pretty obvious trap, but they have little recourse as this is ruining their business. You fucking hate their slogan. Yeah, their slogans are pretty, yeah, no. This is in PUTIF format, so I can't link it in the chat, unfortunately, but this was a very long segment on Bridge because we had a whole bunch of segues to go through, but hopefully that will be up eventually on my channel. In case any chatters were wondering, indelible means permanent. Yeah, they are fucking a bready here. This is Project Forward Weekly Guidance, right? That was what I just read. Yeah, the Project Forward Weekly Guidance is what I just read. Where is... Beep, 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 beep. This one.
Ein Moment, chat. Me's a looking. Me's a seeking.
So in the Smart Brief that came out on Wednesday, the February 26th Smart Brief, inside my email, it says, Daija says good CEOs know DEI is key for business growth. As political pressure from President Donald Trump's executive orders on DEI has resulted in some companies rolling back programs, Cheryl Daija, founder and CEO of Bridge, says others are evolving their DEI strategies, understanding them as essential for business growth and not merely as risk factors. If you're a good CEO, you understand what the opportunity is, and then you say, okay, how are we going to mitigate the risk against that opportunity? And let me bring up this article for you guys. And this was also something that was discussed in the Bridge meeting. When Meta was brought up, she was saying that she feels that Meta is not sticking to the work, just like that article that we read. She said that she thinks that Meta is trying to obfuscate what they are doing. They're trying to play both sides while pretending to be committed while capitulating to the presidential administration. So she is not happy with Meta. This is published by someone named Lamar Johnson, and I think that a lot of other YouTubers who cover DEI stuff are going to start seeing Cheryl Daija's name, and they're just not going to know any of her backstory, so I don't know if they're going to, like, look into her when they start seeing it more often, because, again, she has been networking like fucking crazy. And even when I pointed out that, like, Microsoft wasn't getting rid of DEI and they had Bridge on their panel at the Cannes Lions Festival, I was still basically ignored for months until it was obvious that Microsoft wasn't ditching their DEI practices, and then I think it was, well, I can't remember if it was Fandom Pulse or Park Place. One of them cited me when I had pointed out the fucking Microsoft shit. And I think, Smash JT might have also cited me on the Microsoft shit. DEI is only essential for business growth because the bankers won't give lines of credit to businesses that don't fall in line. It's a little harrowing, you know? I'll read this article and then I'm going to get to some super chats while we're still on topic. Do not worry, I have not forgotten about you. So this is, recent DEI shifts represent an evolution of the practice, says Bridge. Companies should understand the opportunities DEI programs present before assessing risk mitigation needs amid increased scrutiny, counsels DEI Trade Group CEO Cheryl Daija. President Donald Trump began his term looking to roll back government diversity, equity, and inclusion programs issued by his predecessor with a spate of January 20th executive orders. Trump followed with a January 21st order for federal agencies to target private sector DEI programs. A wave of companies rolled back their DEI programs last summer, after conservative activists targeted companies in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision outlawing affirmative action in higher education. With Trump's election, a number of public companies like McDonald's, Meta, a few banks, and others preemptively adjusted policies. At the same time, private companies like Accenture and Deloitte have begun reviewing and adjusting programs and disclosures following the executive order. Cheryl Daija, founder and CEO of Bridge, the first global marketing industry trade group for DEI, said in an interview with ESG Dive that it is important for companies to understand the opportunity that DEI programs present before mitigating risk, not the other way around. There's this fear, and companies are just going, okay, well, we're just going to get rid of this practice, and they're not going, okay, hold on a second, Daija said. If you're a good CEO, you understand what the opportunity is, and then you say, okay, how are we going to mitigate the risk against that opportunity? There's a risk in every opportunity, and that's not necessarily what we're seeing, Daija added. I would say to everybody, understand the opportunity that diversity, equity, and inclusion offers, and then mitigate your risk against it. I feel like we've read, like, 5 paragraphs worth of shit, and they have literally just repeated the same thing over and over and over. They're like, understand the opportunity. Mitigate risk against it after. Don't risk mitigate first, because then you'll miss the opportunity. I just like, it's like a fucking cult chant that if you repeat enough times, people will just believe you. Editor's note, this interview has been edited for length and clarity. ESG Dive, tell me a little bit about your background and what led you to create Bridge. Daija responded, Bridge was founded in April of 2022, and somebody asked me the other day what made us launch Bridge. And I was like, I don't know. Maybe we had a crystal ball that we would probably be needed more than ever. But I will tell you the real story behind why we started. And I only found Bridge towards the end of 2023, beginning of 2024. And when I was looking into their background, they happened to have started, they were founded after another website talked about a Bridge 2.0 initiative. I don't actually know if Cheryl Daija's Bridge was born of that other Bridge initiative, or if it just happens to have the same name and also did a 2.0 initiative at the same exact time that Bridge was founded. Not exactly sure. Not exactly sure. Bridge is an acronym for belonging, representation, inclusion, diversity, and the G is the growth that we know and believe comes from all of that. And then the E is equity, which is our ultimate goal, to have a more equitable industry and world, which feels further away from us right now, but we'll get there. This is interesting that they changed the G to growth, because originally the G was the gap to bridge between them. It's the same crap we keep hearing constantly, because again, as you said, they are cultists. Yes. This is basically an article where I'm giving like a little bit less input than I usually do, and I just want to read through it, because it's a lot of like recap of what we already know, but it's still important to hear. And it's important to know that Cheryl Daija is now being quoted and interviewed and promoted in far more places than she was last year. This is going to start becoming far more mainstream. They're going to be using the Bridge initiatives in a lot more articles than just what we see in the Bridge Smart Brief. I, Cheryl Daija, was born in South Africa, and I lived under apartheid regime. Early on in my childhood, I understood what inequity looked like, and so that spurred my passion for social justice. I am part of a multiracial family, and I have chosen to see the world through my son's eyes, because I know that his world is different from mine. And I have just learned an incredible amount having done so. The work is very personal to me. I'm committed to building a more equitable and better world for my son and his friends and the generations to come, despite any challenges that are going to come our way. Now wait just a fucking minute! Chat, when I first started looking into Cheryl Daija, I found a very funny news story that I did read on stream. Because, you know, it's the only way to notice without actually noticing. Cheryl Daija was featured in an article about JDate, a Jewish dating website. And she talked about her experience on JDate and how she found her husband through JDate, and they'd been together a very long time. So if Cheryl Daija was a Jew on JDate and she met her husband, also a Jew because he's on JDate, what does she mean that her son has a very different world outlook? Because that article didn't mention that she already had children. So, like, as I was starting to read this, I just assumed that the man she met on JDate is the man that she had children with. So, like, what exactly is going on here? The one South African that didn't learn the lesson. Oh my god. Oh wait, that goblin has children. This is the first time I've heard of her having children in general. But if she is a Jewish person and he is a Jewish person and they had a son, then that is also a Jewish person. What does she mean that her son would have a different outlook than her? Maybe she adopted. That's possible. Maybe she adopted. It's also possible that, like, she had children from, like, a prior relationship that the JDate article never mentioned. But that still just seems really out of left field to me. J-Date man was cucked? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Maybe the J-Date man happens to be a black dude. The only black Jews I know are the black Hebrew Israelites, but like, is that really Jewish? She's white. How did she live under apartheid? She means to say she benefited from apartheid, and also, she's not white, she's Jewish. There's Arab Jews, black Jews, even Asian and Hispanic Jews. Did you know that black Jews are required to be sterilized in Israel? There's no fucking way that's true. There's no fucking way. It's the bull's son. Thank you, Bob Davis. Schrodinger's white.
Muenya.
Where did I finish reading? On the professional side, I am a marketer by heart. I started my career as a marketer in the health and beauty aid consumer packaged goods industry, so I got a lot of training on that side. I was then recruited into the fragrance industry. She just like me, for real, for real. I was then recruited into the technology industry. Oh, I went after fragrance. I went into insurance. That's where we divided. I could have been a conglomerate DEI marketer just like her. I was then recruited into the technology industry, and then I found myself in this kind of weird anomaly called trade groups. I worked at the Interactive Advertising Bureau for a while. I was the general manager there, and then I worked at the Mobile Marketing Association as the chief strategy officer. We've been pulled into this political quagmire, and it's been politicized. But at the end of the day, DEI is not about politics, is another quote from Cheryl Dijja. After George Floyd was murdered, ah, Saint Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, amen. I was programming a session at an event for the Mobile Marketing Association, and I happened to get exposed to a group of chief diversity officers, just in the middle of COVID. And we would get together like every few weeks, and I realized in talking to them what a lonely road DEI leaders had. At the time, they were basically told to sit in the corner and fix it, when it obviously was not theirs to fix. So it occurred to me that if we can bring industry together to create marketing platforms like we did with digital and mobile and others, why could we not bring the industry together for more purpose-driven work to build a more inclusive industry? So Bridge was formed out of that, and we launched with a mission that is even stronger today than it was when we launched, which was to help more the narrative of DEI away from philosophy to helping companies operationalize inclusion as a business practice for growth. And this echoes exactly what she said in that very first interview we found of her on the DEI After 5 channel with Sasha Thompson. She said that DEI is not just a moral philosophy or moral imperative, sorry. It's not just a philosophy. It is something that is a moral imperative, but it is more than that. It is not just that. And we need corporations to understand that instead of siloing it away in your HR or your marketing departments, you need to operationalize inclusion as a business practice in order for your company to grow and be successful. And that language was the beginning language that I've been shrieking about for the past year and some change, that it's going to be getting rid of DEI departments. DEI officers are going to be removing their titles. I've been saying this for over a year, that they're going to be embedding DEI into the job of just everyone at the company. And lo and behold, more than a year later, that's exactly what they're doing. And other reporters are pretending that they're just finding this out for the first time. How has the environment changed around you over the past 2 years with the affirmative action decision and latest executive orders? And Cheryl said, it's interesting. We just had a board meeting in New York at the beginning of February, and right before the board meeting, we added 7 new companies to our board. One might think it was going to be the complete opposite, that we were going to have companies dropping off the board. We've not had a single company drop off our board. Quite the contrary. And I also talked about this. When I went to... I don't think it was the last Bridge meeting. I think it was maybe either the beginning of February or the last one in January. Might have been... Sorry, it was the last one, the last week of January. And I had some quotes that I read off to you guys, because again, I wasn't sure of the legality of just playing it for you. But I read off some quotes, and she said this in that meeting. She said that in the meeting, that she was actually having more companies ask to become part of the board at Bridge. So while everyone around us was celebrating all of the DEI going away and how much we're winning, I'm like, guys, yeah, the executive orders are great. Please celebrate those wins, but also pay attention to the private sector. I've been screaming about this for a year. Dear God, someone please fucking pay attention. Affirmative action was clearly academia, and it was focused on academics, but it was definitely a hint of what was to come. Every company understands that the work needs to continue because there's an inevitability to what the makeup of our country is going to look like and what communities and society looks like. But I thought this was a far-right conspiracy theory. I thought this wasn't happening. What do you mean by this? We know that Gen Z is the most diverse generation of our time. We also know that they're different. They're different consumers, and they demand different and seasoned executives that understand that. At the same time, there certainly is some risk that needs to be mitigated. Again, we have read articles that assert this multiple times. Articles that assert that Gen Z cares about the kind of societal action these companies have, that Gen Z is more likely to consume products if they're, like, shilled to them by content creators rather than traditional celebrities. And especially when those products are being shilled by content creators, it matters that the content creators are diverse and not just white and not just men. So what we're seeing, and what we started to see with affirmative action, was what is the ripple effect that happens from the public sector, and how does that affect the private sector? Where are the implications, and an understanding of those implications? I think the implications with affirmative action were a lot less, quite frankly, than what we're starting to see now with this full-on attack against DEI. I think what makes me really upset is, like, reading this article is basically a recap of everything everyone here who was watching me last year already knew a year ago. But even with that, I wish the communications people were doing a better job. And she said this in multiple of the bridge meetings as well. Like, she has been very unhappy with the state of how much reporting has been done on how DEI is going away and how companies that aren't actually getting rid of DEI are. Like, she's never mentioned Robbie Starbuck by name, but obviously all of these articles credit him with the reversal of DEI. And she's saying almost all of these articles are incorrect. There are some companies, like Meta, according to her, that aren't doing the subversive thing. They aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing to continue the work. But most of them are, and that's where a lot of the media is getting this wrong. And again, since I've been reading this stuff for over a year, I've been calling that out for exactly the same amount of time. Because even some of the companies that have been in the press and the media about pulling back significantly, I think, are adjusting and evolving the practice. Oh, she went on to literally say what I just said. I love this woman in a like rival kind of way. She's my Team Rocket. That's really what we're seeing is an evolution, which I think probably, despite this collision with politics, needed to happen anyway. That's why, when we launched, we were already encouraging companies to kind of evolve the practice so that they were looking at DEI from both a workplace and a marketplace perspective, so that it wasn't just focused on talent. Talent is ultimately foundational to marketplace impact. We're seeing companies understand that in order to go after this incredibly large buying power of Black Americans and Hispanic Americans, that they have to have cultural fluency within their teams, and they have to think about how they're developing products that are more inclusive. I think we're seeing, in some ways, what I would have expected as an adjustment. I think that there's some maybe over-ratcheting on some risk mitigation, but at the end of the day, companies understand that they're not going to be around if they don't continue to have more inclusive practices. From my perspective, DEI was never about politics. We've been pulled into this political quagmire, and it's been politicized, but at the end of the day, DEI is not about politics. The interviewer asks, could you explain the evolution we're seeing a little bit more and how companies are looking to litigation-proof some of their programs? I think we're suffering from a few things, Cheryl says. What happened after the murder of George Floyd? Ah, Saint Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, amen. Was a number of things. Number one, there were these targets and quotas that were created that were unrealistic to begin with. But I think companies had good intentions. It was well-intentioned to stand with the Black community and to say, we're going to do better. That kind of easiest way to do that was, okay, we're going to have quotas. We're going to have X number of women, X number of people of color, etc., etc. And unfortunately, it coincided with companies basically putting people into DEI roles that were not skilled DEI practitioners. If you speak to DEI practitioners that were practicing even before George Floyd, they would have said quotas and targets, that's not a good idea. There's some legal risk there. That's really funny that this whole time they've been trying to say, DEI is not about hiring unqualified and unskilled people, you bigot. And even Cheryl is over here like, yeah, you know, even when companies were trying to hire the DEI practitioners, they didn't even get skilled and people who knew what they were doing as a DEI practitioner. So, like, they got DEI hires for the DEI positions instead of the real and true acolytes, man. No true DEI practitioners. Real DEI has never been tried, chat. Oh my god.
Munya.
But what ended up happening was people were being put into DEI leadership positions, and they were not DEI leaders. DEI is a skilled practice, and I think skilled practitioners understood and would not have necessarily agreed with all of these quotas that, again, I think were well-intentioned, but probably went too far. This is fucking hilarious to me, chat. Like, the entire time they're bemoaning meritocracy and bemoaning people who want skilled employees, and now they're doing the same exact thing. They're like, oh, well, you didn't hire the DEI practitioners that were actually skilled, and that's where you went wrong. You need the real DEI practitioners with the real skill set if you want to have real DEI in your company. Jesus Christ. I actually think that the CEO from Cisco, Chuck Robbins, for me, said it best. He said that what the current administration is trying to do is reduce DEI to a single issue, which is about race and gender, when DEI is a complex matrix of 150 practices. At Bridge, we've identified 80 practices that constitute DEI, so I would love to know from Robbins what the other 70 are. We need some DEI archaeologists, chat. If there's 150 practices and we only have identified 80, we have to figure out how to identify the other ones. You know, we just got to keep making this shit up as we go. I wonder how many practices there are going to be next year. DEI is a complex matrix of practices, so I think companies went a little too far in some respects with the quotas and the targets, and they probably were more high risk from a legal perspective. In order to do DEI well, or to build an inclusive brand or operationalize inclusion, you don't need quotas. You don't actually need targets. You just need to do it well. What did she mean by this? The interviewer asks, what are the dangers of companies or the administration flattening or oversimplifying DEI to focus on just issues of gender, race, or orientation? Cheryl responds, DEI is both a workplace and a marketplace practice, and by reducing it to gender and race and orientation, you're strictly thinking about it as a workplace practice and not recognizing what the opportunity is from a marketplace impact perspective. DEI is foundational for companies to create business impact. We think inclusion is as transformational, potentially, to growth as AI is. It's just a different approach. If you're doing inclusion right, then you'll be thinking about how you're putting inclusion at the center of your product development efforts, how you're putting inclusion at the center of your media strategies, your creative strategies, your communications. So you're looking at it from a much broader perspective that will allow you to authentically hit those growth markets. You have to expand your thinking about where the opportunities are that allow you to have the cultural fluency to achieve growth, going after these markets that you identify. Are we identifying these markets the same as we're identifying the matrices in DEI? What are the other practices here? They ask, what guidance would you give to CEOs at this moment? And Daija responds, their obligation is to their employees and their shareholders, not politicians. So they need to prioritize employees and shareholders. Leadership is about safeguarding people, particularly in these kinds of times. It's also ironic that she says this because wasn't it Apple that had their shareholders petition them to drop all the DEI shit, and Apple was like, no, actually. Cultural fluency, is that like media literacy? Yeah, they are evolving all of their languages. Leadership is about safeguarding people, particularly in these kinds of times. And if there is any time that DEI could rise to the occasion in support of the communities that are being directly affected by the current executive orders, it's now. Acting out of fear is not leadership. Prioritizing employees and your shareholders is leadership. Number 2, reacting to the current politics is not a business strategy, and it's certainly not a sustainable business strategy. So be careful not to get caught up in the hype. You certainly need to look at your practices and understand where your risk might be. Mitigate that risk, but pause, breathe, and be pragmatic. Number 3, figure out how you can leverage diversity, equity, and inclusion as a driver of business growth. Don't allow the administration to reduce it to a single issue, because it's not. It's okay that practices evolve over time, and diversity, equity, and inclusion should be no exception. You can evolve it in a way that aligns with your business growth, and you don't have to just throw it out. Leadership doesn't protect shit. True and real. True and real. I like how she's appearing in more articles now, because getting stuff directly from her mouth is a real fucking nice thing. Real fucking nice. Ammonia. Let's see what else. Oh, this was another one I wanted to read. I said I was going to get to thank yous after that article, but this one I think is important. I don't remember when I brought her up before, because my memory is really fucking bad, chat. But there was something that I read previously that talked about an individual named Lily Zhang. And Lily Zhang is a DEI practitioner who's been doing this for a very, very long time. And the first time I ever heard Lily Zhang's name was during the initial Gamergate. Lily Zhang was someone who posted tons of like trans ideology stuff on Twitter, and Liz Fong Jones of Attacking Kiwi Farms fame is somebody who was also involved with Lily Zhang. So the fact that Lily Zhang is now writing articles that are being promoted by Bridge, it all comes full fucking circle, chat. It all comes fucking circle. Zhang, she's insane. Yeah, I'm probably using the wrong fucking pronouns here, but like I'm staring at them calling him a she, so it's a fucking... Whatever, chat. You know, I just read shit. Kirsche, you've been checking Tractor Supply Co. many times. It seems that they have the word diversity and inclusion, but their HR also said they'll hire people regardless of their race, sex, etc. Correct me if I'm wrong. For people that still work at Tractor Co. Supply, do they still DEI or not? We've had a couple of people here mention that like their managers are completely off board with it. And again, like the Tractor Supply Co. people, when they released their "we're not doing this anymore" letter, it didn't contain the subversive language like Jack Daniels did, like Microsoft did, like Amazon did, like Walmart did, like the Harley Davidson did, right? Like it was completely different. Completely different. So in my opinion, Tractor Supply Co. seems to have actually fucking dumped it, unlike most of these companies. If Lily says something crazy, is it a Zanger? Jesus Christ. A Bridge is in bed with sex offenders? I mean, obviously. Like, at this point, how could they not be? In the Bridge Smart Brief, the little thingy before Lily Zhang's article, which is in time, by the way, there are plenty... Zhang says, use common sense interventions for DEI. There are plenty of ways companies can legally continue to practice DEI as part of an integrated strategy to standardize their hiring, ensure broadly diverse hiring pools, and analyze corporate data to identify areas in need of improvement. Says strategist Lily Zhang, who advocates for a fair in all caps, framework of fairness, access, inclusion, and representation. There are lots of other common sense interventions like this across the workplace that we don't even need to call DEI work. This is just how to run an effective, responsible, healthy workplace that people trust and feel respected in. And this article from Lily here, a new framework for DEI. This came out on February 23rd, published by Michelle Peng. I love penguins. With escalating attacks on corporate diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, many private sector organizations are searching for an approach that preserves effective, popular initiatives while insulating them from external attacks. For strategist Lily Zhang, the solution is not wholesale retreat, but holding DEI programs to the highest standard of effectiveness using a framework they call FAIR, which is fairness, access, inclusion, and representation. FAIR is built on 4 principles that can make DEI work effective, namely being outcome-centered, focused on systems, driven by coalitions, and communicated in win-wins, they explain. So again, don't pay attention too much to the language, right? Because they're all trying to change the acronym for DEI. They're trying to obfuscate it further and make it sound less like how politicized DEI has become. And once again, the acronym FAIR. How can you be against fairness and access and inclusion? You bigot, right? Like, these are more words that they can use to discredit you if you go against them. They contend that many programs currently being rolled back, such as participation in external surveys and public statements on a company's website, fall short of this standard. We spoke to Zhang to learn more about how these kinds of programs have failed in the past and their recommendations for designing DEI strategy that will stick going forward. Here are excerpts from our conversation, edited for length and clarity. The interviewer asked, "You have argued that much of mainstream DEI was falling short, even before this current wave of attacks. Why is that?" We already know this because Bridge has been talking about how they've been falling short for years now. But let's see what Lily Zhang says. Zhang replies, "There was a study that came out showing that between 1990 and 2015, which is 25 years, the rates of anti-black hiring discrimination did not change by a single percentage point." Hey, yo, we read like 3 articles on this before. I don't know if there's any like short clips that were pulled out of my streams about this, but I remember us reading these articles and people saying how like in the past 25 years it was obvious that DEI did not go far enough. I hope some other people remember this with me. There's a lot of similar stats on the glass ceiling for women on promotion rates being low. The bamboo ceiling for Asian people. Isn't that kind of fucking racist? Why do the Asians have to have a bamboo ceiling? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Disability-related discrimination rates. By all of these measures, we've seen that workplaces haven't necessarily been making good progress. All these problems still existed, but companies tried to solve them in ways that were just as ineffective. Hold on a second here, chat. I got message. Maybe it's relevant. It's not relevant. Okay. I was thinking maybe fucking somehow Ziz or KB had one of my fucking timestamps from when we read those articles on hand, and I would have been crazy fucking impressed. Glass ceiling you can't reach with your stilettos is less bad than the bamboo ceiling. Is the disability ceiling called the fucking wheelchair ceiling? It's probably the like stilt ceiling, right? They got the wooden stilts up there. All these problems still existed, but companies tried to solve them in ways that were just ineffective. You don't solve racism by having a book club. You solve racism by fixing your hiring process, by training your managers, by ensuring that there are consequences for harmful behavior. Harmful behavior like how Liz Fong Jones went psychotic over the fruit farmer site. And by building respectful norms in your workplace. This is what the work looks like, and companies were not investing in it. Unfortunately, even in 2025, this continues to be the case in the vast majority of workplaces. This is the big challenge that DEI practitioners have had for decades at this point. Again, there's a lot of people that want to say this shit started like in 2015 or it started like 5 years ago. No. This is patently Marxist subversion that started at a bare minimum in like the 1930s. Bare minimum back then. And you can point different peak fluctuations where they sort of went a bit more mask off and they pushed too far too fast that too many people noticed, right? You can say 2015 for that. You can say like 2020 for that. But this has been going on so much fucking longer. And it also makes me happy that they have also been saying this out loud. Because a lot of people will just call you a fucking conspiracy theorist if you say it, but it's like, I'm reading their fucking words, my guy. I don't know what you want from me. Michelle Peng has a whole list of DEI articles on the website. Might want to keep it in the tabs. Ooh, Miss Penguin. Even if backlash had not become a challenge, now not only are we navigating the backlash, we're navigating this legacy of ineffective responses to solving these deeply rooted problems. The interviewer asks, are there ways to make DEI work more impactful while shielding it against this new wave of attacks? Lily Zhang replies, I mentioned that study done on anti-black hiring discrimination. The same study found that the companies that had the least hiring discrimination all had one mundane thing in common. A centralized, standardized hiring process that used scoring rubrics and hiring panels. That made it so that there was some rigor and standardized process so that a single hiring manager could not hire someone willy-nilly because they liked the way they look.
What?
So if you ask me how to mitigate hiring discrimination, I'm not going to recommend you sit everyone down for 3 hours and train them on every single racial bias that exists. I'll say just standardize your hiring process. People of color or women or LGBTQ+ folks, these are not the only people that are impacted by bias. Basically, standardizing your process is going to help pretty much everyone. Excuse me. It ensures that we don't act on these biases that we might hold about who a smart person is or a skilled person is. This is the eliminating unconscious bias, where you might see someone and make like a snap unconscious decision about how competent they might be, regardless of what they say to you or what their skill set is, I suppose. There are lots of other common sense interventions like this across the workplace that we don't even need to call DEI work. This is just how to run an effective, responsible, healthy workplace that people trust and feel respected in. That's true. Why call it DEI work? That just opens you up to attacks. Oh god. Oh god. My tummy. The interviewer asks, you focus on measuring outcomes and building accountability in your work. How do you recommend organizations set these systems up, and what should they be measuring? Lily Zhang responds, one of the things I have helped companies do for the last 8 years. By the way, Gamergate did something, chat. Did you know that? Gamergate actually did something. That's why this person was allowed to go unabated, helping companies for 8 years embed DEI practices. Yay, Gamergate, we did it. Get the bucket. We do audits and culture surveys to assess people's access to decision-making, their access to opportunity, their perceptions of psychological safety or physical safety. We analyze all this data by demographics and organizational factors like level, tenure, and department. Gamergate made a lot of people famous. Gamergate made a lot of people famous, and I think that a lot of people just followed algorithms and they only really made content on things that would get picked up by the algorithm, right? And we saw that a lot this time as well, where people made like a gajillion billion Sweet Baby videos. And it's like, man, like you can reference Sweet Baby, but like I don't think there was fucking that much to talk about in regards to them, especially when Sweet Baby is part of the problem and not like the boss itself. It's just like, you can't just focus on one thing because the algorithm loves it and wants to promote it. I get it, content creators want to make the content, they want to get paid. Bridge is not in the mainstream yet, so it's not getting picked up by the algorithm, so like why make Bridge content if you're only going to get, you know, like 20, 30, 50,000 views and it's not going to be huge. Like, I get it from a content creation perspective, but again, this is why Gamergate fucking fell on its face. Yes, we laughed at people. Yes, everything they were trying to do was ridiculous. But while content creators were laughing and making YouTube videos, these people were embedding themselves further into companies to fuck up more games, to become journalists, to do consultancy like Lily Zhang did. Gamergate, I do believe, and this is just my opinion, was an obvious abject failure, because instead of being vigilant and following these people and paying attention and trying to stop their ideology, people just moved on to what the algorithm wanted next. That's why they went nuts with Melody or whatever her name was. They needed a boogeyman to attack. What? If they were laughing, no one's laughing now. The laughing has stopped.
Munya.
Hubris, my old enemy.
Ah, no.
Where did I stop reading?
Where did I stop reading?
Data allows us to see which problems are real, which problems do not exist, which things don't need solving, and allow us to allocate our resources to actually fix things that need fixing, and ensure everyone has good outcomes. I've worked with organizations where women have better outcomes than men. In that situation, how can we make this organization work better for people of all genders? I just don't believe you. I'm gonna press X to fucking doubt on that one, dude. I've worked in organizations where Ivy League grads ran a top clique. How can we make sure that talent, regardless of where you went to school, can shine? Also, data are the first step to accountability. If a leader says, I want to end discrimination, then of course you need to measure discrimination. You need the leader to do something about it, and then you need to measure discrimination again to see if it went down. This is the building block of any kind of effective change management, organizational intervention approach. You measure, you do your experiment, you measure again. The more data we collect, the more effectively we collect it and use it. And the better we can not only make change, but also visualize that change and hold ourselves accountable. And all of this data stuff was something that Cheryl Dijja mentioned at the last bridge meeting as well. That a lot of these companies that were aggregating this data about diversity, equity, and inclusion at companies are now not tracking this data because they are worried about that data being public information, that data being used as something in like a lawsuit against companies, that data being used by people to attack the companies. So a lot of these data aggregators have just kind of fallen off a bit. 20 pounds of discrimination. The interviewer asked, what has been the impact of recent rollbacks? It seems like there's been a mix of programs affected, from the window dressing of lunch and learns and Heritage Month messages to more concrete actions like supplier diversity pledges and diversity hiring slate policies. Zhang responds, I really appreciate you pointing out that not all rollbacks are created equal. There are some which are clearly performative, just as performative as the performative DEI efforts were. You can't just use performative 3 times in, like, less than 10 words, man. For example, you can get a perfect score on the Human Rights Campaign survey and still be a terrible workplace for LGBTQ people. Oh, fuck! Oh, it's just a signaling effort in the same way companies saying they're not doing the survey anymore doesn't tell me anything. But some folks on the right will see this as a political win. Holy fuck, we got a smoky gun, chat! This was one of the things that I was reading in those things where I was like, yeah, maybe pulling out of the Human Rights Campaign is actually doing something. But also, based on what we know on how these companies are getting rid of their DEI departments, I said pulling out of the Human Rights Campaign survey is just another way to obfuscate that they're continuing doing the work without making it public. If they're not reporting, we don't know what they're doing. And now we have Lily Zhang saying, yeah, those idiots on the right are seeing this as a political win when it actually isn't. Because it doesn't matter if you even had a perfect score on the Human Rights Campaign survey, because it could have just been performative virtue signaling. It doesn't tell you shit. Oh my god. I love how people would like to tell me I'm making assumptions when I just keep being right. I just cannot stop being fucking right, chat. Just read what these people say, and you'll know more than most YouTubers. Self-incrimination. But there are other things that are going to have real impacts. For example, the companies that are rolling back on their commitments to ensure broad representation within candidate pools before they hire. How can you ensure broad representation within a candidate pool? Is that like you have to fill a position, but like you have 7 white male candidates, 1 woman and 1 black person, and you're like, oh, well, we can't even have interviews until more diverse people attempt applying. Like, what do they mean by that? These efforts meaningfully increase the diversity of workplaces in perfectly legal ways, because they're just trying to extend the talent pool rather than setting quotas. That's true. Instead of setting quotas, if you have more diverse people in the pool, you can just ignore the white men. That's so smart. That's just like what we talked about the colleges doing. These things are legal, they're effective, they're very well appreciated. I can't see any possible benefit except to signal to certain groups that you're willing to inflict harm upon marginalized communities. Or let's say you're funding a nonprofit or an institution dedicated to racial justice. It does send signals, but it also has a real tangible impact on everyone who works there. Then, more importantly, that's going to really, really hurt morale for everyone within their workplace. If these things go away, there's a very good chance the workers in those companies will feel a lower sense of belonging, lower well-being, and lower productivity. They're likely to see these workers leave because there's lots of workplaces that treat workers of all races and all genders well. So we're going to see a brain drain away from these workplaces that have signaled that they would much rather pander to authoritarians than build workplaces for everyone. First of all, I just don't believe you. Second of all, there's not going to be any brain drain of DEI hires. That's just not real. And Zhang has their own article here in the Harvard Business Review. What comes after DEI? How a new framework built around fairness, access, inclusion, and representation can succeed where DEI has failed, by Lily Zhang. Good fucking god. How can you brain drain what does not have one? True and real. Is this the same talent pool causing all the near misses at the airport? Good lord. Lily Zhang is a strategist, consultant, and author who works with leaders to build fair, accessible, inclusive, and representative organizations. They're the author of the forthcoming Fixing Fairness, 4 Tenets to Transform Diversity Backlash into Progress for All. Oh my god, this is long as fuck. Oh my god, this is long as fuck. I don't know if I want to read this one today. We might have to circle back around to this fucking Lily Zhang article. Because we've been on the DEI train for a hot fucking minute here. I bet we've been on the DEI articles for a hot fucking minute, chat. Stop! What comes after DEI? It's FBI! God, I can only hope. I can only fucking hope. Because I wanted to get to a few other things today as well. Like, there's a little thing in Vtuber news. Here's a thought that Zelensky catching a fight that has unfortunate, or flight that has, no, don't say that. No, don't say that. It does look like an interesting read, but it's very long. Very long. Any new houses the Kirsche likes that have been found? No, unfortunately. So this person, Chris the Hollow Pro Simp, I don't know who they are. They posted this from Yagoo. Yagoo posted his stance on AI and VTubing on LinkedIn. He says here, Yagoo, for those who don't know, is the CEO of Cover. They are the HoloLive company. A lot of people say I pronounce it wrong and it should be Cover, but like I feel like I should be saying Cover. You know, I don't know. Chris is a Holo advocate. Are we heading toward a future where AI replaces VTubers? This is a question I've been asked frequently in recent interviews, and my answer remains clear. No, I don't think we are. I don't think AI will be replacing VTubers. Let me explain why. The appeal of VTubers does not lie solely in the technology that powers them. While the tech is undeniably impressive and enhances the viewer experience, the true essence of VTubing is rooted in the human element, the personality, talent, and authenticity of the individual behind the avatar. Fans are drawn to VTubers because they know there is a real person behind the screen, someone they can connect with, empathize with, and support. VTubing is about breaking down barriers, whether it's age, appearance, geography, creating a space where people can connect with the person behind the avatar. It's about their dreams, their emotions, and their unique story. This is why AI VTubing will never become mainstream. People cannot form the same emotional bond with an AI. They know there is no real person behind the avatar, no dreams to champion, no shared laughter or struggles, no human journey to follow. It's important to remember that AI, like any technological advancement, is a tool. Its purpose is to enhance and improve our lives, not to replace the human experience. In the context of VTubing, AI could play a supportive role, for example, by enabling real-time translations during streams and make content accessible to a global audience. However, it will never replace the passion, creativity, and humanity of the individuals behind the avatars. At its core, VTubing is about connection, community, and shared experiences. It's about bringing people together, and that is something only humans can truly achieve. So what do you think? How do you think AI could help VTubing? Skynet wants to enhance your life. Neuro bullying Vidal is the best thing ever. I think it's very interesting that Neuro gets as much love as she does in the VTubing sphere. When someone like what's his name? Something Koff, Kwebbelkopf made an AI version of himself, and that was like resoundingly detested by Fleshtuber and Vtuber alike. Speaking of AI, Feelwaxes. Thank you for the voodoo curse of the day, Augustus Sinclair White. Thank you for the 25. My chair is floating. To be fair, Neuro isn't the same type of AI as modern cis. I don't know what that means. But like, yeah, Kwebbelkopf made an AI of himself, and he was like, one day, content creators will be able to replace themselves with a fully AI version that will act and sound just like them, and so they can be off living an actual life while their AI creates the content for their audience. And I think that's a very disingenuous way to go about it. And when I went over Kwebbelkopf's AI journey, I said the same exact thing that Yagoo said in his statement, where people want to interact with live streamers. They want to interact with a person. Even if there is a cute, fluffy avatar as the representation, they get attached to the person behind it. They get attached to like the shared experiences they have together. It's just, you know, parasociality goes both ways, and it's not just a VTuber community thing. He purposely made as much slop as possible. It's the worst case of AI garbage. And yeah, Neurosama also works because Vidal is there. Vidal is interacting with people as well. Vidal's an active participant in the AI VTuber. Neuro cannot entertain just by herself / itself. Quebblecop is the laziest path. Yeah. Would an AI Kirsche need to be trained on Boston speak? I would never want to have like an AI replacement. And this is exactly what that Lenny Andronicus lady wanted to do. When Lenny came over here and tried making another VTuber award show, and if you guys don't know who that is, she is like some AI lady who tried to get into the VTuber sphere. I interviewed her and got her very frustrated because she knew fucking nothing about the entertainment industry she was trying to break into. But she tried making another VTuber awards to compete with Fillions, and she wanted to have VTubers sign up for some app that she was promoting. And the app is basically, it's basically like a Twitch / TikTok kind of merger, but it used a lot of AI, and you could sell like your clips that you take. You could sell voice clips as tokens. So it also incorporated NFTs into the streaming space for VTubers, and it was just very, very grotesque. And I wanted to look into her, and I wanted to interview her because she was also specifically targeting smaller VTubers. Because of course they would be the easiest to take advantage of because they haven't been here as long. They don't have like corporate knowledge. They're just, you know, I'm not like digging on people who are smaller. It's just like they're easier to take advantage of, unfortunately. And so she was trying to promote it as like, you know, if you're a small VTuber, you're going to get noticed here. This is like an award show for you. If you're small and you want to be involved, like, we welcome you. We want to hear your stories. And she did like Twitter spaces talking to these people. And unfortunately, a lot of people ended up, you know, buying into it. They signed up for the award show. They like wanted the promotion that she was going to be able to bring. But it's like, especially when you're small, I understand like the want to grow larger, like the desperation because you want like money, you want the attention, you want to build an audience sometimes. Like, I get it, right? Like, I get that everybody has those desires when they want to make, you know, content creation into something, but you have to be very careful with who you align yourself with, because you could end up kneecapping yourself before you even get anywhere. Small people are easier to kidnap. Travel size. You're selling NFTs of Kirsche's hiccups. Get yours before they run out. Wait, there's millions of them. At least she was offering to pay for their voices and quotes instead of outright stealing them. I don't know what you mean by this. I don't know what you mean by that. If Kirsche wasn't the wonderful person she is and was an AI or used AI, it would be a dark day indeed. Like, I think like using AI the way Pippa does is a very like neat and transformational thing. And again, like, I have no issues with AI art as far as like using it for personal reasons or using it for like a short-term kind of promotional stuff. But I would never want to have like a VTuber model made by AI. I want to pay artists who actually do the work to make models. I would never want to sell merch with AI art on them. Like, any merch I sell is going to be like the art is going to be created by artists that are real. I like have a hard line on making money using AI stuff. That kind of makes me feel a little uncomfortable, you know? So like, I think like the AI chatbots and stuff that Pippa does, and I think she even had a sponsorship with one of them. I think that's neat. I think that's cool. But like, I wouldn't want to like sell merch and do stuff like that with AI. Because like, as much as I have been disappointed by artists, like, I don't apply that to all artists, right? I'm not like artist racist. There's lots of artists I love, and I would love to find even more artists that I love. She's doing the work, get her! Reminds you of that one platform that was trying to get indies to use for AI avatars recently? Yeah, like I just be very careful of who you accept a helping hand from, and I think that's how a lot of these like smaller black companies also take advantage of VTubers. Because it's like, these are people who want to garner an audience. They want to become someone in content creation. And they think that joining a company will be a way to get there because the company can provide more support than being indie. And that might be true, but you have to think of the trade-offs, and you have to stop signing fucking contracts if you don't have a lawyer look over them. Like, I know lawyers cost money and you might not have the money, but please, man, just stop signing fucking contracts before you understand what's in them, man. It makes me so upset. It makes me so mad. Like, I don't want to see all these smaller VTubers get taken advantage of. It's just like, please, I beg, get a lawyer to read over the contracts. Get like your fucking parents to read over the contract. Get just a larger VTuber to read over your contract. Like, just talk to someone, anyone, about your contract. Don't just fucking sign it. Don't just fucking sign it and assume because they're a company they have your best interest at heart. It's typically the fucking opposite. They want to make money. They're not there specifically to create you into a large creator. They want a return on investment. So you gotta be careful when you sign this shit. Kirsche offering contract reading services. They promised me at least a $1. Never sign a contract. That's a rookie mistake. I've signed plenty of contracts, but I either read through them and know what I'm doing, read through them and have questions that I ask both of the person who gave me the contract and other people I possibly know who might have experience in it, or a couple of times I've talked to a lawyer. Because it's just like, I don't know everything and I'd rather be super fucking sure of what's happening. And there's been multiple times where I've renegotiated things in contracts because I'm like, hey, yo, this seems like a little bad for me, so let's fucking flesh this out a bit better. Never sign a contract. It's a brain dead take. It is. It really is. You signed a contract and got stuck in North Dakota for 4 years. Signing a contract isn't a problem. It's signing a contract and not reading it. I mean, even if you read it, you have to understand it. It's the not understand. That's how people end up signing away like their IPs. They lose their Steam accounts. They like notice that they have some sort of weird fucking non-compete clause that for some reason lasts after their contract. They don't fully read or understand their NDAs. And it's just like, I get it, man. This shit's fucking, it's in legalese. It hurts your brain. But that's why, like, don't just fucking get impatient and sign these things thinking it's going to only be of benefit to you. Be more patient. And it's like there's plenty of indies that have gotten large by just finding their niche and doing content that finds an audience. Is it harder as an indie? Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, I was just fucking having a little bit of a panic attack last night because, like, even though I know I have my Mythic manager now to help me with merchandising, it's still been a really fucking long time since I promised to get that stuff to you guys, and I don't like taking a long time on my promises. It makes me feel like a piece of shit. It makes me feel like I'm terrible, but like I am incredibly grateful that you guys are so patient with me, and I'm sorry forever. Demand an executive order to ban the use of legalese in the US. Dude, the legalese on like housing contracts is fucking insane as well. Like there was some housing contract that had like an extra parcel of land along with it, and the way that it's worded, I was just like, this is real estate, lady. I have no idea what this says. I can't read this. It makes no sense to my brain. Please explain, because there's just so many words here. Let me see if I can find it really quick, because it's not gonna have like any fucking weird shit that would be dangerous to read, but like it was just absolutely fucking stupid. I have to search for, I think it's this lady, because she had to send it from her boss's account because she's not licensed in New Hampshire.
The hamburger.
It's not that one. Not that one. This one. It's this one. And then it was this. Yeah, this is... Let me zoom in here. Yeah, this is talking about the tract or parcel of land that is in addition to, like, the current housing plot. So, like, if you own a plot of land with a house on it, and then you buy a plot of land that touches your plot of land, that doesn't become one giant plot of land, that is still two parcels. So whenever you sell your house, you can either sell the house and the second parcel separately, or you can sell the two parcels together. And so the way that it's described, right? It's like a certain tract or parcel of land with the buildings thereon situated on the westerly side of this street, so-called this street, located at this street address, otherwise known as the premises, in this city, otherwise known as the city, in this county. I'm saying this because I'm not doxing the places. In this county, otherwise known as the county, New Hampshire, otherwise known as the state, and being bonded and described as follows. Beginning on the westerly side of this street and the northeastern corner of land NFOPP, I don't know what that means, at a drill mark in the cement sidewalk, thence 1 northerly by said street, a distance of 76 and 0.001 feet, more or less, to land. 2 westerly by land, said the person selling it, and said by land by this other person who designated it, a distance of 50 and 0.001 feet, more or less, to land of this other person's home. Thence 3 westerly by land designated by this person to a stone bound thence. 4th southerly by the land designated by the homeowner, a distance of 2 and 88/100 feet, more or less, to a stone that is bound by wire. Thence 5 easterly by land, this person said, at a distance of 50 and 1800 feet, more or less, to the point of beginning. So like, I read this and I was like, yeah, there's 6 more pages of this, but I don't understand what the fuck it's saying. So please explain this to me like I'm a kindergartner. Like, this is painfully specific description of the property that cannot be misconstrued by a court or understood by a person. Yeah, like, this is for, like, if your neighbor's like, actually your fence is about 1.5 feet into my property, and then you hand them this and they're like, what the fuck is this? And you're like, fuck you, my fence is where it's supposed to be. Like, like, it's actually fucking crazy, man. It sounds like when you pad out an essay to meet a minimum word limit. Yeah, I was like, I'm not even gonna bother reading the rest of this because, like, my brain cannot wrap around it. Kirsche, you're the perfect combination of chaotic, perverse, funny, and kind. AI could never replicate you, which is good, because you think I would make AI insane. I do think some of the AI voice stuff is incredibly hilarious and incredibly accurate. That's going to be very dangerous when anyone can make an AI voice of any public figure, having them say the N-word in a Wendy's.
Hey.
It's defining the boundaries. Oh, I know it's defining the boundaries of the property, but it's like, just show me the fucking map, man. I can't understand this shit. just show me the fucking map. I'm an idiot, okay?
Munya.
Gon's head blows up and steam from all the complex knowledge. It's intentionally dense jargon. It's a form of gatekeeping. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm glad they're so specific, because in case you have a shitty neighbor and you do need to bring this to a court, it's like as airtight as you can possibly fucking get. But it's also like, no mere human can understand this language, as it were.
I had... Yum, 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 yum.
At the beginning of stream, I said I wanted to go over the fucking Epstein shit, and then, you know, we're 3.5 hours in and I never got to it. Oh, speaking of saying the N-word in a Wendy's, let's open this tab really quick first. It's censored, so I can bring it up on stream. I thought this was funny. A group of racists broke into a black family's apartment, ransacking their home in a cowardly attempt to intimidate them into leaving the neighborhood. For them, eviction isn't about legal notices, it's about terror and destruction. Question: why are racists so envious of black people? Also, I just want to point out, 1, who ransacks a house and then packs a suitcase? 2, why are there cardboard boxes here? Who's gonna give people free boxes if they hate said people? Why are you helping them to move out? That doesn't make any fucking sense. 3, if this was done by an actual white person, regardless of whether they're a racist or not, they would have had the spatial awareness to be able to write that last word on the wall instead of having to track it over onto the other wall. I'm just like, maybe it was done by a woman, right? Because, like, I lack spatial awareness sometimes, but I feel like it's usually men who do these things. And if it's a guy who's doing these things, if it's a white guy who's a racist, he's not going to need to drag that word over onto the other wall. I'm just saying. This is like a person who's like Jussie Smollett levels of this is fake news. Also, if this was a racist, why would he say you got 24 hours instead of you have 24 hours? Oh my god, just all of this shit just screams someone wanted attention and money bucks from being a victim. Gotten very sloppy at writing the N-word. Sorry, I failed you. False flag. Very St. God's Hospital coded. Middle of the night Chicago subway type vibes. And before he left, he wrote, "This is MAGA country" on a Louis Vuitton suitcase he left behind. How dare he? Yeah, this screams fake. Forget the writing. That's not a ransacked room. Oh my god. And then, like, a bunch of people in the comments. I don't know if I can find it easily. Yeah, there's people posting Jussie Smollett. But there was a bunch of people in the comments. I can't find it. Saying that apparently the person that runs this account is like a child molester or some shit. Got you. Reminds me of the Columbia professor whose office was attacked by a courteous Nazi who politely took down and leaned her diplomas and family photos against the walls to spray paint swastikas on the easily fixable drywall. I don't even remember that one. That's fucking funny. Hidden. Oh, it's in the hidden reply. Okay, he hid the replies. He hid the replies. Let's go, chat. Let's go into the pinned replies. Also, hot tip. Hot tip, if you're a content creator, pinned replies are the hidden replies. If you don't want someone to see something, don't fucking hide it. Unless they're bots, because, like, nobody cares about that. But if you hide things you don't want people to see, don't put them in the hidden replies. More people will see it. This is fucking... Can you not rape kids? Thanks! A 10/17/2017 conviction for child molestation. Holy shit. Wouldn't want to inconvenience the race you hated, I suppose. It's like they have a cartoonish view of what racists actually are. Faking a hate crime? Impossible. Look at this. That's so fucking funny, man. Courteous Nazi sounds like a slur. A little bit of a laugh before we go to the Epstein file debacle. So I quote retweeted the GOP thing. The Pescatore here got a screenshot. I also took a screenshot, but I didn't notice that they deleted it. So I figured if he already posted it in my replies, I don't need to post it, you know? The House Judiciary GOP said breaking Epstein files released, and they got community noted with the link provided does not contain the Epstein files. The link plays a Rick Astley music video instead. And it's like, man, that's an incredibly tone-deaf thing to do when people have been asking for the Epstein files for ages, and the Epstein files aren't some haha funny case. It's a widespread pedophile trafficking ring that a lot of powerful people were involved in. A very tasteless joke by the GOP here. So they did end up deleting it. This person replied to me with this thing that says, "This is the story." I don't know who the fuck Liz Wheeler is. Host of the Liz Wheeler show. That doesn't really tell me anything. This is the story. President Trump and AG Pam Bondi committed to releasing the Epstein files. The FBI was told to deliver the files to Bondi. They did, about 200 pages. Bondi smelled a rat because there was nothing juicy in the 200 pages, just flight logs and a Rolodex of phone numbers, no smoking gun. Still, Bondi promised to release the documents, so she prepared a binder of them. A binder of women, as it were. Then, last night, a whistleblower contacted Bondi and revealed that the SDNY was hiding potentially thousands of Epstein files, defying Bondi's order to give them all to her. We're talking recordings, evidence, etc., the juicy stuff, names. These swamp creatures at SDNY deceived Bondi, Cash, and you. Be outraged that the binder is boring, you should be, because the evil deep state lied to your face. The binder is powerful because it's tangible physical evidence of the disgusting stunt the SDNY tried to pull. Bondi is now demanding all the Epstein evidence from SDNY, plus an investigation into the persons who committed this act of defiance. The legacy media has betrayed you again and again and again. They lie to you, they smear you, they gaslight you. They deserve no special access to real-time exposure of corruption because they played a role in covering it up in the first place. You are the media, Elon said. Yes, we are. So celebrate the regular people being given access to the most powerful people in our country to report on despicable corruption as it's being uncovered in real time. And be very, very angry that deep state agents in the swamp at the SDNY are at this very moment defying President Trump and AG Bondi and you, who voted him into office, lying and hiding the truth about Jeffrey Epstein because they didn't want their own corruption and weaponization of government exposed. That's the story. And I agree with this guy. Why didn't Cash and Bondi just say that, first of all? And when this guy posted this to me, my first response was, are there sources for any of this? Or is it just a LARP? And we have some responses here. It's at least the story the official government website is going with. So we have the Justice Government website here. Attorney General Pamela Bondi releases first phase of declassified Epstein files. Not a very long thing. Today, Attorney General Pamela Bondi, in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, declassified and publicly released files related to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and his sexual exploitation of over 250 underage girls at his homes in New York and Florida. First phase of the declassified files largely contains documents that have previously been leaked but never released in a formal capacity by the U.S. government. Also, in the binders, a lot of information that was previously released unredacted has been redacted inside these binders. For what reason, I can only imagine. This Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators, said Attorney General Pamela Bondi. The first phase of files released today sheds light on Epstein's extensive network and begins to provide the public with long overdue accountability. Hard disagree, since it was not only information we already had, but information that was redacted and shown against information that was already previously unredacted. Just no reason to try and lie about that. The FBI is entering a new era, one that will be defined by integrity, accountability, and the unwavering pursuit of justice, said FBI Director Kash Patel. There will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, no stone left unturned. Anyone from the prior or current bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. If there are gaps, we will find them. If records have been hidden, we will uncover them. And we will bring everything we find to the DOJ to be fully assessed and transparently disseminated to the American people, as it should be. The oath we take is to the Constitution, and under my leadership, that promise will be upheld without compromise. I was like, yeah, that's cool and all. That's a whole lot of nice words. Like, I would like those words, but also I don't trust anyone in the government. I'm not going to believe that he means this until I see actual action. And the release of those first files yesterday did not show actual action. If they had come out and been like, the SDNY did not give us what they were supposed to, we did not have the correct files for these documents, these are actually information that have already been released, and we're going to pursue the people at the SDNY that gave us the files that are not the right thing. That would have been crazy, like a good thing to hear, right? Attorney General Bondi requested the full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein in response. Jeffrey Epstein, period. In response, the department received approximately 200 pages of documents. However, the Attorney General was later informed of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein that were not previously disclosed. The Attorney General has requested the FBI deliver the remaining documents to the Department the 8th and has tasked FBI Director Kash Patel with investigating why the request for all documents was not followed. The department remains committed to transparency and intends to release the remaining documents upon review and redaction to protect the identities of Epstein's victims. I see an F. I see a fucking F.
Red square, go away. Come again another day. Yay, it's green now.
The Clintons got Kirsche. I'm getting red square steamed, dude. Alert, the glowies got Kirsche. It's okay, we're back. I don't think that was long enough red square to split any of the VoDs, so I think we're all good. I think we're fucking so back, dude. A copy of Attorney General Bondi's letter can be downloaded here. Office of the Attorney General, Washington, D.C., February 27th. Dear Director Patel, Before you came into office, I requested the full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In response to this request, I received approximately 200 pages of documents which consisted primarily of flight logs, Epstein's list of contacts, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. Oh god. Tummy. I repeatedly questioned whether this was the full set of documents responsive to my request, and was repeatedly assured by the FBI that we had received the full set of documents. Late yesterday, I learned from a source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein. Despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the existence of these files. When you and I spoke yesterday, you were just as surprised as I was to learn this new information. By 8 a.m. tomorrow, February 28th, the FBI will deliver the full and complete Epstein files to my office, including all recordings, documents, audio, and video recordings, and materials related to Jeffrey Epstein and his clients, regardless of how such information was obtained. There will be no withholdings or limitation to my or your access. The Department of Justice will ensure that any public disclosure of these files will be done in a manner to protect the privacy of victims and in accordance with law, as I have done my entire career as a prosecutor. And yes, I agree. The victims' names are like the only thing that should be redacted. That is like the only okay thing to redact before you release these publicly, because they do deserve their privacy. Glenn Beck posted a 15-minute video with Liz Wheeler on his radio program today. Oh. I am directing you to conduct an immediate investigation into why my order to the FBI was not followed. You will deliver to me a comprehensive report of your findings and proposed personnel action within 14 days. I appreciate your immediate attention to this important matter. I know that we're both committed to transparency for the American people, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to serve our president and our country. Again, I like what this reads, I like what I'm hearing from them, but I do want to see the action. I don't want words, I want action. At this point, there should be a warrant to their office to keep evidence, or to seize their office to keep the evidence from being destroyed. I agree. I don't know what they might have already destroyed if the FBI is being this combative at releasing the files. Right? And I think there were other people. Yeah, they posted the letter. There's a picture of the letter from Bondi. This is probably releasing the Epstein files because Trump... They're probably not releasing the full Epstein files because Trump was best friends with Epstein. Ah, yes. Ah, yes, this narrative. Best friends with Epstein, who he barred from coming to Mar-a-Lago and any of his properties because Jeffrey brought an underage girl with him once. Yes. Yes, definitely best friends with that guy. All right, okay. This is another image of the Pamela Bondi letter. Projection. Big fucking projection, man. Mwah. Irshi, thank you for the 20. You're gonna send the links in a dono to make sure I saw them. Then I saw your tweet response. Have the money anyway. Hopefully it's not just words. Yeah. Thank you, Irshi. I know to click on stuff. I'm nuts. And I agree with you. Like, these, again, they're words that I like hearing. I'm glad to see them saying these things. But also, they're still people in the government. So it's like, while I would like to be happy with your words, I need to see actions before I can trust you. All right? Okay? Like, yeah, I like what you're saying, but if you don't actually do it, like every other politician who says they're gonna do something and then they don't, then the words mean nothing. Why do they keep saying that? The FBI should not have been given a second chance. The DOJ should have sent the marshals to seize the evidence. I agree with you. Like, once they found out that the FBI was obstructing them, they should have just sent marshals in there and been like, look, you had your chance, we're taking over now. I don't know if that's a legal thing they can do, but I feel like that's what they should have done. And then we have this guy here. Conservative influencer DC Drano releases video of the Phase 1 Epstein files binder he received at the White House earlier today, alongside other influencers and journalists. It's filled with pages of heavy redactions.
A letter demanding that it be sent to her tomorrow by 8 a.m. At that point, I imagine they will review the information, go through it, redact any personal identifying information and identities of victims, and continue to release this information in accordance with Trump's executive order. There's going to be a lot of investigation of people on this list. Again, not everyone on this list is someone that committed a crime. Jeffrey Epstein was not publicly known for this. He was connected with a lot of people, and it will take time.
This guy has
to
kind of
figure out
nice
who
hands, chat.
was actually involved in the crimes and who was simply someone he was going after. We know that President Trump was affiliated with him at some point. Earlier in his career, he's affiliated with a lot of people. He's a very famous, successful man. I'm sure Jeffrey Epstein wanted to entrap him. President Trump did cut off communication with Epstein.
Do not disturb! And then, what else do I have here in my tabulars? I think this was very bad optics. This guy said, a point of view, children leaving the gift shop excitedly carrying their souvenirs after a school field trip. I think this was very bad optics. I'm going to get to some other tweets. I think it was Cernovich who tweeted out that, like, the reporters were there because Starmer was also showing up to have, like, a conference with Trump. And so, like, the influencers didn't know that the photographers and, like, media people would be there. But, like, even if you didn't know that they would be there, this still looks really fucking bad optically. And I don't know who any of these influencers in the picture are, right? So I'm not, like, attacking anyone individually. I don't know who the fuck any of these people are. I don't recognize them. But it's just, like, if I was there to receive a binder, even if I wasn't a VTuber considered, like, concerned with OPSEC, if I saw, like, media people and paparazzi, I wouldn't hold up a binder of, like, Epstein's information about victims of human trafficking and child sex trafficking and smile for the fucking camera. Like, that's just fucking weird. Like, don't do that. That's strange. They released the Predator files. Of course, these people are happy to see... Like, it's great to, like, think that you're going to see justice from them, right? Because they didn't know the binders were fucking bunk bullshit at this point. But it's a very weird thing to do. And as people can see from the backlash, these people fucked up. Right? And it's like, I think it would take a lot of grace if any of these people were like, I was caught off guard, I didn't know the media would be there, I was leaving and I had the binder, and since I didn't know what to do, like, I made the wrong decision and it made it look like I was making light of the situation, so, like, I'm sorry. It wasn't a photo op, right? Like, this is something that is very bad optically. And it's like, if I, as a brain-damaged anime woman, can understand that, I would think that political content creators and influencers should be able to understand that. They're internet influencers, they don't know how to act like normal people. When the anime woman knows better how to act like a normal person than you do, you fucked up somewhere. Alright, like, I just gotta say. I just gotta fucking say, right? And here's Quartering as well, saying MAGA influencer who got the Epstein files caught lying twice and posting an obviously prepared statement. Never trust one of these people again. This is the DC Drano guy. Again, I don't know who he is. He's the one who posted this video over here that this other guy had. And he said, I wrote that post myself. Nobody gave us those talking points. I can't help it if others share it. He got community noted, saying Chad Prather could not have copied and pasted Rogan O'Handley's post, I don't know who these people are, as Chad made his statement 13 minutes before Rogan's. Archive of Chad's post, archive of Rogan's post. And then he said, false once again. I wrote that post on my own, posted it, deleted it after 10 minutes, then reposted it again a little later. Others had copied it while it was up the first time. He got community noted again, saying Chad Prather could not have copied and pasted it, as Chad made his statement 13 minutes before Rogan's. It's just like, I don't even know. Here it is. I was gonna say, what is the statement? The statement is, today I met with President Trump, VP JD Vance, AG Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel. They handed me a binder of the Epstein files. This is the most transparent administration in American history. The best part, this is just the start. AG Bondi confirmed there are thousands more Epstein file documents being secretly held in the SDNY, and they will be delivered to the DOJ in DC by February 28th. I don't know if this is the exact post, but they're highlighting the, like, this is the most transparent administration in history posted by a bunch of fucking people. And then, like, the today I met with President Trump is posted exactly by Chad and DC here. And it's like, I have a count of 10 grifter posts with the approved group talking points. So pathetic. What does this say? This is the DC Drano and the other guy posting the same thing. What is this? What is this? I can't read these. Learn how to take a fucking screenshot, you boomer! I can't tell what any of these fucking are! I smell a double agent. Well, hold on. Now. I updated the graphic. If you guys find more, send me a link. So he added Savannah Hernandez here. Whoever that is. I don't know who that is. So as a content creator, when you do something in conjunction with a company, sometimes they will give you a press kit. And if they want you to say something publicly as a company, they will typically have some sort of like basic prompt that you can read off of, right? So like if I'm doing something for Raid Shadow Legends, they'll give me like a tweet that's like, hey guys, Raid Shadow Legends is the rank 3 RPG on mobile and Google Play, and it's got over 6 trillion gillion downloads. You should download through my link today. We have X promotion going on, blah, blah, blah. They give you a template, and they tell you to like reword it in a way that you would say these things, but still has the promotional information that they want you to say for the sponsorship, right? I'm not saying that the presidential administration works in the same way as a content creator sponsorship company, but it is entirely possible that these people went there and they were like, if you're going to make a social media post about these things, we want you to specifically say this sentence or these 3 sentences when you make your post, right? Like they could have been given some sort of prompt. It could be some sort of like weird coordinated, like these people are getting paid by Russia, whatever, you know, right? Like it could be that, or it could just be they were given a prompt like content creators typically are when they do sponsorships for things. And while this isn't a sponsorship, they're still working, you know, with the US government. So maybe the government wanted them to say something specific. And some people just have no creativity, so they basically copied and pasted it instead of making it their own prompt, right? The long-haired dude in the middle of the photo is Scott Pressler. He's the dude who turned Pennsylvania red with the Amish vote. He's a really good person, and he was pissed about the Nothing Burger binder. I mean, I imagine you would be pissed, man. Like, you should be pissed about the Nothing Burger binder. One of your side effects is they tell the desired truth. I don't know what you mean by this. No one should ever claim free press after taking prompts from the government ever. Oh my god. Hello, it's been a while. Hello. No better than the last 4 years when the left did it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not excusing it. I think, like, it's weird to be given a prompt by the US government, but, like, that could be one explanation. It was a dumb move. Just want the files. We want the names of the island enthusiasts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then here's another one. Pam Bondi said, we're releasing the first of the Epstein files tomorrow. Americans said, cool, then we'll get to read them. Bondi said, actually, you'll get to see a fun little photo shot of the conservative personalities and influencers holding a binder. This person's obviously making up a conversation. I don't think Bondi had them do a photo op, right? I don't think they had them do a photo op. And I think, like, again, this picture is really fucking bad optics. This picture, again, I guess they posted the same one like twice. I guess there's 2 different versions of it. Really bad optics. If these people want to claim they were blindsided by the media, I mean, yeah, maybe, sure. But also, like, these people over here taking selfies with it, that's a little fucking weird. Like, why would you photo op this? Instead of photo, like, if you want to show people, like, hey, I got a fucking binder, instead of taking a selfie with it, why not just take a picture of the binder itself and be like, I'll be uploading things from it soon, you know? You know? To be fair, a lot of the FBI guys refusing to release the files are probably so deep they would know the guy the Clintons sent after them for releasing the stuff. Selfies was a bad idea. And this woman's, I'm gonna pull up her tweet in a second. But yeah, I don't believe like Pam Bondi organized any kind of fucking photo op for the influencers. I would be willing to believe that the media was there for Keir Starmer, not for the influencers. And that I'd be willing to suspend some disbelief that some of these people were caught off guard, right? Good sweet Mike, this is embarrassing. Come on now. I know a lot of big influencers have staff that run their accounts, but dude, rote posting the proffered language from the office itself, how is this different than the legacy media? This is the Chad Prather fucking, I met with the people, I posted the stuff. A DC Drano. Is it just these two guys? Exactly. Really weird. And then that blonde lady, I got a binder of the Epstein files exclusive. She got community noted where it says the information in the binder is publicly available on the DOJ website. And the publicly available information. The publicly available information is less redacted than the binders they were given. I would also give her the benefit of the doubt that maybe she took this picture before she knew that the binders were just fucking bullshit, right? I think she should be given that benefit of the doubt, but lady, why did you take this selfie? Lady, why did you do that? Like, you got, it's, this is why, if, like, I still haven't applied for one and I really want to. I've just been psychopathically busy. I want to apply for a White House press pass, and I feel like somehow, as an anime woman, I have a degree more decorum, which is weird as fuck. PR managers probably told him to fucking fire those PR managers, dude. Fucking fire them. And then Cernovich over here said, there was no photo op, you fucking Muppets. Keir Starmer was in town. There was a huge wall of photographers lined up outside the West Wing. They expected UK emissaries, and they saw a bunch of other people. And I agree. It makes a lot more fucking sense for the media to be there for UK emissaries, and especially Keir Starmer, than it does for random fucking influencers. Liz Wheeler interview on Glenn Beck today led with the statement that Bondi informed them the binder wasn't the hot topic. Then why take pictures with it? Then why take pictures with it? That makes it even weirder. Gotta do it now. It'll be crazy hearing my voice during a press conference. They're gonna bring Kirsche on a screen. Hell yeah. I'm gonna need to like pay someone to take a trip to DC to be my representative, holding like a little fucking iPad with me on it. That's gonna be fucking great. Who's gonna be my guy who goes to DC for me? And Kirsche should join InfoWars. I would fucking freak out if Alex Jones talked to me, man. Oh my god. We have a little Timcast thing here. Pam Bondi knows SDNY is rogue and is defying her orders and instructions, but how do you deal with these people? The MAGA influencer press storm played a key role in revealing that the FBI in New York is refusing to comply with Pam Bondi's order to release the Epstein files. Again, the selfies, real bad. The people who, like, smiled and held up the binders, even if they got, like, confused why the press was there, I feel like the correct thing to do is like a couple of people were just like, you know, flat-faced, kind of looking confused. I don't think you want to look like happy and excited in those kind of pictures. Like it just, that looks weird. That looks weird. All right, but let's see what Timcast says here. And I know you guys have been saying that there's like another video. I'm sure that's posted in stream suggestions. I have another tab after Tim, and then I can look at what you guys posted.
I have one of the photos. This is an image of we got DC Drano. We got Hypocrisy, we've got Liz Wheeler, Mike Cernovich, all holding up these binders that read Epstein Files Phase 1. Now, I've spoken with a handful of these people. Some are very happy, some are a little bit perturbed. It appears that this was a PR stunt. So let me give you the breakdown. This was not a planned event as far as I know. You may be thinking, how come Tim wasn't there at that event? Well, it wasn't a planned event. This was, at some point, several individuals were invited to do a meet and greet and talk with the press team and the White House. Which is good. None of them
I think it's a good thing that Trump is not relying only on legacy media, and he's allowing influencers and he's allowing content creators to get press passes. I think this should be intensely helpful in getting out more information, less filtered. I'm not saying to trust everyone who gets a binder, because obviously some people are going to be biased. Some people are going to have, you know, self-interest in only showing certain information. You can't trust absolutely. Don't even trust me. That's why I try showing things when I talk about it, you know? Don't trust my word. Trust what I show when you can see with your eyes.
Any idea that they would be handed, or at least as far as I know, the individuals I've spoken to, none of them had any idea that they'd be handed these binders. When they were told that there was an embargo until something was going to happen related to the release, so don't show off anything that's in it. Now, the question then becomes, how do these photos emerge? Well, I can only assume, based on the fact the White House has numerous exits, and the fact they handed very big binders to prominent conservative influencers, the intention was to lead them out where the press was and get the press to take all of these photos, thus creating a massive press storm for this.
What the fuck kind of reality am I living in where Tim Pool is more of a conspiracy theorist than I am? I'm like the Alex Jones of VTubers covered in tinfoil over here, and even I'm like, yeah, those press people were probably there for Keir Starmer and the UK guys. It probably wasn't like a planned photo op. And Tim's over here like, yeah, that was a photo op. That was on purpose. They wanted this to happen. Like, what the heck?
At the same time, this letter was released and ended up dropping earlier than the embargo was supposed to be. And the letter doesn't need to exist. Many people have rightly questioned this. Why would the Attorney General write a letter to Kash Patel where she literally says, I talked to you yesterday?
Because she's doing it for the benefit of the American people, right? Like, she can say out loud, oh yeah, I talked to Kash Patel and we're going to do this. But having it in official writing makes it look better when she makes an announcement to the rest of us, right? Like, we have something official and in writing that we can say, hey, you said you were going to do this. Why isn't this fucking happening? Right? It's less like trying to remember a spoken word. That just looks more official. It's on file this way. Yeah, it's on file. It's on file. The FBI can't fucking run, baby.
You don't need to do that. She could simply send him a text message. That would imply the purpose of this letter was to create public notification.
I can agree with that.
With the release of this letter and conservative influencers getting access to it, the public would be made aware that the Attorney General is deeply angered by the fact that the Southern District of New York, the FBI field office, was intentionally...
You guys can't see it because it's kind of cut off, but he has like a little graphic that shows up on the top left that says smash the like button. I thought the whole smash the like button thing unironically died out because everyone started making fun of it. What the hell? Like, I thought the only people who used that in current year were saying it in like a joking manner. Oh no, they already shredded the files. I'm sure they shredded some stuff, but hopefully they can get their asses kicked in order. Hopefully they get their asses kicked. Tim's kind of a boomer about that stuff sometimes. He's a boomer and an anime racist, man. It's very much alive on YouTube. Their culture feels so strange. I stream on YouTube. I don't remind people to smash the like or ding the bell or hit subscribe or anything. Do I need to remind you guys of that? I feel like if you want to, you're going to. I don't know. I don't want to be weird. Shred this. I should. I don't wanna. It makes me feel weird. I had an alert for it. Yeah, I had an alert for it because I was making fun of you guys in chat who wanted me to say it. And then Nim made it into alert. He was like, if you're not going to actually say it, we'll just have Kirsche in the past say it when people do certain things. No one says that. It's probably a normie tuber thing. Irshy, thank you for the 10 gift subbies. Thank you. Thank you, Irshy. Thank you. Instructions unclear. Hit subscribe for 10 people. That's a man dedicated to the fucking bit. Holy shit. Thank you, Irshy.
Holding Epstein documents in defiance of the AG's order.
Also, the whole, like, wanting to do, like, the influencers releasing that letter, what does that have to do with the photo op when they walked out? Like, I don't think that has anything to do with the photo op when they walked out. I think those are two completely separate events.
There's a lot of conspiracies running around as to why this is. I'm going to go with Occam's razor. I believe SDNY is deeply corrupt.
Yes.
This is the same office that was going after James O'Keefe. This is New York, where they went after Trump with fake criminal charges.
True.
I do not believe these people are honest, and I believe that it is reasonable to assume FBI New York has gone rogue.
Also true.
They're defying the orders of this elected government and the Attorney General.
Yeah.
And thus, if I was going to make an assumption, obviously, I think it's fair to say this is a PR maneuver. That's why the letter exists. Otherwise, it doesn't need to. Having these influencers with millions of followers plus combined being photographed by the press in every direction, that can't be an accident. I think what happens is...
I don't think those two things are related in any way, shape, or form. Why would they have a planned photo op that literally everyone is deriding and saying makes those influencers look incredibly silly in the nicest terms? And then the letter has anything... Like, why would you want to enrage people and then show them the letter? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. And yeah, I know the fucking smash that like shit alert that I had was Twitch activated. Twitch has to activate things for the YouTubers. Cheems wants the photo up. Conspiracy brained. I need a beanie. Maybe Tim Pool will take me seriously if I wear the beanie.
Pam Bondi knows SDNY is
the
rogue
beanie
and is
on.
defying her orders and instructions. But how do you deal with these people if she comes out and says, we're going to send in the troops and go raid this office? First of all, you're going to get a huge backlash politically.
Yeah, I don't really care if there's a backlash. That's what they should have done. Right? Like, we saw the backlash that happened when Trump wanted to close down the borders for travel when COVID first started happening. Like, everybody wanted to call him racist. Yeah, I feel like at this point, you shouldn't really care, right? Like, if you're like, we want the truth, we want to raid this office, we're going to fucking have our people go in there, and we're going to take this shit by force because you wanted to fuck around, so you're about to find out. Right? Like that, in that case, the optics do not matter anymore. Like you had that chance to play nice, you gave them the opportunity, they fucked up, so why still play nice with them?
It's going to generate confusion, and more importantly...
Yeah, I just don't care, Margaret, right? Like, their time is over. They had a chance. Nobody, except, like, the establishment media would get pissed if Bondi and Cash were like, yeah, we're just going to fucking raid the New York FBI office. I don't think any actual people in the public would be genuinely upset by that. Do not attribute malice to what is done by ineptitude. No, the FBI deserves the malice. I do not think they are inept.
They may scramble and begin to start destroying files. A move like this can put scrutiny on the office, making it very difficult for them to move things in or out without getting public attention, as she has just called them out directly as the office. Simply put, I believe that Pam Bondi wanted there to be a major press storm pertaining to the rogue office in New York to give them public support for actions against them so Kash Patel can move in without any kind of backlash, without any kind of evidence destruction, or at least to the best of their abilities, they could move in. I don't know for sure, but they're...
But how do you ensure that there's no evidence destruction when she said, I know you have these files, give me these files? What if, like, they could just destroy them now? They could have been destroying them previously. Like, how would we even know?
There are some people who believe the purpose of this is to scapegoat the Southern District of New York FBI office so that in the coming days, when they eventually do not release the Epstein documents, which everyone's been demanding, they can say the evidence has been destroyed, find a scapegoat patsy of some random lawyer or analyst and say, he did it. And then who knows why.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to find out a lot of those files are probably destroyed. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that we're not going to be getting all of the files that we want. I don't know how much of the rest of that could be true, but I follow his logic. I follow the logic he's working on right now. There are some people who believe is it a scapegoat if New York is a fucking shithole who bends the laws for the Democrat whims? Yeah, I know, right? Probably been destroyed for years now. If that occurs, executions should be in order. I would be pretty all right with that, because like, why the fuck are you destroying these high-profile files to protect these high-profile people, right? Like, you have just fucked around to the highest order. Likely destroyed as soon as it was announced that Trump won. I feel like stuff was probably starting to get destroyed after the cameras mysteriously turned off and Epstein definitely 100% totally, believe me guys, killed himself. They wouldn't have ended Epstein for nothing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then the last thing I have is Cernovich as well, saying, hey, dumb fucks! Here's me in 2019 discussing the Epstein files, which I sued and paid for to unseal! You wouldn't even be having this conversation without me and a 6-figure legal bill, which all of my critics are welcome to reimburse me for. Let me know when. And it's like, that's cool and all. I'm not going to play a 42-minute video from 2019. Like, I believe him, right? I'll cut you $20K right now. What the fuck? I believe him, but I think he's being unnecessarily, like, angry about it. Because, again, this is very bad optics. Even if they were ambushed, even if these people, like, did not know that the press was going to be there, because the press was there for the UK emissaries, not for the influencers. I do not think this was a photo op. I do not think this was planned. So, like, it just looks really bad to be holding them and smiling. Like Cernovich himself, I didn't know this was Cernovich. I didn't know what he fucking looked like. At least he's not smiling. So he kind of looks a little confused at what's happening. So at least there's that one. But you can explain it without being like a dick, since it does look bad. Seething because he knows he flubbed it. Yeah, Cheem's ball's wandering around. It's probably close to toe time, man. Probably close to toe time. Let me see here.
Oh no, because you guys said that there was a video by somebody else. A video by somebody else. Where's my channel? Where's my channel? Liz Wheeler explaining the whole thing. All right. Okay, this is like an hour and 20 minutes long, but I think you guys said it was like a short portion of the video.
A hard time for anything or anyone out there. Like everyone's gonna like, oh, why? It drives me nuts because there's a picture of Trump.
I don't know who this guy is, but he looks like dollar store fucking Howard Stern. There we go. My brain took a second to remember the name.
Smiling, posing with the family of the soldier who had died in the cemetery, and everyone's like, why would he smile in a picture like that? And I'm like, first of all,
he's a cool dude. I didn't say he wasn't cool. I didn't say he wasn't cool. Pippa calls herself the fucking Walmart Pecora, you know?
Optically, but the people who said that was ridiculous are now seemingly applying the same standard or lack thereof to you. But before we even get into any of this, you were not the person in the movie Road Trip. You are not Amy Smart. You're much younger than Amy Smart now. I feel like I know you.
The fuck does this have to do with anything? What am I listening to?
You are, a very brief intro so that they can know.
Yeah, my name is Liz Wheeler. I host the Liz Wheeler Show, partnered with Blaze TV. I used to be a cable news host for 5 years. I hosted a show on One American News Network. Then I went independent. Then I partnered with the Blaze. I'm the author of 2 books, Tipping Points: How to Topple the Left's House of Cards, and yeah, I was invited to the White House. Do you want me to just jump into this narrative of what happened?
Into it. I think my chat, my crowd knows. I've been on Twitter, I say relatively vocal. I just want to clarify what happened so people can stop saying wrong things. Please jump into it.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to say I actually understand. I know that there's been a lot of vitriol thrown at me on X, and that's okay because I understand why people are mad. I am also mad. They're mad because they believed that they were subject to a bait and switch, that they were teased, via these posts and told.
Which they were. And I called it. I was like, imagine we're going to get 70 pages of just redacted black boxes, which is unfortunately what we got, but that's also not the influencer's fault. That's the New York fucking FBI's fault.
That they were going to get the Epstein files, and they believed very normally, this is a normal assumption, that they were going to be getting the dirtiest dirt that our government has ever been involved in. And when that wasn't what happened, when they didn't get that dirt, they were just, mad about it. That's normal, and I feel the same way. But I want to say a couple of things, and I think that the best way to go about this actually is kind of just to tell a narrative of the whole day. That was obviously never the intention for there to be any kind of bait and switch. And I think those who follow me, I mean, millions and millions of you have been with me for the last decade now, and you know that I'm not clickbaity. You know that I'm not just going for views. So look at a pattern of behavior before you get too angry about it. And I know that everyone on this stream is looking for the truth. So let me offer some of that to clarify this. So we were invited, a couple of us were invited to the White House yesterday. Now, this was about 2 weeks ago that I got an invite to the White House, and I was just asked to come to the White House to meet with JD, the vice president. I wasn't told why.
Which is like fucking crazy, right? Like that is like an insane opportunity for like content creators and influencers who cover politics. Like that's great. Like I love to see that.
Ask why, and I wasn't given a lot of clarification. I'll tell you a little behind the scenes. I actually thought they were calling me in to scold me because I had just gone on Glenn Beck's radio show and criticized Trump's executive order on IVF. I don't agree with him on that. And I thought they were calling me in to say like, hey, could you not do that? But you get an invite to the White House, you go to the White House. Didn't even know there were other people involved. So I get there, there's about 15 of us, new media personalities, I would call us, who were there. And the point of the day the purpose of our visit, I want to say this up front, was not the Epstein files. The purpose of our visit was actually to replace the legacy media. They were inviting us to have access to the president, the vice president, the secretary of state.
So I guess it's like the first round of people who got press passes that aren't legacy media. They were doing some sort of like... Hold on, I'm dying. Oh, they were doing some sort of like welcome. You guys are like our first round of people who have press passes. We're gonna give you like a small briefing, and then I guess they got the Epstein binders as like a gift ? But I thought we knew that the Epstein stuff was gonna drop today. So, like, if I knew the Epstein stuff was gonna drop today because it was all over social media, why would she not figure that if she gets an invite to the White House on the day they're gonna drop the Epstein files, that she was not going to get the Epstein file? Like, I don't know, it seems a little strange.
The Secretary of Health and Human Services, the Attorney General, the FBI Director, we met personally with all of them.
And if I don't want to interrupt too often, and I'm going to try not to, but just to clarify that there were others who were there who received an invite that for them it was pre-scheduled in advance of anything Epstein related, and
yes.
The meeting for some, as far as I understand, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, was planned in advance, had nothing to do with the Epstein files for some of the people who were there, and you get a last minute or an on the moment.
No, I mean, I think we all were invited several weeks ago.
Okay.
I don't think I was given a last minute invitation. I can't speak for anybody else because I didn't know who was going to be there until I arrived. I didn't know what the meeting was about until I arrived. I think that my understanding, again, not going to speak for anybody else, my understanding is that was the same situation for many people.
She said she thought she was going to get thrashed over the IVF thing. Yeah, but why? When Trump could just like tweet at her instead. Like, he could just make a tweet. Didn't he make some sort of fucking meme tweet this morning even?
This was planned a couple of weeks ago. That's when the invites went out, et cetera, et cetera. So we get there and we have these meetings with the various, heads of different agencies. And it was really quite something, right? We were in the White House in the West Wing, and we were being told, listen, we're not going to reward, we were being told by the White House, I should say, that we're not going to reward the legacy media anymore because they lie and they smear and they gaslight. We're going to give you guys access. So we want you to meet with all of these different, these different secretary cabinet members and ask your questions, see what they're doing, blah, blah, blah. Replace the media. So then, of course, we get to our portion of the meeting. This is probably halfway through the meeting. It was a whole morning thing, a whole day thing, really. And Attorney General Pam Bondi, it's her turn to speak with us. She comes in the room with FBI Director Kash Patel, and they sit down and they introduce themselves. They talk to us for a couple minutes, and then Attorney General Pam Bondi brings out these, banker's boxes with these white binders, and she lifts one up. And of course, our reaction in the room when we saw
the lady trying to explain away the bad optics of the Epstein folders was the same woman who went viral for saying gaming was the least attractive hobby and that gamers are losers in their mom's basements. It died and she brought it back up.
What the fuck? Why would she say that? Why would she say that, especially when there was a lot of people in the gaming sphere calling out the current iterations of DEI nonsense? Like, man, what? Dude, what? Oh, man, it's gonna be wild when this political org fucking publishes something with me as a source. I can't wait for all of these flesh influencers to be like, what the fuck is this anime thing? What the fuck am I looking at? What have we become as a society? This is the devil's work. Thank you, Hayden, for the fucking 50. Thank you.
The front cover page of that, it says Epstein Files, Phase 1. We had the same reaction as everybody online when you saw the pictures of it. Like, oh my gosh, is this the dirt? Is this are we finally going to have accountability for these heinous crimes that Epstein committed that government officials were likely complicit in covering up? And Attorney General Pam Bondi, before we had even finished our reaction, told us, no, this is not the dirt. This is not the juicy stuff that you think it's going to be. This right here, this binder was given to me by the FBI when I ordered them to turn over all the Epstein documents to me. This is what they gave me, and they assured me this was the complete Epstein files. And she was like,
if I may pause you there, and
yeah.
This is not a cross-examination, so don't take it.
Okay, so she's going to pause there. I'm going to pause her there. If Pam Bondi told all of these influencers that the binder was a nothing burger, then, again, pausing here and letting the press take photos of you holding it up and smiling is kind of fucking weird if you already knew that there was nothing in this binder. Like, why would you take this image? Why would you take this image and say you have the binder of the exclusive Epstein files where you even got community knighted, by the way. Community knighted by the queen of community notes. But like, why? Why would you do this? Like, again, I can sort of forgive this, like maybe they just didn't know how to act because they didn't expect them. If they just came out and were like, bro, I had no idea what to do. I don't know why the press was there. I felt awkward. Sorry for like, you know, I didn't know what to do, bro. I don't think this is like a never apologize to a hate mob moment. This is like, this was really bad optics. And I think it's normal to just be like, bro, I had no idea what was going on. I'm sorry, dude. Like, really, just like something as simple as fucking that. Like, maybe not even say sorry. Like a simple, just like, I had no idea what was happening. I know it looks kind of weird, but like, I wasn't celebrating. All right, like, but the people that took the selfies, now that I know they already knew there was nothing in the binder, why the fuck did you do this? Why the fuck did you do that?
That way at all. People are asking the question, and I asked privately to someone else, who printed up those documents? Who printed up multiple copies of the binders? Because I'm just wondering, like, say it was either an idea to give, someone's asking in our chat, you know, to give it as souvenirs, but
no, I'll tell you exactly what it was. Let me just finish. In 1 minute, you'll have the answer to that question. And like I said, I don't speak for the White House or for Pam Bondi or for anything else. I'm just telling you my personal involvement in this story. So Pam Bondi was given this 200 pages, and it's really nothing. I mean, you saw what was in it. It was
nothing, literally nothing new, but actually
there were like maybe
stuff.
5 or... Exactly. Some of the redacted stuff, there's actually unredacted forms of that online already. The Rolodex means nothing. It's just a bank of phone numbers. Nothing. It's a nothing burger. And we were told that right from the get-go. But the story was not that binder. The story, or it wasn't the fact that they were going to release that binder. The story, and Pam Bondi holds up this letter that she had written to Kash Patel at the same moment. This is all her introduction to this binder. The story that she was giving to us as an exclusive, and this is a very important point to make too, was not the Epstein files. The story she was giving to us as an exclusive so that the mainstream media didn't report it first, because they don't deserve access to these people running our country because they have lied.
Okay, so Tim Pool was right about the letter. I'm supposing that's what she's getting to.
Get them, was that the SDNY, swamp creatures, deep staters, were defying President Trump, defying Bondi, and defying Kash Patel. That is the story. I posted that last night, and I know people are interested in the truth because last time I checked, it had been viewed about 47 million times.
Okay, but like, again, if the story was the letter, why take selfies with the binder and say that you have an exclusive binder? Like, why bother making everybody angry before you go, hey guys, by the way, I have this letter here that says the NDNY whatever didn't listen to Bondi and Patel. I go, but why even I mean, I understand why they handed out the binders, because like they already had them, so might as well fucking, I don't know, give them out, put it on your bookshelf in the background of like your little influencer cave. Like, it's fucking, I have it, I guess. I don't know.
Want to know what the real story is? And I'm going to do Trump's bob and weave here for a second, because I think it's really important to talk about that photograph that happened outside the back of the White House.
Okay.
So after we had met for, 20, 30-minute periods, with each of these cabinet secretaries, President Trump walks in the room. And he was not on our schedule to see, but he walks in the room and talks to us and then invites us to come on a tour of the Oval Office, which
that's cute.
Is a chilling moment. It's really a moving moment to go into the Oval Office. This is part of our history. It was really cool. We're all political nerds. We were very giddy about
right?
this.
That'd be fucking
he was showing
exciting.
us the different artwork on the wall. He gave us each a coin. I mean,
oh god,
a
I
visit
would love
to the White
to see the
House.
artwork.
Who's not gonna be enthralled by this?
No, some people might be jealous that they didn't get one, but I'll set that aside.
Whatever.
One day, chat. One day, that'll be me on a screen.
Our last meeting of the day was with HH Secretary RFK Jr. And again, I'm not going to speak for anybody else who was in that group, but it's pretty obvious that many of us in that group are very maha. We were very excited to meet with RFK Jr. I got to ask him some really pointed, interesting questions, and I got some really good information about what he's going to do to take on Big Pharma. And I can't even tell you how excited that makes me. And again, just telling you the narrative. So then we were told the UK Prime Minister is set to meet with Donald Trump. You guys got to get out of this room, because we were in the room. I don't even remember the name of it, but it's the one where all the cabinet members meet right across from the Oval Office. It's a secure room, so we had to ditch our cell phones when we went into the West Wing in that little secure box where they put all technology. Now you have a bunch of ex-addicts in this room with all of this new information, and we were like chomping at the bit to get to our phones. So we were like, okay, you got to get out of this room because the UK Prime Minister's coming. We are kind of quickly ushered out this back door. And one of the things that was happening at that time is we were all just like, for a moment, we let not even the professionalism, but the decorum of being in the Oval Office drop for a second and let ourselves be giddy. We thought we were just alone. And we were like, we were just in the Oval Office. How freaking cool was that? Like, look at this coin that I got and this coin that I got. And then
But none of them were holding coins when they got outside. They were holding up the binders. Like, if one of them in that picture was holding up a coin and looking happy, I'd be like, all right, I want that guy's story. This guy's happy about a coin, not a binder full of pedophile victims.
Staffer, who, I mean, I think this is hilarious. A White House staffer, guys, get out the door. The British are coming. The British are coming. And you got a group of political nerds. That's hilarious. When's the last time in the White House, they've yelled, the British is coming? That's what we were laughing at when we were walking out that door. We encountered an unexpected gaggle of press out that back door. And the unexpected gaggle of press, you should have seen their faces. Like bitter, dour, sour, disgusted to see us. And what did we do? We were like, hey there, yes, we were in the White House.
I would say they probably were more disappointed that they weren't the British diplomats that the press was waiting for. Because like maybe I'm the retard here, right? Because I know these people, not her, I have no idea who the fuck she is. But like I know Cernovich's name, I know that other guy's name, but like I don't know what they look like. I don't know. Does everyone in the press know what these people look like? Is that just a normal thing? Am I the like coconut brain here? Like I probably am, right? But like I feel like the press wasn't disappointed that they saw influencers. They were just disappointed that it wasn't the British people that they expected to come out of the White House. Because they were probably there waiting for when the meeting with Starmer and the British people ended. So when someone that wasn't Starmer and the British people came out, even if it was like an hour ahead of schedule, the press is like, oh, that's not what we're here for. The press definitely hates influencers. Oh, I mean, the press definitely hates influencers, but I don't know how many of them they would recognize. Like, I'm sure the press recognizes like large people like Cernovich, right? But like, if I again go back to this picture, if I go back to this big picture here, I could not tell you who any of these people are. I do not know the names of any of these people based on their faces. And I know someone said like the names of them from the photo before. I don't remember the names because I don't know who these people are by their images. I don't know who these people are by their images. So like, I'm sure the press knows some of them, and maybe the press could have been kind of angry at like influencers coming out of the White House. It was probably more about not being the English people that they were there for. The press probably knew they were the new media. I mean, it's been said for like months now, hasn't it? That like fucking online content creators have replaced the media. Like they know they're hated. These people just met their Oshi and got free merch. Yeah, exactly. They just met their Oshi and got free merch. I want free Oshi coin.
Relegated to the bushes because you lie, you defame us, you smear us, you gaslight us, and now you're being punished for it. You're outside in the bushes and we're inside. Now, another interesting and very important part of this story is we had not been given an embargo, yeah, there it is, on that information, on that binder, and the actual story, which in all of our hands, or I think I was holding it behind the binder.
Chat, who is the cowboy? Who is the cowboy? I need to know who that one is. See, someone else is asking who's the cowboy. Who are you people? Yeah, I'm basically Patrick Star. Toby Keith. No, Libs is the only one you actually recognize, and only because of the debacle with their docs. I remember the debacle with their docs. I don't remember what she looks like, man. Prather? Chad Prather? Who the fuck is Chad Prather? He's gay? What? How do I pick the only gay man out of a picture? I didn't say he was attractive though, okay? I'm protected. I didn't say he was cute. It's okay. I just wanted to know who he was. I'm gay, pick me. The Cowboys, Chad Prather. I have no idea who that is. The only reason I know that name even is because of people pulling up the tweets earlier saying that like there was a fucking copy-paste tweet. But like other than that, I have no idea who he is. I don't know what he does. I don't know what he talks about. I didn't know that he was gay.
That letter from Pam Bondi, the SDNY obstruction, that's the story. We had not been given.
And just to, this is the letter. And just
Yes.
like I was in communication with someone. I was told here's the letter, but there's an embargo on it. And like I'm such an
Yes.
idiot. I don't even know if by mentioning the embargo, I'm violating the embargo. So
Right, exactly.
And it's again, it's not my story to break. So I had seen this, and I sort of understood in advance where this was.
If somebody shared it with him because it wasn't his story to break, doesn't that mean that they broke the embargo first? So like what the fuck are they talking about? Now I'm just if the real story was the letter and they were given that letter because the fucking White House wanted them to disseminate that letter through their platforms to show people that it was the fucking New York FBI that fucked around, what embargo is he talking? Am I high? Like, did I miss something? I feel like something is not making sense here.
Was going. We're still going to get to some more questions afterwards. But so that letter, and I covered it in a video yesterday, it explains what's going on. If you believe it, some people might be too cynical to believe it. It says...
Right, and we can get to that. But let me tell you what happened with the embargo exactly in those pictures, because I do think it's worth people understanding what happened, especially because people are rightfully so emotional about the topic of Epstein because of what he did, because we believe our government lied to us, because we're expecting now the Trump administration to be transparent, to release these things to us. So what happened is after we encounter this press gaggle and they're being so like beyond snooty at us, we were just taunting them, right? They're like, what are you holding? And so we're like, this is what we're holding. And we're not gonna let them break the story. We're about to break the story. And we believe that within about 90 seconds, 2 minutes, we're gonna be taken downstairs to our phones and we're all gonna go live and show the letter with the Epstein files. And there's never gonna be any confusion about what that binder is. But what happened instead is right after we held up those binders, taunting the media because they were not given this exclusive, we were, they...
Holding up the binders that had nothing in them was to taunt the media? But that doesn't line up with what Cernovich was saying. If it was to taunt the media, why wouldn't Cernovich just also say that? And also, if the media was there for the English people, I'm getting more confused the more this lady speaks.
They leaked that, and people on X started to see it. But then, a moment later, we were asked to embargo all of the information until 3:30. And in my opinion, if I'm going to be blunt here, I think that was a mistake. To ask us to, a critical mistake, to ask us to embargo that information because it allowed people's anticipation to grow and for the story to be completely misconstrued and for the real scandal.
Well, no, I agree with her. It's really weird to give them all that information and then suddenly be like, oh, by the way, we gave you this to broke the story, but you can't do it until after 3:30. Especially if they just got all these pictures taken of them in a surprised manner. And everybody was angry because they were like, what the fuck are you doing? This is incredibly bad optics to hold up that binder and, like, look happy about it. But, like, also, if the embargo was on the letter, that wasn't an embargo on you explaining what happened with the photo op. So, I don't know what's happening.
To be hidden. So what happened then, and it's actually like compounds on this. Not only were we asked to embargo the information, which is very common in journalism. It's a daily, and you encounter embargoes on a daily basis when you're getting access to classified information,
which makes sense.
The like, and scoops and the like. There's always an understanding between the two parties of when something's going to be published. That's totally normal, no matter whether you work for legacy media or new media or whatever. You guys already know this. I don't need to tell you something that you don't know. But we were then told,
I don't need to tell you something that you don't know. What?
Once this started circulating, yes, you can go ahead and post the picture of the cover. Again, the understanding, at least on my part, I'm not going to speak for anybody else, is that once we posted that picture...
Okay. Hold on, I was like, wait a minute, if the embargo was like 3 or 3:30,
Bondi has sent a
I had to go
letter.
check the time this video was posted, but this wasn't posted by DC Drano, this was posted by some other guy. And some other guy posted it at 5:30, so that would have been after the embargo, but I wonder when DC Drano posted it. I don't know when DC Drano posted it, because this was posted at 7:51 a.m. Quartering's thing was at 11:18 a.m. All of these photos of them coming out, this is like 1:59 p.m. Liz Wheeler's thing is at 1:30 p.m. I don't know, I didn't even think about like checking the times.
Within about a minute, we'd be able to post the story. Meaning, we'd be able to post Pam Bondi's letter. So when I posted exclusive, I did have an exclusive. My exclusive is the story about the SDNY obstructing Pam Bondi and hiding these Epstein files. But we were then told, actually, no, wait, because they didn't want all the questions during the Donald Trump UK Prime Minister press conference to be to Donald Trump about the Epstein files.
And let me look. I know this, so I could have argued this for you, and I just want. I'm not your advocate, but I think you're right and honest, and I'll defend what I think is right and honest. You post this, and everyone's like, "Why did she say exclusive?" Even when I saw this, and then you get a stupid ass community note. The information in the binder. Well, first of all, the exclusive does not reference the content of the binder, but
nobody knows that, so this is just bad optics. Why are you excusing it? The community note isn't bullshit, it's correct with the context given. What the fuck do you mean?
Rather exclusive story, presumably. And I take that with the same grain. Yeah, go for it. And then, by the way, an hour later.
Also, this is really important though. Also, when I posted exclusive, I'm posting that not to be clickbaity. All of us, by the way, not to go on a tangent here, all of us who operate on the online thought leadership, in the online thought leadership sphere, have an opportunity on a daily basis to be bombastic, to be clickbaity.
They call themselves the online thought leadership sphere? Man, the skeptic sphere sounded less cringe than that. What the heck?
I have always chosen not to do that. And everyone who follows me knows that. They know that I'm an honest broker. They know that I'm willing to speak the reality and to criticize even those on our own side when it's necessary. So when you see something like this, the exclusive...
Yeah, criticizing our own side when necessary. Like maybe not calling a correctly applied community notes stupid. Maybe, I don't know.
Was the SDNY, but it also wasn't to tease those who didn't have the information already. We were given to understand that there would be a link to a website from the Department of Justice that would simultaneously be released to the public so that actually everybody had the documents at the same time. I don't have an answer about why that was not done until later that day. Another critical error, but that is what we were given to understand. And that word exclusive was me thumbing my nose at the legacy media, telling them, I got the story because I got access to the people that you lied about, that you defamed, and that you tried to gaslight the American people about.
But, I mean, if you were doing that, why not post something in a more joking manner, right? Like, if you know the binder's bullshit, and you know there's nothing exclusive in the binder, and you still wanted to post a selfie with your binder to own the legacy media, why not just be like, hey, legacy media, why don't you have a binder? Hey, CNN, where's your binders? Right? Like, just make like a joke out of it. Instead of trying to pretend that the binder itself is the exclusive thing. Coming back later after you realized your post made everyone mad and being like, I didn't mean the binder was exclusive, stupid ass community notes. I meant the letter inside the binder that nobody knew about because there was an embargo until 3:30, which I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and I'll be like, maybe they did give her an embargo till 3:30. I'll believe you on that one, lady, but like, you could have worded this much better and not made everyone angry. The FBI covered shit up. The Epstein file revealed nothing, and there's probably more Epstein islands out there. I don't know about more islands, right? Like, Epstein's dead. And he was murder-rated when the cameras went off.
So, again, context is king here, but I gotta tell you, I was frantic behind the scenes.
She's right, context is king.
Frantic. I mean, I'm not going to reveal to you just out of...
She needs the Tucker Carlson spanking, chat!
Respect and human decency, the text messages that I'm sending to the White House during this, when I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? I have to release this. People are misconstruing this. Can I please post this? Because it's their information and they embargoed it. I don't even know the legal implications when something's like classified. Am I even allowed to
Hey, White House, people are misconstruing this photo that I posted with an out-of-context thing that got community noted. Can I please have permission to post it before all the other influencers who also got the binder and the note with me at the same time? Can I be the one to subvert the embargo to post it absolutely first instead of at the same time as everyone else?
I would not.
Whatever.
I would not violate a White House embargo myself, but never. been in
No,
that position.
I didn't. So again, I understand why people are angry about this. I also am angry about it. My anger is aimed at the SDNY, and I know there are some people that question that. We can talk about that, but just for the purposes of this conversation, when someone tells you something and you are unable to verify it, you do basically a quick character analysis, right?
Yeah.
Is this person a credible person? Pam Bondi tells us a whistleblower called her the night before this happened. You know, I didn't get a call from the whistleblower. I didn't see the documentation, emails, or I have no idea how this whistleblower reached out to her. And I have to choose, do I believe her or do I not believe her? Typically, how we operate as human beings is we extend the benefit of the doubt on things as serious as this.
You typically extend the benefit of the doubt, and as you gain more information, you lean one way or the other, depending on how much of a hole they dig. And I feel like this woman is holding a shovel right now. Like, again, there's still some things I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt on. Like, I don't doubt that maybe the White House did some kind of fucky-wucky, and they were like, hey, we gave you this information, but by the way, it's embargoed until 3:30. Don't post anything. But it's like, they didn't make you post a selfie with the binder. They didn't tell you... They probably didn't tell you what to post along with it, right? Like, maybe there was, from earlier, the copy-paste messages, maybe there was some sort of thing that they were like, hey, this is like a template, you can use this and build off of it. Maybe that happened, I don't know. But it's like, not a huge benefit of the doubt for everything that's being said here.
Who are on our own side. If the president tells you something, the attorney general tells you something, you can choose to believe it or not to believe it. I chose to believe it, but also spent a long time last night analyzing, well, is there evidence that this is not true? What would be the implications for Pam Bondi if what she had said was not true? The implications, of course, would be almost immediate, complete political destruction. So that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, but like, why are we shifting blame to Pam Bondi? Like, why are we shifting blame to her? Like, she didn't really do anything wrong. Like, I mean, if you want to criticize her for anything, it's just like, why even release the binders? But like, she already had them. What the fuck is she gonna do with them? Throw them in the trash? Like, she had them. Might as well give them out. But she's like, the binders aren't the real story. The real story is the letter in here. That is the paper trail that tells everyone, hey, we were trying to do the right thing. The New York City FBI, for New York State, whatever, fucked around. They didn't give us what we asked for. And we're going to be going in and we're going to be getting everything from them that we rightfully asked for. Like, I don't understand what the shift is. I feel like there's no reason to really disbelieve that is the series of events here, right? That is the belief that I think we can have. The new media has been mainstream for all of 24 hours, and it's all Trump's fault, like the old media. Does this involve PDF files again? No. She had to release them because she had cornered herself by saying when she'd release the docs. I think that she had given the FBI the time limit, right? So she was like, we're going to release them by this day. The FBI has by this time to give it to us. And then the FBI did not give them anything. The FBI gave them a bunch of bullshit that had already been released, but it was more redacted than we already have released publicly. It's like, I don't think this was Bondi's fault. I think this was the FBI, as she's saying. And that letter that she released, absolutely, I agree with Tim Pool, is a publicity stunt to have a paper trail to show the general public that, yes, we are trying to do something, but the FBI is subverting us. Like, I feel like that is definitely a believable set of events. Did they get Pam Bondi everything since then? It should have been this morning. Yeah, we should have been this morning. I don't know if there's any updates on what she's received from them.
That it would be a lie, and the SDNY is known. They have a track record of being the most corrupt entity in the entire United States justice system. So it's not hard for me to believe that they are trying to hide these Epstein.
Bondi acted like she had shocking info on her desk to release the day before. She absolutely gave everyone a false impression the day before the release on Fox. But she didn't have the information at that time. So she was probably like giving the benefit of the doubt to the FBI that yes, they would deliver the files. Yes, we would have the bombshell information that everybody asked for. This was like fucking my ass during Off-Kai, right? Like, I feel like this could be a very human mistake to make, where you have faith in someone, because they're like, oh, I have this information for you. We're going to give you all this information. You're going to be able to release it. It's going to be on time. And then you get the information and you're like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Like, we already know this. What do you mean? This isn't anything new. So, like, yeah, she kind of made a fuck up, right? She kind of made a fuck up, and I think that's what the letter addresses, where she's like, look, the FBI didn't give me what I thought they were going to give me. They have until the morning of the 28th to give me absolutely fucking everything. And here's the beginning of the paper trail where I'm saying that they fucked up. She still lied. I don't think it's lying. I think it's like, she shouldn't have hyped it up before knowing what she was going to be getting. As someone who is in that same position previously, if you don't know what you're being given, you should keep your fucking mouth shut until you read it for yourself. This is why Trump shouldn't have had a woman as an AG. I mean, you know, as like, you know, I'm a woman and I had that issue before, so like maybe. She shot her mouth off too soon. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Just trying to do a bit of damage control. You feel like she's giving them time to destroy it? I feel like they definitely should have went in and been like, we're marshalling this, we're coming in, we're taking the items, we're not relying on the FBI to deliver it anymore. I don't remember who said it in a video. I don't remember if it was this lady who said it here, that if they did that, it would like look bad. I can't remember. Someone said it in a video we watched, where they like, they can't just go in, that would be bad optics. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think it would be bad optics at this point to just go in and say, fuck you, FBI, you had your time to deliver it, you didn't do it, oh, we're coming in now. They already had enough time to destroy. I feel like if they destroyed things, it would have been destroyed back when Epstein was murdered, you know? You know?
Files from Pam Bondi, but all of that to say, I mean, I
Tim said that. Thank you, chat. I couldn't remember who said it.
But I'm mad at the SDNY, and then I'm obviously a little chagrined at how the process rolled out, because I ended up receiving the ire for something that was never my intention to do. I mean, you guys are my people, right? We've been through everything together, from COVID to January 6th to election stealing to assassination attempts. I have always been transparent with you.
Why won't Twitch let you proom on mobile? I don't know. Trying to subscribe on mobile is bullshit. It's got a lot of weird shit with it. I'm sorry, mobile's cucking you, dude. Also, if you're on mobile, don't subscribe. Wait till you're on a desktop, because you pay more for your subscription if you subscribe while you're on a mobile device. So just wait till you're on desktop to subscribe if that's something you want to do. It saves you money, chat. I'm trying to save you money if you want to give me money.
And authentic with you. I've always told you the truth, even when it's not easy, and that's no different yesterday and no different today.
Well, I would just add, as a qualifier, it's not even people who are on your side that you give the benefit of the doubt to. It's people who have a proven track record of being honest and sincere. That could
well, I don't know this woman, so I don't know what her proven track record is, so I don't believe 100% of the things she's saying here. Just because, like, I am naturally suspicious. I am a naturally suspicious person. I want to see the proofs of things, you know? I want to see the proofs. Chad Prather is pronounced Prather. Prather, but I don't even know her. You would chalk up the hesitation to goose step into the office as a consequence of limp-wristed woman brain, but it's almost absolutely inconsequential, because if the office is compromised, they had months to destroy however many files they had on Epstein. Yeah, I agree. Like, even if they goose stepped in there, it would just probably find out how many files were destroyed, right? Bondi went on a show a day before and said the files were on her desk and she was going to release them. I mean, and she did. That happened. That is literally what happened and what we've been discussing for the last, like, hour. Guys, believe me, you know me. I wouldn't lie to you. Sounds like absolute BS. I don't know her. I don't know her track record, so, like, I can't speak to it. Why do you just assume it's long since compromised? Because why would they kill Epstein and then leave all of the information floating around where people can get at it? I'm just like, I don't think all of the files are there. And if they are, they're probably not at the FBI office. They're probably in some fucking flash drive in some diplomat's office. And if he even speaks, he will be assassinated. I mean, suicide. Accident. He was drinking tea and then decided to shoot himself 4 times in the back of the head. 3999 gone 1 only front page to keep fool them. What? What did this man say? Clinton storage unit.
extent to people on the other side.
She didn't release anything. The folder was empty and the letter was the story. She did. She released what she was given from the New York FBI, which was the binders. The binders were nothing. They were less information than what was already released publicly. She put her foot in her mouth by speaking earlier and saying that she was going to release good information. She did not have the good information. It was all bullshit. But that's why the letter exists. She released the binders. The binders just had nothing, which isn't her fault. It is the New York FBI's fault. She played it up as something, yes. That's why I said she stuck her foot in her mouth. She spoke before she knew exactly what she had, and that's a bad thing to do. She should have, I don't know if politicians are ever going to apologize for speaking before they know what they're talking about. I did, because I feel like that's the normal thing to do. I don't know if she's going to. We went from binders full of women to binders full of redacted. I hate the redacted.
I've made fun of people for smiling in a picture.
If you want the Epstein files, ask Mossad. I don't think they're going to help with that.
I'll make fun of them because they have a track record of being deceitful scoundrels and calling other people Nazis, so there's a bit of irony there.
She said she read the files and it had new info. If she said she read the files, then absolutely yes, that's a lie. I don't know if she said she read them. I have not committed every sentence this woman said to my brain. So if she said she read them and it had new info, then yes, that is her lying.
Issue is like you ended up looking either like a useful tool or someone who's trying to chase clout with as if you need to do that.
Yeah.
The question is this.
What do you mean as if you need to do that? I don't think anybody really stops, right? Like you kind of just want to climb higher and higher. You want to get more recognition, right? Bondi did not say there was new info in the files that she'd already read. There's some people in chat saying that she said that. There's a couple of you saying that she didn't say she read it. I don't know. If she said she read them, then yes, she lied. If she did not say she read them and had new info, then she was just speaking without knowing what she had, which is bad, which is a bad thing to do. You should keep your mouth shut until you know what you have, but that is not lying. You don't really stop. Viva, please.
The botched rollout. I listened to Glenn Beck, and he was, he goes into all.
Apparently, the way to get noticed is to chat on Twitch. I read YouTube too, but Twitch is definitely more attention grabbing.
He says this might have been done on purpose to raise awareness and to say, look, Pam Bondi thought she had everything, and then finds out the night before that she didn't. And I'm going to take her at her word. Was she when she said she had the file on her desk? She's looking to look it over. When did she become suspicious that it didn't contain all of the information?
Right. Well, I don't know. I don't speak for the Attorney General. I will tell you one, I don't even know whether to call it a red flag or lapse of judgment is probably how I would call it. If you read that letter, you can probably put it back up on the screen, or I can just paraphrase it. There's a portion of the letter where she says, I made repeated requests for the entirety of the Epstein files. Again, that's a paraphrase, so you can read the exact, I don't have the exact text in front of me. But the essence of what she says is, I made repeated requests to the FBI to make sure, is this all? Because when you see it, it's like obviously not all. That's why I said she smelled a rat from the beginning. But I think the lapse of judgment was taking the FBI at their word, because we know when you cut off the head of a snake, when you replace a political appointee at the top of an agency, that doesn't mean that all the swamp creatures who have been burrowed in this agency in order to defy the administration that they don't like are going to, start complying with that administration.
Absolutely, and that is basically what we have been saying since I was notified of the letter, right? It's just like, why would you even have trusted the FBI in the first place? You should have just goose-stepped on in there to begin with. I like that phrasing. Thank you, chat. Oh, God. I can't fucking swear on YouTube. AI deletes your comments if you do. Yeah. Shiny keys, jingling noises. This guy knows how it works. This guy knows what he's doing. A half of chat is spazzing, the other half is sipping coffee, realizing the woman moment Pam did, no matter how it shakes out. Yeah, it's absolutely a woman moment. I'm not saying she did nothing wrong. Like, if you don't know what you have, you don't fucking hype it up, right? Again, I made that mistake previously. I trusted someone who was giving me information, and I talked about it before I had the information committed to my brain. I hadn't read it yet. I shouldn't have done that. I fucked up. Pam Bondi, if she didn't read it and she hyped it up, she also fucked up. If she, I don't know, some people in chat saying she said she read it and it was a new info. If she said that, she lied. If she didn't say that, it's a woman moment. Getting rid of a figurehead doesn't fix the root of the issue. Yeah, they should not have trusted the FBI to begin with. They should have just gone in there and been like, we're taking over, we're finding these files, we're taking them, and then we would know, instead of these weird shitty binders photo op, we would have known how many files were deleted and exactly who should probably be prosecuted for that. Goose stepping is very intimidating when you don't watch it live. Does Kirsche watch Medicare? Of course I do. Of course I do. I try to make all of his streams, although sometimes he overlaps with me. Stupid weatherman. I can't watch you when I'm live. The FBI took Hillary Clinton's 101 class on securing info. Yeah. You were too poor to buy Monster Hunter Wild. I'm not interested in Monster Hunter Wild. No matter how bad Pam bonked it up, Liz is making it even worse by actively making up garbage for free internet cloud on a podcast you don't think anyone knows about. Well, he's got 635k subscribers. I feel like this view count is inaccurate. There's no way that it only has 12.5k views. Like, that's just... There's no way. I think the view counts take a while to update because this was streamed recently. Are you a jackboot for thinking we have Gitmo? Might as well use it. Oh my god. You always try to make it to Kirsche and Weatherman streams? Absolutely. Absolutely. I definitely believe her that they probably imposed some like weird fucking embargo. Because like she would know better about that kind of stuff than I would, because this is like her sphere of influence. But some of the stuff she's saying kind of doesn't make sense, and I definitely don't believe her excuses about this binder thing. I think she posted a image that was bad optics. She didn't want to admit fault that it was bad optics. They want to blame the community notes. But it's like, lady, you could have made any other joke if you were trying to taunt the legacy media and not trying to, like, promote yourself. And then on top of that, I don't know. I don't believe everything she's saying, you know? You watch Gundam vids go from 5k to 15k by the end. Yeah, like I think it takes a while for the number count to update on like live streams on YouTube, because I know on Twitch it's the same way. Like as soon as you end your stream, like the view count on the VoD isn't accurate, so you know. PC would explode from me playing Wilds, considering my modded Minecraft slideshow. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Group of people are quality or habit is a forbidden structure in some models, right? I don't know what you mean by this. Can't even make it to anyone's streams. You can only stick with one of you guys. You got a lot of subs on YouTube. I always forget to sub to people. I'm one of those retards, and especially when they start telling you to like hit the like and subscribe. I'm like, no, I don't wanna. Just because you said it. Imagery brought to your mind by the term goose stepping in this context is walking in with a small army of fridge-shaped goons and saying peace was never an option. I'm just picturing a bunch of geese. We're gonna use the geese to sniff out the file-sniffing geese. That's like blood-sniffing dogs. Liz and Viva are spinning this so hard you'd think they're sitting on a Tasmanian butt plug. What the fuck? I mean, I think there's a little bit of spin because, like, obviously it seems like she doesn't want to admit that she posted something in bad taste. But, like, I can believe the majority of what else is being talked about, right? Because, again, this is her sphere. She's going to know more about, like, how normal embargoes are in the like news sphere, right? That's the shit that she deals with. So I'll believe her on that one. Instructions unclear. Hit subscribe for 5 more people. Irshi, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. To Janitor, thank you for the 9 months of Proom. Please enjoy your placenta steak. Derpy Badger, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Thank you. Shadow 88 Warrior, thank you for the 4 months of Proom. I Win 12, thank you for the 14-month resub, my guy. Anyone else want to see a full unredacted list? I do. I would love to see everything unredacted except the victims' names. That makes sense to keep redacted. To create context, thank you for the 5. Frick! Wish you knew about desktop savings a month ago. If you subscribed on mobile, cancel your mobile subscription, and then when you get on desktop, resubscribe then. Right? Like you might forget, because I forget about subscriptions too, but I think it's better to save the money if you can, you know? Just like cancel your sub on mobile, and then once you're on desktop, resub then. But a dog. Bunya, Dressed Glass, thank you for buttering my fucking dog. Thank you. Thank you, Dressed Glass, for the 69 butter dogs. Thank you. Mad Meon, thank you for the 10. Lots of duckers. Is that an emote? It is an emote. Is that a duck? Oh, it is. It kind of looks like an electrical plug. Like I'm gonna plug in my cell phone and charge it. Thank you for the 10 daku. Death Admiral Z, thank you for the 16-month of Prune. Hey, Kirsche, Dawn Kirsche, self-admitted Quine Bobs, from the New England area with an Italian ancestry. We would never have known if not for one of your goon Korsches, Tony Alfredo Luciano, telling us of the Korsche mob family. The fuzz are asking if you will turn yourself in for all the crimes on Quine Bobs. Absolutely not. You'll fucking have to catch me, coppers, and you can't do it. No. DRT is king, thank you for the 10. She got a bad case of main character syndrome as she's filtering all her information through her being the most important person. Hence the online thought leadership movement title. Egomaniac. Yeah, like, again, I can understand the panic of like, oh god, I posted something bad because everybody is reacting poorly to it and I want to correct this mistake. So White House, please let me release this exclusive information before the embargo. But it's also kind of like, that's kind of strange as well, because, like, why would the White House allow you over the other 15 people or however many she said were with her post it before the embargo is up, right? Like, that would be incredibly unfair. And if I was one of the other 15 people, I would be kind of upset if she was allowed to post it before the embargo ended, right? Brave Ass J, thank you for the 690. Meet the new media, same as the old media. They love sniffing their own farts. Can't get enough of those braps. I think the only time I huff farts is when I have to gloat about how right I am about everything Bridge is doing because no one listens to me. Is it really being an egomaniac if no one listens and I'm having my own celebration by myself? She wanted to have the prestige of being the first to break it. Oh, it's like, it's understandable. Everybody kind of chases that high in wanting to be the first. You know? Oh, this guy's kind of angry. All VTubers need their houses to burn down, including yours. So that's kind of rude, my guy. I don't live in California. I'm not gay. I'll watch half the list be Diddy and Clinton. I would not be surprised, you know? Wouldn't be surprised. Celebration farts. I ate too much steak. Elijah Snow, thank you for the $1.99. They didn't have their phones until 15:30, allegedly. Unfortunately for you, I can't read fucking 24-hour time, so I don't know what 15:30 is. I don't know what that is. But again, wouldn't that not make sense if she asked the White House if she could post it before the embargo at 3:30? Oh, 3:30 is 15:30? Okay. Wouldn't that not make sense, though? Because in that video we just watched, she said she asked if she could post it before the embargo. And she said she texted them. Which means she had her phone, right? Because she couldn't text them without having her phone. How the fuck can you not read? Me? What? What am I not reading? Subtract 12 if the time doesn't look right. Add a PM. I can't do math. I can't do math, man. Kirsche can't do basic math. Confirmed. I couldn't. That was confirmed like years ago, chat. Look at me. I'm important. Munya. How can you not skibbity? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. You don't get it? Why do people keep calling digital time as military time? Because that's how we know it in America. Shadow Cyber Demon, thank you for the 3-month member, dude. Thank you. Filthy Animal, thank you for the 100 biddies. You think these are the sellout clowns? I mean, I don't know. If I don't know anything about someone, I don't like calling them a sellout or like controlled opposition or like a grifter or whatever, right? I feel like people throw around those kinds of like mean adjectives without knowing who a person is. So like, I don't want to insult someone without knowing anything about them. That feels kind of rude. Brian Winters, thank you for the $1.99. Prather is pronounced Prather. He's straight. Oh, okay. Why was chat saying he was gay? Chat, why would you lie? Logan's Game, thank you for the 20-month resub. Hopefully the tariffs don't affect your gamer subs drop up here. I doubt they will. Dave Astaire, 0006, thank you for the 200 biddies, my guy. Pedro Biondi, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Elijah Snow, thank you for the $1.99. Asking why Poso does anything, only damages brain. I don't know anything about Jack Posobiec. I just know he posts stuff on Twitter. I don't even remember what he posts. I just know that he's there. Ban the liars. Neffy Nap 13, thank you for the 200 biddies. You're sort of being serious about malice and ineptitude, but what the heck is this? Do we need to start drinking spicy water to make this make sense? Get some of that thick water. Panicked Battle Droid, thank you for the 2. If Kier goes to the White House, then Bridge will know. That's true. They'll see the anime fox woman. I'll have to be wearing my cute business lady outfit. A Rubber Band Jiggle Physics, thank you for the 10-month resub, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Toonsy. Thank you for the 18 months of Prune, my guy. Thank you. Adalakis, thank you for the 9-month resub. Please enjoy your delicious placenta ice cream. Anthony, thank you for the 10. Hey, YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell and like button. We need to get the Fox to over 100,000 followers so we can get the Foxu feet. Yeah, feet pics at 100K. You get toesies. You get the little painted tootsies chat. It's an incentive, question mark? DRT is king, thank you for the 10. Yes, shill yourself so it boosted in the algorithm, which helps put the Foxu on more screens. Mo people, mo friends to get horrified by your tales of your mother and her ex. I'm just gonna be the clown show that talks about how terrible my mother's side of the family is. Arakeen, thank you for the 7 months of Prune, my guy. Thank you. Augustus Sinclair White, thank you for the 10 gift members on the YouTube. Thank you. Irshi, thank you again for that 10 earlier with the instructions unclear. Brian Winters, thank you for the $4.99. Chad Prather works for The Blaze. Savannah Hernandez is an investigative journalist. I'm like living in the past, right? Because when I think of The Blaze, I think of the guy that puts his asshole up to the microphone that I could never remember the name of, and like Lauren Southern. And I know like she doesn't work there anymore. I don't know if he does. I don't know if he does, man. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, there was that fucking guy with the like cuck beard, and he would always like pull down his pants and put his asshole into the Gavin McGinnis! Thank you, Icy Bard, my memory. Next chat is going to claim that Jack Posobiec is gay too, even though he has a wife and kids. And just ignore all the times he was caught in gay club. Wait, what? What? Gavin McGinnis. I've shown his asshole on stream before. I mean, I had to censor it. Like, I can't show that at a Christian Mongo thing, but like, I've brought up the image. That was the Rebel, not the Blaze. Why do they all sound the same? Chat, my brain can't handle names, dude. Shooter Gavin McGinnis. What? Pulled his gawk out on FNT? Jesus Christ, I remember that clip as well. They talked about that when I went on. Therian, thank you for the 5. This is the most transparent administration in history. It's starting to smell a lot like this is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Yeah, I'm gonna be like fucking triggered by that phrase now when I see it. Therian, thank you for another 5. You downloaded and skimmed through the 22 PDFs they did release. Very infuriatingly, every file started with list of the hundreds of pages of deleted. Whew! Malcolm Liang, thank you for the $1. You'd keep the list hidden and use it as leverage, not gonna lie. There's no benefit to disclosing it. Hot take, transparency is overrated. Well, I think you're wrong. And gay. Bjorn Thor Gundmanson, thank you for the 1073. If the evidence in the Epstein files were so damning to Trump, why didn't the Dems trot it out at any point in the last 8 years? They certainly tried everything else under the sun. That's also a good point for anyone being like, Trump won't release it because it's damning evidence against him. If that happened, if that's true, I don't think the Dems would have been hiding it. Remember what Asman says? You can build 100 bridges, but you suck one boopus and you're known as the boopus sucker? I mean, he's right. He's not wrong. Merrick Zielinski, thank you for the 1039. You had the fun to live at the end of the communism in Poland, born in 1979, including post-Chernobyl bull. You have an immediate rash when you see commie bullshit and was telling people about it for years, so go! Yeah. Nobody listens to the people who, like, got out of commie shitholes and had to live through communist periods. They're just like, that wasn't real communism, you know? That's why it sucked. Irshi, thank you for that 20 again. I remember reading that about the links. A Bike Short Senpai, thank you for the 2. I'm not a big fan of the government. You could say I'm somewhat not of a big fan of the government. You know, might not like them very much. Just a little bit. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 10. Reminder, while Ghislaine Maxwell had a massive break in her case, the judges refused to release any of the data in court. All the mainstream media was hyper-focused on Johnny Depp. Yeah, also very weird. Panicked Battle Joy, thank you for the 5. There is a purpose behind clearly defining property boundaries. There is. I'm not saying the property thing I read out was bad. I'm just saying, like, normal humans cannot understand that. Panicked Battle Joy, they give the 20. Your great-grandfather bought a part of land from a neighbor for his driveway around 90 years ago. 2 property owners later are current neighbors contesting the land because someone told him it was his property. Yeah, those documents are, like, very fucking useful for that kind of situation. So it's a good thing you had them. And it's a good thing when you buy a house if you have those documents, because if your neighbor starts being a bitch, You got those documents, and like, I know you're too stupid to understand these, but give them to your fucking lawyer, you know? If Soviet Russia wasn't true communism, will it ever be achieved? True. 30 on 30? Well, 30 on 30, what's that? What's happening? I hear you, man. Your best friend was born in Soviet Siberia and has no love for communism and Marxism. God damn, imagine living in Siberia, dude. Tomahawk, PWPT, thank you for the 5. Lawyers got paid thousands to translate what you just said in legalese. Yep. It's a very cushy kind of position, eh? Cult of personality, thank you for the 5. You don't see AI VTubers being the issue, but you think we're going to continue seeing the artificial inflation of engagement and popularity, i.e. botting subs. Botting subs and botting views and botting likes on Twitter has always been a thing. And it's going to continue to be a thing because for some reason platforms don't do enough to curb that kind of stuff. Like, maybe they enjoy it because it looks like they get more engagement than they should, so advertisers are willing to pay more to be on the platforms. But it's like, if it's all fake engagement, and it's, I don't know, it just feels like a fucking weird fake snake all the way down, you know? They directly benefit from it. Yeah, I hate it, dude. I hate it. 30 on 30 is a reply to not a big fan of the government. Look it up. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Arismador, thank you for the 5. You should get the Spaceballs guys to handle merchandise. You want Kirsche the Flamethrower, personally. I have a piece of merch that's going to come out sometime this year. I don't know how many months it's going to take to finish up, but I cannot fucking wait to announce it because you guys are going to flip your shit. At least if you're American, sorry. If you're outside of the US, you will not be allowed to buy it legally. I apologize. Panicked Battle Droid, thank you for the 5. Speaking of the Flat Fox, is there a possibility of another convergence of the White Fox Conclave? I don't know, I have to speak to Fillion. I have to ask the silly Philly if she wants to do something again. Bear in the Woods, thank you for the 27 months of Perum. Got your rare Kirsche Hiccup NFT. Oh, I remember that earlier. Thank you again. Thank you again. Luxan, thank you for the 105. No one can compete with the Filipino boy. I cannot do as many flips as that woman. She is crazy. My back is broken already. Komita Prep Cook Demon, thank you for the 5. Neurosama is not replacing, but supplementing and relying on those around her as well. Plus, a creator that keeps her on a track. Wah. Yeah, I agree. Chiatos, thank you for the 9-month resub. Please have some placenta nuggies. Thank you. Angie Salt Shaker, thank you for the 5-month resub. Others out there throwing big schmeat on the table. I can only offer a humble monthly sub. Hail Fox News. I love your humble sub. Thank you. Yeah, delicious grinder, as it were. Space Pie, thank you for the 23-month resub. You'd never membership super chat a piece of software. Well, it's a good thing I don't know how to use software. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. Vidal is the streamer and content creator. Neuro is the content. Yeah, he's the best female streamer, didn't you know? Cold Acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. Neuro isn't missing the human element because Vidal is there and developing her as we watch. The heart of Neuro is the heart of a turtle. That's an interesting way to say turtle. Broblab, thank you for the 2. You like when the cartoon woman notices. I like noticing. Ariston, thank you for the $1. Another $1 for the Kirsche was right jar. This jar is gonna fucking burst at some point, dude. Risk Prime, thank you for the 23 months of Proom. Apollo is Foxu's bestie. Didn't Apollo... No, it wasn't Apollo. I was gonna say, didn't he rape Cassandra? But that was somebody else who raped Cassandra on Athena's altar. Chat, my brain isn't the best at remembering. That's not my forte. That's why you guys are here. You remember for me. You remember for me. Huh? I thought he was making a reference to Cassandra, but Cassandra got raped on Athena's altar. And I can't remember who did it. It was Ajax. Thank you. Thank you, Drops Enjoyer. Thank you. It was Ajax who raped Cassandra. Oh, mythology. Yeah, what did you think I was talking about? Apollo gave Cassandra the gift of prophecy, but no one would... Yeah. Apollo gave Cassandra the gift of prophecy, and she was a devotee of Athena, and then Ajax raped her on Athena's altar, and then Athena got angry and decided to destroy Troy. That's kind of how that goes. The Greeks were pervs. Not talking about there's a VTuber named Cassandra? He means Apollo, god of prophecy. She was talking about destiny. I mean, someone's destiny. Chat, remember, thank you, chat, for being my memory bank. That's why I need you. That's why I get mad when you lie to me, okay? Don't lie to me, chat. 62 months. God damn, blue reprisal. My cutest blue man. My most autistic chatter. Thank you for the 62 fucking month resub. Also on a 62 month streak. This man don't miss. This man shows up on time. Thank you. Thank you, blue. Thank you. Actual Greek mythology, not VTubers. Imagine. One of the tellings was Poseidon struggle snuggling Medusa, but that seems to be a later myth. Oh. Fox, you don't member, I member. Sanguine, 1849, thank you for the 3 months of Prune, my dude, thank you. Canis Lupus Rex, thank you for the 10-month resub, thank you. Toast Engineer, thank you for the 5. Is Cheryl the Rommel to your patent? You magnificent bitch, I read your smart brief. Absolutely. That's a good one, actually. Zenik, thank you for the 378. As a South African, I want to glow oh so very hard. All I can say is I hate, so deeply I hate this woman and her evil ideology that has made all of the people of my country suffer. I'm sorry, Zenik, that she came from your place. A coked YouTube, thank you for the proom. Thank you for the proom, my guy. I'm rubbing my eye, it's itchy. Silly Gordo, thank you for the 690. Hey, Kirsche, my order of Guacamole Gamer 9000 came in today when you were at work. Came home to 2 jugs of it and 2 Game of Subs ramen. Ooh, good lord, they were generous. Yeah, I love it when they add the free ramen. That shit's pretty fucking good. Bob Davis, thank you for the 2. It's the bull's son. Thanks, I hate it. Andrew Raditz, thank you for the 10. Super secret spy, Foxu! Sneaking her way through the terrifying DEI cult that is Bridge. Absolutely. Their retreat is very fucking expensive, and I don't have a company to force to pay for it, so you know. Sua Rat, thank you for the 8-month resub. Greetings, Foxu. I wish you a bridgeless weekend. Thank you. Tomorrow is going to be a short stream. Going to be 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., and I'm going to be playing Okage during that time because I am craving the weird little creatures, chat. I want to play it. So we're probably not even gonna have yap time tomorrow unless some sort of super bombshell drops. But tomorrow, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. and then at 7 p.m. I'm gonna be on Wicked Virtues channel for a little saucy Saturdays with the girlies. I was invited by X-Ray Girl from FNT, so we're gonna be doing some of that on Wicked Virtues channel tomorrow. So short stream here with Okage. Now, after we get Okage, I don't know what happens on Saucy Saturdays, so I'm fucking going in blind, baby. Going in sensory deprived. Cat pee fetish will strike again. Cat pee fetish on the ground. Kaiser Astaroth Vermilion, thank you for the 10. If it's only legal as long as it doesn't break anti-discrimination laws, haven't they already done that by denying white men on the basis of race and sex? But if they allow the white men to apply for these things and then reject them on the basis of race and sex, they don't have the discrimination public anymore. It's in their minds. So you can't actually legally do anything because you can't prove that they're still getting rid of you because of your race and sex, since they actually got rid of the public affirmative action nonsense that says that they're doing it on the basis of race and sex. Playthrough of Okage inspired you to download a PS2 emulator and Okage? Hell yeah. I grinded to like level 15 after I got off stream last time, and now I am ready to kick ass and show you guys the next town. I love Richello. Richello is like probably my favorite town in the game. I love like seaside fucking half-destroyed hut towns. I was like, alright, don't speak. Alright, don't shut your mouth. I'm not coming to the island. I gotta go lock in for a project. Good luck. Good luck. Komita Prep Cook Demon, thank you for the 5. Don't understand, if a place is 99% one ethnicity, should the corpo have to reflect the demographics of the local to be diverse? Am confusion. Wah. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but that's the whole point. Spazzy4856, thank you for the 11 months of Proom. You're playing Blade and Sorcery, hitting enemies with an axe is fun. In other news, someone on a Discord server you're on passed out a PDF of what might be the Epstein Black Book. You can give me a link if you want. No. No. There's no way some random fucking Discord has the real Epstein Black Book, and I'm not clicking on that link, man. I'm not losing all of my accounts to some random Discord link. Arcanican, thank you for the 13-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Video Gamer 25, thank you for the 525. Have I been keeping up with massages? Chiropractor getting cause of my pain addressed. Remember that the pain meds you're on can't provide short-term relief, but are not a long-term solution. No, I haven't gone to the chiropractor in weeks because I just don't have time. My massage therapist, I talked to her yesterday. I was hoping to get an appointment next week, but she is fully booked until the fucking 20th! So I'm out of a massage therapist until then, but I did book an appointment on the 20th and on the 6th, so I have some stuff to look forward to, at least. And then, sometime, I think, in April is my pain appointment? Question mark? I don't remember. It's in my calendar. Adrian Cunningham, thank you for the 10. If accusations of misconducts without evidence is enough to disqualify people from government positions, there are a lot of treasonous pedophiles in Congress. Yeah, you gotta have the proofs. You gotta be the Russian ghost man. Ask for the proofs. Marmalin, thank you for the 10. Her positives for the people Trump replaced are all public tax dollar teat sucklers. Yeah, I can't believe Cheryl's article when she is incredibly biased explaining to people, you know? Redwood, thank you for the 2-month member. Hello, Fancy Foxy. You come bearing an urgent message from your honorable server chatters. Show fet open bobs, thank you? Well, now I just know you're lying. Guedes, thank you for the 100 biddies. Pippa will play your game later. Go watch it or you'll teach her how to butcher the Kirsche and make butter dog out of it. I want to play that game too. I want to play. I see like your cute trees, and I saw the cute Kirsche. I saw so many cute things, and I want to touch it. It's so hard for me to fucking schedule shit. BLXmas, thank you for the 7-month member. Thank you. You've been able to open so many people's eyes with the help of the articles and topics I cover. Thank you. I'm glad you're finding my sources helpful, dude. Blue Mew 22, thank you for the 5. The only trans surgery that will ever actually work is a total brain transplant into another naturally that sex body. I mean, we are very far off from having any kind of brain transplant. Tekamenomlanabajeez. Napalm Boner Fart, thank you for the 13-month resub. Some men try to ID as women in court to either get lighter sentences, stir up activist groups, or to be put in women's correction facilities. Absolutely. Helen Razor, thank you for the 21-month resub. Take my money to support my local favorite Foxu. Hope you're doing better health-wise. Really, do you want to get better ASAP? I do. I would love to move out as soon as possible, but I'm also still terrified. Terrified of like either getting a cheap house. It's not even cheap. I'm using cheap in heavy fucking brackets. Cheap house that needs $1 gajillion worth of work. Or if I get into a super debt-filled mortgage and then I fall off, I lose my entire audience. I become Boogie 2988. You know, I'm like fucking making shit up on some lolcow podcast because I need money bucks and I don't have it. I don't want to end up like that, man. That's terrifying. I don't know when I'm gonna fall off. I don't know when this bubble's gonna pop. I don't know. It's so scary. I watched his fucking Caleb Hammer episode last night and just terrified myself, man. He seems like he just makes a fuck ton of excuses for everything and he's a very unlikable individual, but it's still an absolutely horrifying situation. He went from making like 10 to 15k a month to making like 2k a month. That is a crazy fucking drop. Hey. He's currently faking a murder now? Oh, he's just like my mom. They would probably get along. I should introduce them. Bullet Hail 387. Oh, fuck. I didn't finish reading Hellraiser thing. Sorry. Bullet Hail, thank you for the 2. Mans didn't leave a message, but thank you.
All epic Kirsche doers. Kirsche is searching for the real Epstein files and she needs your help. All you need to do is send this anonymous Discord user your mom's credit card number, the expiration date, and the 3 numbers on the back. Hurry.
Brave SJ, thank you for the 25. Don't do as he says. He's trying to trick you, chat. Don't do that. Boogie fell off because he kept lying and then stabbed his audience in the back with a crypto rug pull. Oh, I know he did like despicable shit, right? But even Daddy Jim says that like every content creator has a shelf life and you have to make the most of your shelf life while you're in it because you're gonna fall off eventually and you have to prepare for that time. Like that was even the advice that he like gave Pippa and I on stream. He was like, you guys just like, you know, buy a house, have some investments while you're on your peak because it's not gonna last. And like he's not wrong. Content creators do have a shelf life, and so it's very tumultuous. Foxu's non-perishable. I would love to think that, but I am not immune to content creator death. Oh, when did he say that to you? He said it on one of his streams, so it wasn't directly to me, but he did say like my name and Pippa's name when he was explaining it. You don't think content creators have shelf lives? You think Jim was just a doomer and believed in cycles and nothing mattering? I mean, it could be, but like I think he gives good advice. I trust Daddy Jim. I've seen behind the curtain of so many content creators I've watched for years, and if anybody ruins Daddy Jim for me, I would be very upset. Some content creator death is snorting coke. Okay, that's like self-inflicted content creator death, right? That's not a natural expiration date. Reasoning unsupported, but advice is still good. Everything here is eternal. I would love that, man. I want to be the vampire. Harrison W, thank you for the 5. You work at Offices Depot, and they play the bridge and D&D over the speakers. And at the same time, they removed incentives and said no raises this year. What the fuck? I'd be pissed if they said no raises. Maximilian Blue, thank you for the 2-month resub, my dude. Thank you. Sly Maverick, thank you for the 30. Have Chimkin on you. Also, Head Pets for the Kirsche. Thank you. I love Chimkin. I've been eating a fuck ton of steak recently. I've been on a giga steak kick for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe my body's craving the protein. I'm eating my vitamin D gummies, and so my body's like, give me the protein. I don't know if that's how that works, but you know. Kataka the Saiyan Jedi, thank you for the 7-month tier 3 resub. Sorry for the late member. Here I am. Wasn't that a child? It's like, here I am, here I am. It's like, I don't remember what song that is though. Female body wants iron. Give me the iron. The iron. I'm losing my mind. I'm scrolling back to where I was in my thank yous. Back to Helen Razor. Sorry I can't be here as often as you used to because of work. You're still over 1K others as company, so it's good. I don't know what that means. Don't let any brainworms win. Also, you overheard my story about the 2 lesbians in your school, and now you have to reflect on our discussion on which of our schools was weirdo with incidents. Oh, mine probably has yours beat, man. Daddy Fingers, the song. Yeah, I remember that at all the fucking shitty YouTube things. Thank you for the day of the song. Panicked Battle Droid, thank you for the 5. Will they ever stop bringing up intersex? They aren't Fudas, and they never will be, at least until the AI singularity. Oh, speaking of the AI singularity, hold on, I have a fucking retard to make fun of. Hold on a goddamn minute here. Munya. Hold on a second. I found it. Your daughter sings it 1,289 times a day. God damn. So, Crime Bob's Rocky City. As you know, I've been partnered with them for a hella long time. I've been playing this game since like early access on Epic. I was partnered with them before their Steam release, so I got a little special link you. I got to hella promote them for that. I talk to a couple of the devs pretty frequently, really like them. They're very nice people, and I think they're doing a lot for this game. I kind of skipped it over it. They had 3 of us in the partner program prior to releasing it publicly. So they had like me, Red Archer Live, and Mario in a top hat. I'm not sure who they are, but like hello other 2 guys in the program with me. And obviously, in the discussion went kind of hard. I gave this game a chance after watching racist anime Fox. I'm not what? I mean, yeah, I guess probably. And that's a compliment, he says. This guy got banned? What the hell? Why is he banned? Why did this man get banned? What the fuck? Let's go. I see Kirsche on the list, my beloved weird Fox lady. It's literally thanks to her I bought the game. I'm so happy to see her become an official partner. Fucking unban this man! Free my soldier! I don't know what the fuck he did. What did bro do? I don't know, probably false reported for loving the Fox woman? The fuck? Free my mans! This guy, I see I'm not the only one who bought the game because of Kirsche's Crime Boss streams. Kirsche and Papa Gundam. I need to force him to play this game with me, chat. Make him play it with me. Some guy just making fun of him. I mean, Payday 3 is already dead. Might as well try our own partner program. Bro, they've been laying the framework for this for ages. That's why there's 3 of us who was working behind the scenes. Crazy Fox Woman showed me the crazy game. I see him not alone. Well met. We got this fucking crazy lad. View the other 46 community awards. What the fuck? Golden Unicorn, clever. How did he get so many community awards on this? What the fuck? This person said, I am honestly pretty disgusted that you would accept someone so openly bigoted as Kirsche into the program. A large part of her content is just grift, complaining about the woke DEI and other boogeymen whilst making bigoted comments about basically everyone. It's very telling when the first response to this post calls her a racist and says it's a good thing, and that the comment above mine that is supporting her has a neo-Nazi slogan for their profile bio. I'm going to assume that you didn't do any research into who you're letting into your program, but this has killed any desire I have to play or support this game, which has become one of my favorites of all time. I'll get fucked, idiot. Well, I don't Get fucked? I don't see why my existence means you can no longer enjoy the game. Keep fucking playing it. Don't be a weirdo. One of my favorite Nazi bigots of all time. I know. Kirsche White Demon Verstal strikes again. They can't stop me. I'm such a demon. Tommy the Commie said this used to be a nice neighborhood. That's a funny joke. This guy's funny. I like this one. The commie complaining the white demon fox woman has arrived. So when are we getting new maps and stuff? Soon, TM. Soon, TM. And I get to show them off to you soon, TM. I have to put in my special little code because they did like a special beta track that's going to be like the release version. So hopefully will be less buggy than the native beta track I already have access to. Very excited to show that to you guys. Bros are always so late to the party, no thanks. Literally made Epic Games a priority, didn't give all streamers, just a select few. You can't give all streamers access to the partner program. What do you mean? What do you mean by this? I guess you all better do something to get that player count up. I don't know, kind of rude. He responded to the fucking weirdo earlier, Yap Attack. I'm not reading all of that. The slogan you're thinking of is everything for Germany, but it's okay. I understand you're still young. How should you know? Happened to me as well when I was your age. Never let facts and reality get in the way of a good story. Thanks for visiting my profile, by the way. It's nothing special, but I'm glad you like it. Did you know Kirsche means cherry in German? This fucking guy. I don't know if I should enter. Thank you, Crazy Fox Lady, for showing us crime bobs. Hell yeah. There's a lot more comments here than when I saw it. Someone telling this fucking weirdo to fucking cry about it. Too much to handle. Gun perks behind paywalls, disgusting optimization, also a dead game, slow and lazy devs. Dude, they have a roadmap for the entire year. What do you mean? What do you mean by the fucking way less slow and lazy than the payday ones? And tell me you haven't played the game without telling me. Kirsche is the reason I bought this game. Based Foxy. Thank you, Mr. Light Coffee, man. The only thing I hate more than Vtubers are... Oh, I can't read the rest of that. He's like, I'm okay with the cartoon woman if it means not being okay with you. A when update is exactly what the game needs. Recognition, absolutely. I hate how this game is designed to waste the player's time with daily missions and grind required to unlock anything in multiplayer. There's daily missions? I thought you have like a daily EXP bonus, but I don't... Are there missions, dude? Except for the blatantly pay-to-win DLC, of course. The single-player campaign that tries to waste the maximum amount of time by using 2 systems to make you start over repeatedly. This guy knows that you don't have to play it that way, right? He knows you can just like Alt F4 and continue, right? Like, that's how I play it. And also, the blatantly pay-to-win DLC. I literally don't use any of the DLC guns. Every time I play, I'm using a regular shotgun when I play, man. And I usually have more kills than everyone else I play with. The fort pay to win since when? They're talking about there's DLC that has like guns in them, and then the recent Cracker DLC had like character perks in the DLC. So like there are guns and perks behind the DLC, but also the DLC is cheap as fuck. I mean, maybe that's bad, right? Maybe it's a bad thing to have like the perks in there. I don't know. I don't know, question mark. If enough people say that they don't want more perks behind DLC, maybe the devs will listen. Literally no pay to win. The best guns are shotguns, and you have to get the legendary versions of them by playing the game. Yeah. Cracker has the best AR in the game and a very good melee. Yeah, his melee perk is cracked. Did they add a PvP mod that pay to win would even matter? No, there's no PvP. There's no PvP. You don't have the DLC perks. They don't seem to make too much difference. I feel like the melee perk from the Cracker Pack is really fucking good in certain situations, especially on one of the new maps. And I really like using the Vision perk that comes with the Cracker Pack. Pay to win, it's PvE. I get their point, right? Like, I don't really think that, like, perks like that should necessarily be behind a paywall. The guns, I don't think makes that much of a difference because, again, like, it's not like they're the best. I mean, Victus said that the best AR is with the Cracker Pack, so maybe that could be a problem. You don't melee out of stealth. That's a losing proposition if you're being swarmed. Bagman likes using melee in the Horde mode, and in the new map Horde mode, I could see the melee being really fucking useful. Roidiak shotgun is peak, which is what you think they're talking about. I use the regular shotgun over the Roidiak one because it has the sight on it. You solo on hardest difficult, always loud unless forced silence. Game is fun, good as hell. Yeah, I have a lot of fun with it. Like, I could understand someone's problems with some of the DLC, like perks being behind it might not be the best thing. Even if it's cheap, like maybe perks should just be part of the base game being free. If enough people thought that's like something I could maybe bring up to them. Felice, grabby bag. Cracker playable character, not derogatory. It's fun to play with friends. Yeah, I fucking love it. With Cracker's melee and defense upgrade, you can tank everything with melee and horde mode. Ooh. Ooh. If you had made a decent game that people could just play, finish, and move on from, rather than a live service designed to waste people's time, we'd be happy to recommend this game since there's a lot here to love. It's supposed to compete with Payday, which means it's supposed to have replayability. It's not like a single-player RPG where like you play the story and then you finish it. The replayability comes in like not just the single-player campaign, but also with the co-op with people doing heists, right? And they're coming out with a co-op version of the single-player mode, which I'm really fucking excited for. Right? Like, I really want to play co-op in the single-player mode where, like, 4 of us can take over the entire city together. That sounds a lot more fun than the current co-op we have of, like, it doesn't really matter. You just have 3 missions, and you get through the 3 missions, and then they changed how you get, like, your unlocks for characters, so you don't even unlock anything from doing those anymore. It's just for achievements. Payday 2 did that, putting the weapons and perk decks behind DLC. I think Payday 2's DLC is more expensive than Crime Bosses as well. These are the same people that will glaze Call of Duty. However, the live service practices combined with the time wasters and single player make this game, which is sadly one of my favorites, something that I can't in good conscience recommend. Wait, how is it one of your favorites when you've done nothing but talk negatively about it, and then you say you can't recommend it? What did he mean by this? Like, I feel like I talk about the things that are bad with Crime Boss, but I still recommend it to people. I still play it. I still have fun with it. I'm not, like, I tell you guys all the time when I, like, record stuff off stream, and I'm like, oh yeah, I sent in, like, bug reports. Or, like, when I'm on stream and a bug happens, I'm like, someone clip that. I'm gonna send that to the devs. Payday 2 is an absolutely pay-to-win in that regard. The best guns, decks, and gear are all DLC paid for. I wouldn't like to see that happen here. I think it's okay to have, like, some guns in the DLC. I'd prefer to see more skins, right? Than, like, guns or perks, especially. I think perks are more egregious. I don't want to see a ton of those locked behind DLC. Payday 2 had a great DLC mode, and then they ruined it towards the end by dropping stupid, overpowered weapons into the paid packs. This person said, "Wah! I can't deal with basic grind mechanics and can't deal with the mechanic, which has a clear counter shown to the player. And given that you're not supposed to win on your first go, has a permanent reduction to the rate by which the investigation rises. Motherfuckers over here really want to be spoon-fed everything with no challenge." I mean, again, you don't even have to play it that way. If you die, you can just Alt F4 and try again. Which is how I play, because I don't like roguelike aspect. You heard the Foxu chat. Show more skin. This guy responded, making me replay a part of the game I already completed before isn't challenge. It's a waste of time, which originally invented as a way to get more quarters out of people and or stretch very short games to make them feel longer. So this guy just doesn't like roguelikes, which, like, is fine. You don't have to play it as one. You may not value your time, but I do. Grind mechanics and replaying things you've already done before are a waste of time that could be better spent doing other things. I mean, that also applies to the multiplayer mode, right? Like, would it be a waste of time to play the multiplayer mode with your friends? Have you ever played a roguelike game in your life? This is how they are. You try, you fail, you get some bonuses for your future runs, repeat until success. Or you Alt F4 and you try while you're under-leveled and under-perked and you're like a weak little shrimpy. And it's really fucking hard, but that's what I do. I throw my face against that brick fucking wall because I refuse to end early. Most roguelike games don't have grind mechanics and an investigation meter that automatically makes you fail even if you do avoid dying. I've never had this happen. Is this because I play it the way that I do with the Alt F4ing? I've never had the investigation meter, like, automatically making me fail. I had to actually try to get my investigation meter to 100 to get the achievement for getting away from Norris. I've only ever had that happen once, like literally once. You've never had that happen? Okay. All right. Finally, the investigation meter fills up more if you fail missions. Okay. So that's how I avoid it, I guess. You can do things to reduce them. Yeah, they give you opportunities to reduce the meter as well. So there's like mechanics in there to do that. The You don't know how this guy failed to investigate. I don't know how either, but I mean, I don't play it like a roguelike, so I don't have the same experience as the people who are playing it like the correct way. The meter takes so long to fill that you have to really fuck up to lose to that. That's funny. This game is just designed to waste people's time in order to maximize engagement, like every other live service game with pay-to-win DLC and daily bonuses. It's not in the same class as an honest roguelike. This guy is the one... This dude literally said, it's one of my favorites. This is like the people who are like, I like Kirsche, but this guy does not like this game. Holy shit. Oh my god, when I started this game, I thought it was good and couldn't understand why the people I knew of didn't like it. As I spent more time with it, however, the cracks began to show, and I realized that this game is designed to waste as much time as possible with as little content as possible. Sad. It could have been great. What does he mean with as little content as possible? There's a gajillion maps in the game right now. They're coming out next month with, like, another Horde mode map and 3 more missions on new maps. Like, what? How fast do you expect things to be? I like Kirsche, but I like Kirsche better. Someone explode this man's penis. This is essaying. I can't recommend this, but hold on. It's a game. It's frustrating you. Yeah, it's a waste of time to spend with your friends. Game fix when? I can agree with this guy. There's a lot of bugs that need fixing still. Like the ladder bug, man. Farming clown reactions, it seems. Yeah, I don't know how this fucking post got so many points, dude. Souls Race basically ruined Warhammer Total War 3, but at least they eventually gave us a grand campaign without that. If this game added a grand campaign with co-op and without the investigation meter, the Souls Race, and the roguelike element of which would make you constantly start over, putting a roguelike mode in a stealth game, is a questionable idea, even as an option, much less as the only way to play the campaign. But it's not a stealth game. It's like Payday. You can stealth, but you don't have to. You can break stealth and you can still win. However, given that they also included surprise mechanics and grinding dailies into the multiplayer mode, there's... Chat, am I high? What dailies are these people talking about? Like, I know that there's like a daily EXP bonus, so you get like a bonus for the first mission you play in multiplayer, but that's the only one I know about. What the fuck is he talking? He's never played. Like, what daily missions? Am I crazy? Daily experience bonus is the only daily? Yeah, and it's like... If you're playing, you want to make sure you do a high payout mission for that bonus, but otherwise it's not a fucking big deal if you miss it, man. It's not like an actual daily mission. Payday is stealth. If everyone is dead, they can't report you. It seems obvious that rather than trying to make the best possible game, they're trying to ensure that the least possible game sucks up the most possible time. Who wants to buy a pay-to-win DLC? What is this guy talking about? What is he talking about, man? And I'm assuming the grand campaign is like the thing I was just talking about, where I said they're adding a co-op version of the single-player turf war thing. So I'll be able to do I'm gonna fucking rope some lady VTubers into doing a turf war. Alright, we're gonna fucking play that campaign, man, when it comes out. Only Kirsche! It's like OnlyFans, but better and less sexual. And, oh my god. Consider not being mentally ill. It's free. Quine Bobs! Yeah. Maybe I should play Quine Bobs. You should! You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. I don't remember the tune, but that's a fun song. Like most here, also found out about Quine Bobs from the funny cartoon Foxu news lady. Picked it up at her suggestion. Well worth the money I spent on it. What a sweet guy. I should respond to this. Post. How do I respond to this post in the Steamies? Type my reply here, maybe? Type my reply here. Hold on, I'm fucking checking the pages, man. I've been playing the Quine Bobs since Epic Early Access. Wicked fun game to play with friends and my community. Super glad so many people are having fun with the game. Can't wait for all of the updates
the devs have talked about in their 2025 roadmap. Squiggle exclamation point. That seems good. That seems good. Should I acknowledge that they mentioned me in the post? I guess I should. I guess I shouldn't be rude, right? I should just post the Navy SEALs copy pasta unprompted. Oh, hello. I'm the Crime Blobs. Yeah.
Essaying it. Someone post Felice grabby bag. Hell yeah.
Felice grabby bag.
Heart. Post comment.
I've posted the comment.
Post the bang wobbly. Oh, someone should post the bang wobbly copy pasta. That you're so fucking smart. You're smarter than me, man. God damn. Why do I have the award button on my own post? That's kind of silly. We do a little trolling.
Bang wobbly. Let me tell you about the Crime Bobs. Yeah, that's me.
The Felice grabby. I love the Felice grabby bag. I love that the devs thought it was cute too. That was a very cute moment. Comment is awaiting analysis by our automated content check system. What the fuck? Do I like Rucka? I do like Rucka Ali. I love minorities. Wait, are we doing a Steam comment raid? I mean, I don't want to say it's a raid. If you've played the game and you want to leave them a nice comment to counter some of the mean people, then I would say do so. If you haven't played the game, please don't comment, right? Because it's like this is for like their partner program, right? You know, just if you've played it, leave a comment about how you like the game or what can be improved, what you'd like to see in the future. If you're also a small content creator, maybe comment that you're trying to join the program. You know, I like interaction with small developers like this. I think it's helpful. I left them a review on the Steam page as well, because I feel like since I have an insane amount of hours in this fucking game, I should leave a review. I had Kirsche in the game. I just remember Kirsche isn't Hassan. The TOS will be applied to her. Don't do anything dumb. Yeah, don't like brigade, right? Only comment if you've played the game and you want to talk about the game, or you're planning on joining the content creator program. I make a Fillion play Quime Bobs. I don't know if she has the attention span for Quime Bobs. Is someone review bombing? No one's review bombing. No one's review bombing. There's we read through all the comments. There's a lot of nice people commenting here. A lot of people saying they found the game through me, since the message up here mentions the three of us who were in the content creator program. If I click on this, it might take me back. Yeah, there we go. At the bottom of it, it mentions me, Red Archer, and Mario in a top hat. The three of us were like the pilots for the content creator program. Which game is this? This is Quime Bobs, Rockay City. Quime Bobs. How would you like a Kirsche skin in the game? I would fucking love that. I'd love that if I was made into a character, dude. I'd be so fucking fun. Are you kidding me? The game would absolutely be better than Payday at that point, right? Because Quime Bobs would have me as a DLC, and Payday would have H3H3. Like, let's be real here. That's just a losing proposition. Did Red Archer finally stop shilling for Payday? I have no idea. I don't know who Red Archer and Mario in a top hat are. I just know that they were the other people in the program with me. I don't know what kind of content they do. I don't know anything about them, you know? I got award bombed. Do I have more awards than that person who was being a dick? more awards than the person who was trying to slander me? Kirsche DLC, you'd get the game for sure then. I'm hoping that my special little linky with Crime Bobs will have all of the DLC available in it for purchase. That was like a big thing that I was trying to communicate. I was like, especially after how well my initial link did on the Steam release for the game, I don't think there's any reason to not have all of the DLC in my special link. They're both big Payday guys, especially Red Archer. I never played the Payday before the Quime Bobs. If they made me a character for that game, they'd need me for voice lines. Absolutely. I'd be wicked excited to do that, man. You wish you had a PC? Good news for you! You can also buy this on PlayStation. I don't know if it's on Xbox. I don't know anything about Xbox. And also, I think next month, March, I think March is when they're doing crossplay. So the console peasants will finally be able to play with the PC Master Race players. It's on both Xbox and PlayStation. Thank you, Binary Mind. You're holding out on getting any more of the DLC until my link includes it. That's what I've said to the dev as well. I was like, there were a lot of people who were like getting errors trying to purchase stuff. There were people who were like, oh, well, I'm only missing like the DLCs that aren't in your link, and I don't want to buy them unless I can also support you. So I did relay these things to my developer contact, but the link and like the partner program stuff has to go through 505 because 505 is the publisher. Right? So even though I talk to the developers, they still have to go to the publisher to like ask for certain things, because that's just how the relationship works. So sometimes the communication can be a bit slow. Sometimes, you know, 505 doesn't really understand what's going on. It was the opposite when I was with Gameforge. You know, Bluehole took forever to respond.
Halfway through a mission, spawning inside the open vault in the bank robbery with all guards and cameras active is not cash money. I grind out gold cup steel runs like a say.
Low speed boot, thank you for the 25. Thank you for the 25, my guy. I agree with you. But you also can tell when that's gonna happen. So when you have a bank mission, and you, like, send your little goons to acquire intel, it'll tell you if it's going to be a mission that's in loud afterwards, or if it's going to be one that you can do in stealth. They'll tell you that, like, oh, the bags have already been packed, you just have to put everything in the helicopter. I can't remember the exact wording, but there is wording on those bank missions that will tell you if that's the kind of mission it is. You just gotta read. I didn't know that for the longest time either, because, you know, we're all fucking illiterate. Chat reflects the streamer. None of us read, because reading is for fucking nerds, right? So it will tell you, and then you can better prepare for if it's a loud mission. Got you thinking of Saints Row, but with Kirsche as a gang boss. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If there's a skull icon, it's loud. Have you heard of the upcoming game of the year? Yasuke Simulator. Ain't no way. God Hates Taxes. Thank you for the 5. You played the game and it's fun, but you're busy trying to S rank ready or not, which is the opposite vibe of Crime Bobs. I hope you get your fucking S rank, dude. Panic Battle Droid. Thank you for the 5. If you had better internet, then you'd try the Crime Bobs. However, Deep Rock is one of the best games. Rock and Stone! Yeah, I mean, even though I have good internet, depending on who I play with, the ping can be really bad. Like when I joined in with a cute little chinchilla, you know, she's in Japan, so my ping was crazy fucking high. Are we gonna get to the Zelensky stuff eventually? I am almost an hour overtime. So I don't think I'm gonna get to the Zelensky stuff today. Half Asian, no math. Thank you for the 4 months of Proom. Thank you for Prooming. I'm sorry we yapped on so much today I couldn't get to the Zelensky fucking anal destruction. I wanted to see that too. I can maybe I can do a small yapping on that before I open Okage tomorrow, but like I want to play Okage since it's a short stream. I don't want to get swept up in the tides of tangents tomorrow, okay? I want to make sure I play that fucking game. Left a comment. Thank you for the heads up, and thank you for mentioning the partner program. You'll definitely look into it. Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. I'm glad I've shown a bunch of people a great fucking game, and you guys are interested in the partner program as well. I love supporting the small devs that like want to do cool shit, and definitely happy to support in-game. I've had nothing but good experiences with the devs I've talked to. Who got anal destroyed? Trump and Vance fucking tag teamed Zelensky. While he was in the Oval Office. I heard he even got, like, kicked out. They were very, unhappy. Very unhappy. What was the cannibalism tab? Oh, I don't even remember. I'd have to find that. A ramen, too. Neat. I'm the Klein Bobs. You looked into the partner program, left a supportive Foxu comment on the stream comments. Thank you. Thank you. It fucking fills my heart with joy to see so many people commenting on that, on how they found the game because of me. I mean, it makes me feel like I'm making a difference. All those comments, you know, another thing would be like 505, look how many people found the game because of me, alright, okay? Look, you have the link numbers. You wouldn't even give me the link numbers, but you have them. Put all the DLC in my new link, 505, please, I begged. You think they gave his lunch to the reporters? Jesus. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 5. On a far less gross and depressing note, the Fluffinut is actually pretty tasty. Makes a good birthday snack. Thanks for telling me about it. I'm glad you like the Fluffinut. It's not healthy, but it sure is damn delicious. Inari Ninetails, thank you for the 10. I love how they're using the gay to defend the trans yet again. We got that LGP dropped the T group. Toastary, thank you for the 100 biddies. Kirsche, you are, after Alana, best sleep ASMR I have. Love ya. I don't know how you sleep to me, man. You're fucking built diff, dude. JKVT, thank you for the 19-month resub. Thank you. Insolent, thank you for the 346. Literally flaming an asylum, or filming. Literally filming an asylum. God is dead and we unalived him. Thank you, Nietzsche. Kaiser Astaroth Vermilion, thank you for the 10. Sorry. Well, not really. People do remember that black people don't particularly like gay people. It's not truly hate, but overall, black people don't really accept homosexuality. I'm gonna have to press the X button because holy shit, there's so many men on the down low. They might project the air of disapproving of homosexuality publicly, but goddamn, there's so many sagging pants, taking dick behind the dumpster kind of dudes. I live in Atlanta, okay? I seen some shit. I know what it's like. The Foxu voice is soothing. I need more water, man. My throat hurts. Anthony, thank you for the 10. Can we clone this man and put him in charge of every state? Smith of 11 herbs and spices. I need to buy your spices. I can't buy McCormick anymore, man. Thank you for the 10. Tip for fellow chatters. Foxu unraveling subversion is great motivation while lifting. Hell yeah. Listen to me at the gym. Get a good pump going. Get your protein, baby. K-Dog, go get some water. I need it. Violet Hunter 9, thank you for the 8-month resub. Here, can't believe it's been 8 months. Here's to many more. Thanks for the cursed knowledge. Thank you for hanging out. Yoki Savvy, thank you for the $4.99. Hey, Kirsche, mind sending a happy birthday to your friend Dario? He should be catching up on the stream. Hello, Dario, the male Latin version of Daria, the TV show. Happy fucking birthday, Dario, dude. I hope you have a good cake. I don't know what you like, but I hope it was a good one, dude. Happy birthday. Ooh Gaming, thank you for the 13-month member. They sure are good at being confusing. They are. They truly are. See Thomas the Peasant, thank you for the 100 biddies. The only way you wish to see crash and burn is to crash into stardom. Burn bright like the fiery best Foxu you are. I don't want to be on fire. That would be painful. T1S, thank you for the 10. Gotta get going. We'll catch the rest later, but just wanted to say thanks for being simultaneously one of the funniest and most informative content creators out there. Keep kicking ass. Thank you. Thank you. I try best. I try best. I don't want to deliver fake news to you guys. And so, like, if I get a headline wrong or if there's new information, I always try to bring that out as soon as I possibly can. Anthony, thank you for the 10. The only propaganda Pippa spray. I read that earlier, but the fucking Pakistan. Thank you, Anthony. DF075, thank you for the 7 months of Peru. Thank you. Arismador, thank you for the 13-month. Lucky 13. Mental illness raking in the dosh across all medicine. Just don't be mentally ill, idiot. Chunky Squirrel. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I have a tab for that. Chunky Squirrel. Look at this fucking woman's ass, dude. This woman has so much ass. Look at those. That is a squirrel you want to butter like a dog, man. That ass is like goals. Holy shit. Like, I got a big ass, but this woman is built like a brick house. I am envious of this woman's booty. No thanks. You'd be drilling that every night. I don't know. I was like, oh my god, that is an ass. Absolute gyat. That's great. Like, she doesn't even have like a tummy, so she's just like fucking built in the ass, dude. That is a crazy body type. That is insane. How is this even humanly possible? A Foxu ass is better. Well, thank you. You need oil and gas equipment to drill that? Oh my god. Pear shape, built like E-Leg from Nikkei. Truly fucking built. That song, she's a brick house. I finally understand it now, chat. I get it. I know what he was talking about. Thank you, Chunky Squirrel, for the 19-month resub, man. Thank you. That squirrel can get the nut. Oh my god. Goombas, thank you for the 26-month resub, please. the passage of time. Make it stop. Love you, Funny Fox. I wish you healthy. Stay strong. If not for yourself, then for us. Yeah, you guys are a reason to live, at least till 40. Thank you, Goombas. Ikaron, hey, thank you for the gift sub to Molesta. Why would you do this? Ryan, thank you for the 11-month member. Can we check what the records held by men and women's sports is? That'd be a good question. Because all of them should get fucking deleted off the record. It's Neva Lupus, thank you for the 22-month resub. Hell, the article is a fever dream. A lot of articles I bring up of fever dreams. Bob Davis, thank you for the 5. You won't lie, you're here for the jiggle physics. Ha! I'm very jiggly because I bounce a lot because of my anxiety. Cammy Illust, thank you for the 28-month resub, my dude. Thank you. Murra WT, thank you for the 346. In terms of a cult, is Cheryl just a mouthpiece for more powerful people? Or is she the one true leader? You're just confused on this fact. I would say she's not the one true leader. She's definitely a mouthpiece, but she is like a boss character, you know? Like, you're gonna have more bosses in the game than just the final boss. She's one of the bosses. Dante's Insanity, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. We are literally over an hour over time. Let me open this tab. I was watching a Cold Ones video. Hold on. We're gonna get off of the Cold Ones video. Because I think Peba should be starting stream soon, right? She's streaming tonight. It's a Friday. I can raid the Peba. I don't get to do that often, but I've been fucking going way overtime on my streams like every fucking day. Upcoming? Where are we? Upcoming? That's March. That's March. Taco Bell? Eating Taco Bell with Vareza? Oh, is that a fucking gotcha character? Oh, that's the fucking that's the cow lady. Is she streaming at 3:18? This is all from... Oh my god, she has so many things scheduled! She's so professional! How do I be professional like a Benoit with an actual schedule out? Lousy Smarch weather. Oh, thank you, Binary Mind. Thank you, Binary Mind, for the YouTube link. Finding every hidden VTuber cameo. Hi! We're gonna raid Peba.
Because I'm streaming.
We're gonna raid Peba. She's playing Guedez's game, so you Twitch chatters, you're gonna get cucked today because we're doing a YouTube raid. We're doing a YouTube raid. We don't get to do many of those. We don't get to do many of those. Why did you get a warning screen that Kirsche can be political before you came in? Because I have my stream selected for that shit. That's just how I be here. All right, let me edit YouTube, you dog shit platform. Let me fucking edit, you piece of shit. All right, okay, I'm trying here. Redirect, we're redirecting. Search videos, we're searching for Dapiba. She's live. This one, save. All right, chat. If I did not get to your supa or your resub or anything, I will get to you on Sunday. I'm sorry. We're an hour overtime already. I yap maxed a lot today. I tried to thank as many of you as possible. I very much appreciate all of your fucking support. I'm not trying to be a cunt. I'm not trying to ignore you. You know, I'm sorry. Sunday we'll do some chat licking and I'll catch up on all of your messages that I have missed recently for this past week. Hopefully, at least fingers crossed. Depending on how much I get through, maybe we can play more Okage on Sunday. But tomorrow, short stream. Gonna play Okage. Maybe look at the Zelensky thing really quick before we get in, because I do want to see how Zelensky got fucking pounded. That sounds funny. You guys were talking about that. I want to see it. I want to fucking see it, chat. And then a collab on Wicked Virtue's channel tomorrow at 7 p.m. So we're doing some stuff. Remember, do not get political in Pippa's chat, or I'll fucking ban you here. The Benoit is not political. Just go enjoy a cute girl doing cute things against the government that may or may not be illegal. I will see you guys tomorrow. Give Pippa big love. Have a great rest of your night. Bye bye.
Bye bye.